Ladies and gentlemen, it is NASCAR playoff race number 4, and it is the first of 3 races in the round of 12 as we begin our live commentary coverage of today's Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400 at the Texas Motor Speedway. As we get ready for this next round of the playoffs, we got a lot of predictions to go through in today's live stream. Of course, per usual, the drivers who I think will run well, not run well in this race, but I also have this round's playoff predictions. Who will be the 4 drivers to be eliminated after this next 3-race round, and who will be the 8 drivers that will stay in the hunt for the championship. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Yes, daily, we are back to the daily live streams. We were back to it for about 2 or 3 weeks consecutively, and unfortunately I had to deal with my laptop last week before I went to Bristol on, I think it was Monday and Tuesday we tried to stream. Was having issues with it. I was able to update OBS, so we'll be back to that again tomorrow as well. As far as today's race, though, it should be a good one, I think. The Xfinity race was pretty good yesterday. We know that this Cup Series car races very well on the 1.5-mile racetracks in particular. That's its strong suit, and we've got a 1.5-mile racetrack today. Track is going to be hot and slick. Air temp will be 102 degrees at drop of the green flag today. Heat index right now at 105. That will only go greater as we get into the afternoon, as the race will end up starting around 2 p.m. local time. A little shy of that, of course. We're about 45 minutes or so from the drop of the green flag as of right now. Can't wait, though, to bring you guys the action. I will get a poll up in the chat for who you think will win today's race before we get into the major predictions here while we wait on a few others to join. So if you are not in the chat yet, or just watching the stream in general, I'll be able to hold off for a couple, not a couple more minutes, about another minute or so. Who will win today's NASCAR race at Texas? Question mark. We'll put the odds-on favorite, who is Kyle Larson. I think second favorite was Denny Hamlin. And then we'll go and put Chris Buescher onto that list as well, and you guys will have until the end of stage 2 to vote for who you think will win. You can vote for other if you don't think any one of those 3 drivers will win the race as well. Linda Leverett, Billy Kramer, Wade Zielinski, Billy Carjoy official, Jeff Sperry, Bond 1771, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully less cautions. I think we'll have less yellows, but I would not be shocked if we have a handful of them. We shouldn't have any tire issues like we did last season. They did run a couple tire tests. We haven't seen as many tire issues in general this year, although at Kansas a couple weeks ago we did see an issue with that pop up, and I think a lot of that is just teams being too aggressive on the air pressure now that the time to run well is upon us, as we're in the most important part of the season with the playoffs ongoing. Evan Stevens, thanks for tuning in as well. Alright, so before we get into the race predictions for today's race, we're going to go through the full playoff predictions first, because it's going to be a little bit longer of a breakdown. We have 12 drivers remaining in their quest for the championship with 7 races to go on the season. And I'm going to just start rattling names off of drivers who I think will easily be able to advance to the next round. And as we get further along, I'll start to click off some drivers who I don't think will make it through. So we'll start off with the number 1 seeds. Number 1 seeds, I should say, plural, because they are tied with the most playoff points. That is William Byron, and then regular season champion Martin Truex Jr. Truex did limp his way through the last round, although he's got a lot of tracks that are good for him in this round. 2 of the 3 particularly. I know Truex is not a good super speedway racer, and he hasn't quite looked the same over the last month to month and a half on the NASCAR season compared to what he was obviously throughout the course of the year and winning the regular season championship, because he was the most consistent driver from the start of the season to race 26 at Daytona about a month ago. So as far as Martin Truex Jr.'s last round, again, it was not good. Now, the only race I think that could pretty much be a detriment to him here, as I mentioned, is Talladega. He has been scoring a lot of stage points with the next-gen car, especially last year and this year in the super speedways. He just can't seem to make it to the end of the race. If he scores a lot of stage points, we know he's got a ton of playoff points. The Toyotas have been really good on the 1.5-mile tracks. I mentioned that before the last, or intermediate tracks in general, but I mentioned that before the start of the last round, and that was the case with Denny Hamlin winning the Southern 500 and Reddick winning at Kansas. I would not be shocked if a Toyota won again today, and even if they don't end up winning the race today, I very well think that we will see a lot of them running up in contention for the win, and Truex could definitely be one of those. He didn't qualify particularly well for this race, but again, very good finishes on the intermediate tracks for Toyota, for Joe Gibbs Racing. And if you look to the road course side of things, he has a win at Sonoma this year. The last 3 road course races beyond Sonoma, he finished in the top 10 in at Chicago. And then the back-to-back road races at the end of the regular season, Watkins Glen and Indy, finished top 7 in both of those events, 6th and 7th place finishes there. So I think Truex is going to be pretty good there as well. Even if he doesn't get a lot of points at Dega, he's got playoff points to bounce back on. So we're going to put him in there. We're also going to put William Byron into the next round as well. For William Byron, kind of similar to the Toyotas, been very good on intermediate tracks this season. Outside of Toyota as a manufacturer, the outliers that have been really good with race-winning speed all season long on intermediate tracks have been the 5 and the 24. I don't think that changes here. Sticking with the Toyotas and with the 5 and the 24, I think Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson will make it out of this round as well. We'll put Larson in first and then Hamlin. For Kyle Larson, I think he could be a threat to win today. He will be one of my must-haves, and I'll break down his predictions more for Texas, but kind of a spoiler there, he should be in your fantasy lineups today, and I think he's an easy lock to make it into the next round. He's been very good at Texas with Hendrick Motorsports. He swept the races here in 2021, winning, of course, the playoff race, and then also winning in the All-Star race in 2021. Last season in the playoff race at Texas, he finished in the 9th place position. Overall, last year didn't look as strong as what he has been this year with the next-gen car. He has definitely learned quite a bit. Crew chiefing calls have been greater for Kyle Larson, and even though Larson didn't quite look himself towards the end of the summer, as soon as the playoffs began, he clicked off some very good runs. I think his average finish was a 2.75 through the first 3 races of the round, and that was even with only getting one, or not even getting a win, actually. He didn't win at Bristol, he didn't win at Darlington or Kansas, but he was so consistent. And even if he doesn't get a win in any one of these races, I think he's going to be very consistent. He'll get in. Denny Hamlin, I think he's going to get in as well. Not be shocked also if he wins one of these races in the round. He's a very good super speedway racer. Although he's better at Daytona than Talladega, I still think he could have a good run at Dega. Charlotte Roval, that could be the downside for Denny Hamlin. He hasn't performed well on road course races this season. In fact, he's only got 1 top 10 finish in the 5 road course races we've had this year. And with the next-gen car as a whole, he's only had 2 top 10 finishes in 11 road course races. So Hamlin is going to be hoping that he has a really good first 2 races of the round. If for some reason he gets into a wreck today at Texas, I think Denny Hamlin could be in danger of missing the round of 8 of the playoffs in a season where I think most people are thinking he could be a threat for the championship, especially with how he performed in the last round, winning 2 of the 3 races. Bristol, he won at Darlington, the Southern 500. He gets 2 Crown Jewel wins. He's on fire right now. Even the race he didn't win at Kansas, he led the most laps. So look out for Denny Hamlin today. Look out for Denny Hamlin really this entire round and probably the rest of the season. Next driver I have moving on is going to be Chris Buescher. Going to stay in the same order they have right here for the moment at least. Chris Buescher has been very, very solid with RFK Racing. He has finished in the top 3 5 of the last 9 races. And on top of that, he's won 3 of those races. He has 6 top 10s in the last 9. Look out for Chris Buescher. I think he's going to stay hot. He had a great run at Darlington, top 3 there. Bristol, he ended up finishing 4th, I believe. That was his only not top 3 in the last 9 races he's finished in the top 10. And then where did he finish at Kansas? He finished just outside the top 10, 11th or 12th, if I remember correctly, in that race. But he ran top 10 most of the day. So Chris Buescher has been very consistent. Honestly, I'd probably say he's been the 3rd hottest driver. I think Truex and Byron have cooled off a little bit since the month of September started. Once the playoffs began, if we're just counting these last 3 races, the 3 hottest drivers are Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Chris Buescher. Hamlin being the hottest, and I put Larson second because of the average finish, and Chris Buescher also because of great finishes as well. And Buescher obviously was probably the hottest driver going into the playoffs, considering he had won 3 of the last 5 regular season races. So I think Chris Buescher should be an easy lock. I think he can go out and win Talladega. RFK has been awesome on super speedways. He obviously won at Daytona this year. He has a win at intermediate track at Michigan. So Texas, I think he'll have a strong run. And I think he can very much have a strong run today because another spoiler, he is one of my must-have picks for today's race. He qualified in 2nd. He was pretty fast in practice, so pretty good there. And top 10 also on 3 of the 5 road course races this year for Chris Buescher, including the last 3. So Yeah, Chris Buescher, easy lock, I think, to make it to the next round. Drivers who I don't think will make it to the next round, we'll start off with Bubba Wallace. I think he's just glad just to get out of the first round. I predicted him to be eliminated last round, as you see on the left-hand side of the screen. He was not. He got the last spot in, 4 points. Basically came down to Bristol. Him not making a major mistake and getting stage points early in the race was big. Huge strategy call. Great job by Moody Barker to get him a second place first stage finish. If he did not finish top 5 in stage number 1, he would not have made it to this round. So with that being said, and obviously getting stage points early at Kansas where he was running second, pretty good there. I do think this could be a strong round for Wallace. I actually think he can run more consistent this round than the last round. It's just the field is a lot more condensed together now that we have knocked out, maybe a couple of obvious picks that we're going to make it like McDowell and Stenhouse. And you're getting into the brunt of the drivers who really can't compete for a championship at this point in the schedule. So Bubba Wallace, I think he can have a good run at Texas today. I would not be shocked if he gets a top 10. Talladega is interesting. He's good at super speedways, but with the next-gen car in particular, he hasn't been that great at super speedways. He's up there in contention from time to time, but not from start of the race to end like we were seeing out of Bubba when he was in the Gen 6 car. And as far as road courses go, not great for him. I know he's had a couple of top 10s there this season, but one of which was at the Chicago street race where the field got flipped there late in the race, so that I don't really want to count that. And then Indianapolis, if I remember correctly, I think he had a top 10 pretty much out of nowhere in that race. I don't know how he did that. If he could somehow have that kind of run at the Roval, great. I just don't see it happening 2 times in the last few races on road courses. The other drivers in the playoffs are way better at road courses than Wallace, and so I think Bubba will be eliminated, but I would not be shocked if it is coming down to him right on the bubble at the end of the Roval race, and he is one of the first guys to miss out. Next driver who I have making it in, I'm going to go Kyle Busch. I do think Kyle Busch is going to be able to make it to the next round of the playoffs. And I think it's mainly because of this round. He has cooled off a lot. Really, once we got to like late July, early August, he cooled off through the rest of the regular season. And although he was getting decent finishes last round of the playoffs, he wasn't really he wasn't qualifying well. He was starting towards the back, or he'd have to drop to the rear at the start of the race. And because of that, he wasn't getting stage points. Got to be better in this round. He has qualified top 10 for the first race. That's a good start. Remember, Tyler Reddick won with this 8 car at Texas last year, so I think Busch could have a strong run today. And Kyle Busch has been very, very good on super speedways and road courses this season. He has 4 top 5s on road courses this year. The only race he didn't get a top 5 on a road course was at Indy when he was running in 4th place. And I think, the valve spring broke on the race car, so he was down on horsepower for pretty much the rest of the race, and if I remember correctly, I think he actually pulled into the garage before the very end. So, Kyle Busch has been very good on road courses. Talladega, he finished, he won at Talladega earlier this spring, and I think he had a second place finish in the second Atlanta race, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was the first Atlanta race. One of the Atlanta races, he finished second. He was leading late in the Daytona 500, and he ran good in July at Daytona, August in Daytona last month as well. So good tracks for Kyle Busch this round. I think he makes it. As far as another driver who I think is going to miss, I'm going to go with Ross Chastain. I actually had him not making it out of the first round of the playoffs. He wasn't very fast. He just didn't wreck out of any races. So the drivers that were having troubles, like Logano wrecking late at Bristol, Harvick running just outside the top 30, top 20 finishes were good enough for Chastain to make it through the first round. That will not be good enough to make it through this round. I know he won at Dega last season in the spring, but he hasn't really been consistent in making it to the end of super speedway races. Road courses, Trackhouse Racing has been pretty bad at this year, outside of course, SVG winning at Chicago. I don't know why that's the case. And I know Suarez had a good run at Indy too, but outside of the Suarez run at Indy and SVG, of course, just being SVG, at the 2 races he ran to get top 10s, Trackhouse has not been good on road course races this season. And I think that Ross Chastain, as a result of that, as well as just the, again, lack of consistency, really, I think he gets bounced out of this round, mainly because I didn't even think he'd make it out of the last round, but he did. I mentioned that I would not be shocked if one of the Penske cars were knocked out of the first round of Logano and Blaney, and it was between picking Logano, Blaney, or Chastain last round. I went with both Penske cars, and Joey Logano ended up getting the boot instead, so I was close. It just wasn't quite correct there. And, of course, Ross Chastain was my pick to get in. I don't think he makes it. through this round either. If I didn't think he'd make it through the first round, I don't think he's going to make it through this round. As far as the bubble drivers, we have 4 more names I have to go over yet. I'm going to say Tyler Reddick will miss this round of the playoffs. I know he won at Texas last year, and I know he's really good on road courses, especially with this next-gen car, but I just don't trust that race team. If it's not Reddick, which majority of the time it's not, it's his pit crew that ends up failing him. How many times have we seen Reddick in contention this year, and it's either a slow stop or they don't get the wheel on tight? I'm trying to think. 2 races. Nashville, he led the most laps. Right rear tire came off as he exited the second set of green flag pit stops in stage 2, and it cost him a potential shot at the win there. I know he got a win at Kansas. The team finally executed for 1 race. I just don't trust that they're going to be able to do that going forward. So for that reason, I have Tyler Reddick missing out. And honestly, Christopher Bell's pit crew has been probably worse as far as the playoff races go, but I trust Bell from a speed standpoint to make it through this round. So we're going to go with Christopher Bell making it through. He does have more playoff points than Tyler Reddick, not by much, but just a few more points. That could be the difference, I think, in him getting in potentially as well. We'll actually move him down to the 8th spot, because this guy who I think is going to get in, and it's mainly been between just pretty much because of the Fords running so strong on the super speedways. And honestly, because of the speed he showed yesterday at Texas in practice and qualifying, I think Brad Keselowski will make it with his teammate Chris Buescher. I think both RFK Fords will make it to the round of 8. The reason why I have Keselowski, very, very good at super speedways. He or Buescher could very easily go out Talladega, win. They're in the next round next week. I think I would lean more towards Buescher than Keselowski, because Buescher has won 3 races this year, Keselowski has not. But Brad Keselowski has had 6 top 10 finishes in his last 8 races so far this season. He has been very consistent. Intermediate tracks and super speedways. The only downfall for Keselowski is road courses, kind of similar to Denny Hamlin. Just doesn't run well on road courses. In fact, Keselowski has finished 15th or worse in all 5 road course races this season. At least Denny Hamlin had 1 top 10. Keselowski has none. And in fact, only 1 top 15. He hasn't scored a lot of stage points. That is going to be the race that could hurt him. Brad Keselowski, if he does not win today at Texas or next week at Talladega, in my personal opinion, needs to be at least 30 points above the cutoff line going into the Roval. And even that might not be good enough, because some of the drivers who I have missing out of this round, like Reddick, very good on road courses. He can go out and win that race. Ryan Blaney, I don't think he's going to go out and win the race, but he has finished in the top 10 3 times on road course races this season. And again, the only reason I have Keselowski in is because of these first 2 races of the round. Why don't I have my guy, Ryan Blaney, making it through the round when he is better on road courses? He's probably right there just behind Keselowski at super speedways. It's because of the 1.5 mile program, the intermediate program. This is the reason why Joey Logano got eliminated from the last round of the playoffs. Sure, he wrecked at Bristol, but he wasn't running great at Kansas. He had a great finish because of strategy, but he didn't get any stage points the whole day. Darlington, same way. He wasn't in the top 10 the whole race, finished outside the top 10, and Joey Logano gets eliminated by just 4 points. All he had to do was finish Bristol, and even not running well the first 2 races of the round, he still would have gotten in. That kind of speed is not going to cut it for Penske now that we're in the next round of the playoffs. Blaney was lucky enough that even though he didn't get great finishes, he was getting a lot of stage points because he was qualifying well. Today at Texas, Brad Keselowski out-qualified Ryan Blaney by 21 positions. That alone may be the difference in Brad Keselowski getting in versus Ryan Blaney getting into the playoffs through this round. This coming as a Ryan Blaney fan, I just don't see it happening. I know he's great at Talladega. Texas, in fact, is one of his better tracks that he hasn't won at before. I think he's finished top 10, 7 of the last 8 races there. But Penske this season has not been good on intermediate tracks. Now, the difference between Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, and the reason why, again, Blaney made it in, is because he did get a lot of stage points, and he was finishing mediocre in the finishing order. It wasn't like he was finishing like deep in the field. He was making it to the end of the races. He was finishing 12th, and I think the other race he finished like 18th. So he wasn't wrecking out, which definitely helped him as well. But just like Chastain, 18th, 12th place finishes are not going to get you through this round. Blaney was reliant on stage points last round, him qualifying deep in the field on probably one of the toughest racetracks to pass somebody on It's not a good combination. Road courses this year have been tough to pass on as well. He has been qualifying pretty bad there also, but getting into the top 10 late, I just don't think it's going to be enough for Blaney. So, hate to say it, but I don't think my guy Ryan Blaney's going to get through. Now, I hope I'm wrong with that prediction because he is my favorite driver, but yeah, going to lean towards that. So, we're going to lock in the picks there. Congratulations. We got William Byron, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, and Christopher Bell making it into the round of 8. The 4 drivers who I have been eliminated this round, I'd probably say in this order would be, if I had to pick a particular order, well, that's kind of tough. I think Chastain is probably the easiest to pick, not making it out of this round. I'd probably put Wallace just ahead of him. And then I would put Reddick and Blaney because I was right there on Blaney and Brad there at the end. But I just trust RFK. They've been the better team this year. The best Ford team in particular, at least. Stu Isaac, Joanne C., Doran Davis, Regine Huddleston, Zachary Wall, Harry T., Stephen Cook, Ethan Chua, Patty Rundy Creations. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Those are the playoff predictions for this round. Regine's like, I know you got number 12 Blaney to advance. Nope, that is not the case. I was looking at the stats before I went live, and I just didn't trust Ryan Blaney when he qualifies deep in the field. I just don't trust Penske. Honestly, Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski qualifying 2nd and 3rd yesterday, I think that was a difference maker of me putting Brad in over Blaney. Brad's not going to run well at the Roval, but I think he can have that 30 to 40 point cushion if he doesn't win one of these 2 races and get in that way. I would not be shocked if he does that, especially at Dega. I think he's got a good shot to win that one. And I think Blaney's going to run well at Dega, and I think he'll have a good finish at the Roval, but I think he's just going to be too many points behind Brad to point his way in. I don't see Blaney winning. I think Bubba Wallace will have a bad race. He will wreck. Well, we'll see. I mean, honestly, as long as he doesn't really blow a tire, I don't see him having a bad run today, which was the case at Kansas. I mean, he ran 2nd the whole time to Denny Hamlin until he blew a tire middle of stage 2. Alrighty. Once again, you can vote for who you think will win the race today. 49 votes have been casted so far. Now it is time to go through the actual race predictions for this one. Of course, just went through who I think will make it out of this round of the playoffs and the 4 drivers who I think will be eliminated. But now it is time to take a look fantasy-wise. And I'll keep the playoff grid on here while I'm talking about my playoff predictions while I'm talking about the race predictions. So we'll just have to listen a little closely. Pulling up my notes real quick. Alrighty. So, usually, we start off with the don't have picks, so we'll do that again. And for the playoff races, so far with predictions, I've been going with only playoff drivers. It's not going to be the case this weekend because I think there's some big names that aren't in the playoffs that I don't think will run well. And then some sleeper picks also who aren't in the playoffs that I think have a good shot to get at least top 10 finishes today. So we'll start off with the don't have picks. I was just trashing Ryan Blaney, so we'll start there. I don't think Blaney's going to have a good finish today, at least finish outside the top 10. Qualified 23rd place in this race, was 13th in practice. That's pretty much been right about where Penske's been on these intermediate tracks, which is weird to say because Blaney at the very beginning of the season was strong on the 1.5 mile tracks. But then we got into the middle of the summer, and for whatever reason, they fell off the face of the earth on intermediate tracks. Once he had that crash at Nashville, it's been downhill for Blaney on the intermediate tracks since. He did finish 9th at Michigan, but it was a strategy-based finish. He was running pretty much around 20th the whole race. I would know because I was there and I was watching him every lap. But as far as today goes, again, qualifying deep in the field, it's going to be tough to pass. We know it is. It's Texas. Best finish on an intermediate track in his last 6 starts on intermediate tracks is 9th twice, which, again, one of those was at Michigan, and the other one was at Darlington just a couple weeks ago. As far as lately for Ryan Blaney outside of just intermediate tracks, he has 3 finishes of 9th place. Those are his only 3 top 10s in the last 9 races this season. So that team is definitely inconsistent. I think the inconsistency shows again today. Kevin Harvick. Man, I want this guy to have some good runs to end his career out, but last week was not great. That team he looked like how Ryan Preece and Chase Briscoe were running on half the racetracks throughout the course of the season. He was getting outran by Rick Ware cars last week on speed. He was like 33rd pretty much the whole race. I think he was like 4 or 5 laps down on speed. Not good for Kevin Harvick. I don't think he's going to be that slow today, but it didn't look too good when he unloaded for practice yesterday afternoon. 33rd fastest in practice. 22nd is where he qualified. No speed, tough track to make passes, especially with the next-gen car, and knowing how equal the field is from front to back. I don't think Harvick really moves forward much. He's lucky if he gets in the top 15. Definitely not going to get a top 10 finish, so not good for Harvick. No momentum as well going into this race. I mentioned that he ran bad last week. He finished 29th because he outlasted some guys that got in that wreck with Logano there middle of the race, but 11th and 19th in the other 2 races of the round. He had speed at Darlington, but ever since then, not so much. Chase Elliott, not good at Texas. He only has 1 top 10 finish in his last 6 points races here, and did not look good in on-track activity yesterday. Qualified 29th and was 27th in practice, so qualified even worse than what Harvick and Blaney did. I don't see Chase Elliott coming from the back to the front today. They don't seem to have the speed. I think the full focus definitely on the 5 and the 24 now that we're deeper into the playoffs, and I think that is definitely showing based on how Elliott was on the track yesterday afternoon. So again, the don't have picks, drivers who I have not finishing in the top 10s, and these are drivers you should probably stay away from on your fantasy team today if you're playing in the fantasy league. That'd be Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, and Chase Elliott. Sleeper picks for today's race. We'll start off with the pole sitter, Bubba Wallace. Very good on intermediate tracks this season. If you look deeper into those stats, 1.5 mile racetracks, 3 fourth place finishes. The only one that wasn't a top 4 finish was at Kansas 2 weeks ago when he was running second the whole race and blew a tire in the middle of the going. So I think he's going to have a top 5 run today. He's on the pole. Track position is very vital at Texas, as we all know. Since the reconfiguration back in 2017, that's with the next-gen car and with the Gen 6. And I'd say probably more so with the next-gen, even though it races better on mile and a halves. Still going to be tough. As long as he just keeps the car glued to the racetrack, he's going to get a top 5. Toyotas have been very strong on intermediate tracks this season. Toyota's, in fact, won 6 of the last 11 intermediate races this season. So, yeah, looking strong, and maybe he has a shot to win if he's up there late, and they can stay on top of the pit strategy throughout the course of the race today. The other Toyota I have getting a good finish is a non-playoff driver, and that'd be Ty Gibbs. He has 3 top 5 finishes in his last 9 races. On top of that, he has finished in the top 12 in 5 of those last 9 races. So really turning it on between late in the regular season and, of course, here in the playoffs as well, despite not being a playoff driver. Qualified 4th today. He's got that track position, and he finished very well at Pocono on a racetrack that is difficult to pass on, both before and with the next-gen car. He ran top 5 the whole day there. I think that's pretty much going to be similar to the run that he's going to have today. Maybe he leads laps on pit strategy, and maybe he is in contention to win late on pit strategy like Bubba Wallace, but at least going to get a top 10 run here in this one. Other driver. We're going to go with Eric Jones, another non-playoff driver as a sleeper. I think Eric Jones gets a top 10 finish today. In fact, we have seen him finish in the top 10 in 2 of the last 3 races. Last round, top 10 at Darlington, one of his better racetracks. Okay, so we go to Kansas. He gets another top 10 there on another intermediate track. Back on the 3rd intermediate track in the playoffs, I think Jones gets a top 10 out of it. You look at the speed that Legacy Motor Club as a whole had last weekend. Carson Hocevar ran top 5 for most of the second half of that race. Had a loose wheel late, which relegated him to an 11th place finish, but still a solid run nonetheless. And Eric Jones was not far behind him in the finishing order. I think Eric Jones is going to have a solid run today, get a top 10. Qualified 12th. He's right around there with 6 fastest in practice, so he is showing speed this weekend as well. I think Jones could be a solid pick for your fantasy team for a garage pick. Put him in your team. If he's running well, middle of the going, one of your other drivers wrecks out, he's a solid foundation piece to your fantasy lineup this weekend. The 3 must-have picks, these are the 3 guys who I debated on picking for the win today. Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and Chris Buescher. I kind of spoiled it in my playoff predictions that I had these guys as must-haves. But we're going to go deeper into stats and then break down who I think will win the race of these 3. We're going to start off with Kyle Larson. I already mentioned he swept the races here in 2021. Of course, it was with a different car, but still same racetrack and races similar as well. Of course, that being the All-Star race and the playoff race in 2021. Last season finished in 9th, but if we fast forward to this weekend in particular, Larson's car looks extremely fast. fifth fastest 5-lap average, and then get ready for me to rattle this off. He had the fastest 10, 15, and 20-lap averages in practice yesterday. The second fastest 25-lap average, only to Denny Hamlin. Hamlin, the other must-have pick, had the second fastest 10, 15, and 20-lap average, only behind Kyle Larson. And of course, with the fastest 25-lap average, short run speed didn't look quite as good for Hamlin. I think that's why he didn't qualify quite as well as those other drivers. He qualified 10th, 8th in practice overall. I think he'll be a little bit quicker than that in the race today. I would not be shocked if Denny Hamlin goes out there and competes for the win. I think looking at the stat sheet, Larson's just a little bit quicker than Denny Hamlin, but I'm not picking either one of those two to win the race today. Usually, I go with the stats. Larson seems to have the best car, but he did not qualify quite as well as Chris Buescher. Kyle Larson qualified 11th. Chris Buescher up in the front of the field. Brad Keselowski, interesting, qualified 3rd right behind Chris Buescher. We have seen those two work well together all season long. Brad Keselowski being the owner at RFK, he doesn't care if he wins or not. As long as the 17 gets the victory lane, or really one of those two cars gets the victory lane, that is a win in Brad Keselowski's book. Him being right there with Buescher, they're going to be on the same strategy, I'm sure, all the way throughout the course of the race on a track that is very difficult to pass on in any car and really any form of motorsports at this point with how bad the track is. As far as, let me stop dissing on Texas Motor Speedway, get back to the prediction side of things. Chris Buescher is a driver that has already proven himself late this year as well. I mentioned 3 wins in the last 8 races. He has 6 top 7 finishes in the last 8 races and 5 top 5s in that stretch as well. He has been hot. Last round, he had 2 top 5s, a 4th at Bristol, a 3rd at Darlington. I think he comes through. He wins today. With Brad Keselowski being there behind him, he's going to do whatever it takes to keep Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson and restarts in his rear view and allow Buescher to take control. And even if they get by Brad once, they still got to get by the 17 as well. I would not be shocked if he runs right in front of him. And I can really see, honestly, the 17 and the 6 just trying to control this race as if it was a super speedway and they're trying to block the runs going from the top to the bottom. I know there's not going to be that much drafting at Texas today, but just metaphorically speaking, I think they're going to work in a cohesive unit and do whatever they can to get both those cars up towards the front. And I'm taking Chris Buescher to win. The only other race I took Chris Buescher to win this season was, what was it? It wasn't Daytona. It was just a couple weeks ago, I think. Actually, I think it was Richmond, and he won. Give me a quick second to fact check that. I know I picked Buescher recently to win a race, and I feel like he did. Obviously taking him at Texas. No, my bad. I took, I was taking the other RFK Ford. I didn't realize I haven't picked Chris Buescher to win yet this year. Picked him in the All-Star race, but as far as points races go, I guess I haven't picked him. I picked Keselowski to win at Daytona. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. And Buescher ended up winning. Then I took Brad last week at Bristol. Maybe that's what I was thinking. I guess I haven't picked Buescher to win a race. He's won 3 of them. I'm taking him to win here today for the first time this season. We'll see if he gets it done. So still stuck at 7 race win predictions on the year. Our goal was to get to at least 9 to match my best as far as picking race winners, and it stinks because I was at 6 through the first 13 races, and then we really cooled off until Byron won at the Glen, and now I've gone 5 weeks in a row without predicting a winner again. So we'll see what today will bring. Dark Crypto, Hopeful, Linda Bollinger, Dan Bowers, Ryan Lipinski, Leroy. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Endangered Sense, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Got over 150 people watching already, but only 40 likes on the stream. Smash that like button, everybody. Our goal is to get to 150 likes on the stream today, as we usually have that as our goal for the Cup Series races on the channel. So now I'm going to pull up the raw feed, get the leaderboard up for you guys, and we'll go through the point standings coming into this race, actually just before I get the leaderboard up on there. So quickly updating the playoff standings to start this round of the playoffs. Of course, nobody locked in yet because the race has not started. But if any one of the 12 playoff drivers win, they will be automatically advanced, and they won't have to worry about Texas or the Roval. 25 points to the good for Byron and Truex. Truex, again, the regular season champ by virtue of tiebreaker with most wins. Byron is the number 1 seed. Denny Hamlin plus 21 points, also pretty comfortable above the cutoff line, but no guarantees that any one of those three will make it in. 12 points to good for Kyle Larson this season with 3 wins. 3 wins also for Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch, as Buescher sits 10 points above the cutoff line and 8 points for Kyle Busch in the number 8. Christopher Bell is going to be the 7th seed. He's 5 points to the good, and Tyler Reddick on the bubble to begin the playoffs in the round of 12, as he is 3 points ahead of Ross Chastain and Brad Keselowski. 6 points to the negative is Ryan Blaney, and Bubba Wallace coming in as the bottom seed for the second straight week with 14 points to the negative, but again, he is starting on the pole today, so great potential opportunity to capitalize on some stage points here in the early going. So that is the playoff standings into this race. Might have to go up here. That ain't it either. Go raw feed. There we go. So we've got the starting lineup on the screen. We'll roll through that quickly. The Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400 at Texas today, and your lineup looks like this. Once again, Bubba Wallace will be on the pole for this one. Chris Buescher outside of the front row as well. Buescher actually won the All-Star Open at Texas last season, and trying to get a points-paying win here at his home track this season. Brad Keselowski inside of row 2 with Ty Gibbs, the rookie, to his outside. Ross Chastain and A.J. Allmendinger will be in row 3. Row 4, Kyle Busch and Daniel Suarez, and rounding out the top 10 in row 5 is Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson and Eric Jones will be just outside the top 10, qualifying in row 6. Row 7 behind them will be Austin Dillon and Alex Bowman. Bowman, remember, got in a wreck and was concussed in this race last year, so anything better than that would obviously be an improvement from last season's race. Tyler Reddick and Martin Truex Jr. will be in row 8, row 9, Michael McDowell and William Byron. Carson Hocevar looking for another solid run today, starting on the inside of row 10. Joey Logano to the outside was eliminated in the last round. Eric Almirola and Kevin Harvick in row number 11. Harvick also eliminated from the playoffs. Ryan Blaney and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will be in row number 12. Blaney is the worst of the qualifying playoff drivers for today's race. Ryan Preece, Ty Dillon will line up in row 13. Corey LaJoie, Justin Haley in row 14. Chase Elliott and Harrison Burton in row 15. Elliott still qualifying for the owners' playoffs, at least with the number 9 team as a whole. Chase Briscoe, Austin Cindric in row 16. Zane Smith in the 38 car today, with B.J. McLeod to his outside in row 17. And then row 18 rounding out the field are the Rick Ware cars of J.J. Yaley and then Ty Gilliland in the 51. Again, he is not racing for front row in today's race in particular. So that is the starting lineup for today's race. For more pre-race updates, I'll turn it to the USA Network. If you're already watching the stream, appreciate you guys tuning in. But if you're looking to watch the race live while listening to the commentary of today's stream, you can do that by going to the USA Network. That is where the flag-to-flag race coverage will be.
What's up, Texas Motor Speedway? Drivers, start your engine! When you get fired up when you're ready, let me know when they're rolling. Fired up when you're ready.
So you want to drive a race car at Texas Motor Speedway? You better think twice about it. It keeps drivers from sleeping. This corner right here, it's hot today. It's slick. This corner has no grip anyway. Look how flat it is. When you enter this corner, you're going 10 mile an hour faster than when you enter turn 3. But because of no grip, you're going 15 mile an hour slower when you get to the center of corner. This is where the wrecks happen, and this can change a championship, Junior.
And you know I love that outside line, Jeff, and this turn right here in 1 and 2 will develop that upper line as the race goes on. We've seen a lot of drivers get outside of that bottom groove and end up in the fence, but if you run tight tight against that inside line. You can make time around this corner and down in turn 3 and 4. But if you slip up, if you get out of this groove, the grip goes to 0 and your car goes in the wall. We're going to find out just how these guys navigate this race. The start is coming up next.
Alrighty. It's almost race time, ladies and gents. Mark Winkowski, Scotty Dingus, also welcome into the stream. Just under 200 people watching already. This was the most viewed race on the channel last season. I think we ended up, I look back at it again today, 28,000 views on that stream. I don't know that we're going to get there today, but let's make this the most viewed stream this season. So by hitting that like button, it does help recommend this stream to other related NASCAR stuff on YouTube. So first and foremost, that helps. It also helps with the future content on the channel. And also hit that subscribe button as well. Trying to get to 5,000 subscribers before the end of this season. We're only down to the final 7 weekends. 85 votes have been casted so far. Kyle Larson, pretty heavy favorite to win this race according to you guys, the fans in the chat that have voted. He has 48% of the votes. 39% for somebody other than Larson, Hamlin, or Buescher, so I guess it's kind of a tight poll between those two. Only 7% of the votes for my pick to win the race, Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin, with 6% of the votes. Again, you have till the end of Stage 2 to vote. You can also change your vote if you choose to do so. We'll take a look at the Fantasy League coming into this race today because we haven't done that yet. In particular, I've mentioned some of the picks that you guys could have for the fantasy team today. If you go to the quick link section on the NASCAR.com website, you can see a tab, Fantasy Live, right where my cursor is over. And you can also go on the NASCAR mobile app as well. You have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season or playoff championship. With that being said, we'll take a look at the playoff standings. We obviously already crowned the regular season champ not that long ago, just 3 weeks ago, in fact, after Daytona. Inside Uranus won that. He's third in the league right now. I'm currently atop the leaderboard, not wanting to give away those tickets. As of right now, I had the lead at Darlington and have held the lead since. Only 4 points, though, ahead of Dark Crypto, who sits at second. Inside Uranus with 614, trying to double down on the championships this year. 577 points for Monster Jam X10, and the Plow V3 with 576 rounds out our top 5 right now. So that is what the point standings for the fantasy team look like for today. And I'll also put in the chat the name of the league, which is KRC League. KRC in all caps, a space, and then a capital L on league. So when you go to join a league, that's the one you'll want to join. Not going to be able to win the championship this year, but you'll be automatically entered into next season just by joining as well. Don't pass out giving the command. It is hot out there. And he wasn't really dressed down for the weather either. Scorcher at Texas, just as it was yesterday, slightly longer race. 400 miles, 267 laps is the scheduled distance. We'll see the fuel window right at around 65 laps, give or take, in today's race. First stage will be 80 laps, second stage 85 laps, final stage will be 102 laps.
All right, let's dial them up. Hey, Bubba, it's Letard and the guys in the booth. You get a copy?
What's up, Doc?
My man, no better way to end the round of 12 than being the fastest man in Texas. Congrats on the pole, and tell the fans listening at home what the biggest challenge is for the 400 miles ahead.
Besides the heat, probably the heat. It's a hot one here in Texas, but feel really good about our McDonald's Toyota Camry. It's solid, guys, and everybody did a really good job of preparing for this weekend. We know we're behind with the underdogs, so we got to fight hard, and getting the pole here was a hats off and a testament to what we do at 2311. So should be a good day. Be a hot, slick one. Got to stay cool, calm, and collected, and let's go get us a dub.
You mentioned hot and slick. Racetrack looks very different. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, 2 different ends. Which one do you think is going to be most challenging in these conditions?
Ooh. Yeah, like you said, both of them are different, but both of them are treacherous. So you got to be mindful of how far you get up the racetrack at both ends. But 3 and 4 is definitely sketchy.
All right, man. Well, good luck. Appreciate you taking the time. I know the fans do. We'll be watching and cheering you on.
Good, Paul. Thank you.
And he's going to bump the pace car.
I like it, though. Sounded loose, though. Sounded loose. I think That's the Bubba I think that the fans want to hear and need to hear. That's the Bubba that I think can have a great day. Relaxed, enjoying the moment, enjoying this opportunity in front of him.
Looks confident, sounds confident, and starting from the pole. Dave, let's talk a little bit about the guy who won the first race of the first round, Kyle Larson.
And ended up the round of one pretty good. The first round last week at Bristol with a second place finish. That is Kyle Larson. 15 Cup starts here, a win in this race in 2021, and he's led 256 laps. And he loves the places where you can go to the higher line. It might take a little while for it to come in, but Kyle Larson should be able to get there, Kim.
Well, Dave, for his teammate William Byron, this number 24 team are averaging a top 5 finish at mile and a half. But Byron's got some work to do if he wants a top 5 finish today. They missed it in qualifying and will start 18th, but the team's not overly concerned. They were calm, cool, collected when I talked to them this morning. They come into this race with 36 playoff points. And crew chief Ruder Fugel told me they don't think they need to do anything spectacular in this round. Solid days with no drama is the plan, Marty, for this 24 team.
Well, Kim, when I asked Kyle Petty in the pre-race show, why will this year be different for Denny Hamlin, he said, this is a different Denny Hamlin. That's why he could maybe win his first ever championship. Well, for the record, his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, agrees. When I talked to him this morning, he said his driver is more locked in than he has ever seen him. And when I asked Gabehart about all the boos that Denny got post-race after winning at Bristol last week, he said, I love it. Quote, relevancy is fun. If they're making noise for you, that's all that matters. The fans might be making noise for Denny Hamlin once again. A terrific car here at Texas. Could it be back-to-back wins, Rick? We'll find out.
Yeah, well, relevance is right. He is the most relevant right now in the sport after his big win a week ago. Let's take a look at the starting grid. What a confidence builder it has been for Bubba Wallace. He'll start up front for just the second time in his career alongside one of the hottest drivers here since the playoffs have started, Chris Buescher.
Yeah, back in row 4, you see Kyle Busch. Kyle saying, why not him? A 4-time Texas winner. We'd like to make it 5 behind him. Christopher Bell, not from Texas, but just up the road in Oklahoma. He considers this his home racetrack.
Yeah, Norman, just straight north of here. We've got Kyle Larson, again, one of those drivers that you would expect to be running up front.
Yeah, row 7, Austin Dillon has won here before. How about Alex Bowman? He won in 19, 20, 21, 22. Looking to continue that streak, still needs a win here in 2023.
William Byron back there in row 9. We go back to Blaney in row 12. The farthest starting back of the drivers in the playoffs right now. He'll start next to Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Corey LaJoie back there in row 14. A good run at Bristol. Almost got a stage win. Looks to continue that momentum. Zane Smith in the 38, a name we don't see all the time. Todd Gilliland will be in the 51, a row behind. Normally drives a 38. We'll keep track of their updates starting near the back of the field.
We heard Bubba mention the temperature. It is hot. As a matter of fact, this will be the hottest Texas race ever in the history of NASCAR coming here. Right now, the temperature is 100 degrees. They're expecting it to climb to 101. Feels like 105 outside, but it's 116 right now in the car, and they're just running around at pace as far as pace car speed.
Yeah, so this will get much warmer as the engine kind of heat soaks. Now, under green, the good news, there'll be some air circulating in the car. The bad news, it's hard to stay hydrated. You can't really get any fluids under green. Under caution, you have the time to get a drink. You would think that would help cool you off, but as the car slows down, the heat goes up. This is something that all these drivers are going to have. I think they're physically fit enough that that's not the challenge. The challenge is staying mentally focused. Can you stay as focused as possible with the heat being a major distraction?
So we talked a little bit about points. They were reset to 3,000, and then all of the playoff points were added to them. And that's what we heard Kim say about William Byron. Both William Byron and Martin Truex Jr., their playoff points are 36, so they've got a good advantage starting this round.
Well, what we learned last round was a good advantage isn't a guarantee. Martin Truex Jr. went into Bristol on the outside looking in after 2 bad races. Now you look at this round, Talladega and the Roval, the next 2 races, no one on this page wants to depend on those. You think about Bubba Wallace, you would think about Talladega. Well, why not Texas? If he could get the job done here today, he advances automatically, doesn't have to worry about it.
You mentioned Bubba Wallace. Let's listen into his radio, a little pep talk here before the green.
All right, team. Great job. Great job of starting off this weekend on the right foot. Get this last lap to enjoy it. And then let's lock in and do what we need to do. Appreciate every single one of you. See you at the end of it.
Lock in, do what we need to do. I think it's a focused Bubba. He's one who's publicly mentioned anxiety really gnaws at him, and he's looking for confidence.
Well, I'm going to tell you, focus is what all these drivers better be. In practice and qualifying, we saw turns 1 and 2 be the trouble spot in the Cup Series. The Xfinity Series race, we saw Sam Mayer wreck first corner, first lap. The outside lane will come in, much like Dale Jr. said in the pre-race, but it might not be there right now. So for Chris Buescher or the 54 Ty Gibbs, how committed can they be?
The round...
Pace car heads to pit road as the field rumbles into the Geico restart zone. We are underway for the round of 12 opener at Texas. No big push from behind by Brad Keselowski to the back of the 23 car into the first turn. Chris Buescher got a nice push from rookie Ty Gibbs in the outside lane, so they'll stay side by side for the lead. 3 wide already, middle of the top 10, right around where Denny Hamlin is in that upper lane, trying to keep it off of both the... Looks like 19 and the 5s that are right around him. Chris Buescher on the outside lane through turns 3 and 4. Very treacherous to run there. Trying to stay with Wallace, but he just gets beat, and Bubba Wallace will lead the opening lap of the race as he clears Buescher off of turn 4. Keselowski was able to get to third, and for Ty Gibbs, he is still stuck in the outside lane as Ross Chastain got by him, and it looks like he may get passed by A.J. Allmendinger for that 5th place position as they continue to battle off of turn 2. They were the only cars that were still side-by-side inside the top 10, and now they are no longer side-by-side as Allmendinger will surrender that spot to Gibbs, who will hang on for 5th. Single file through pretty much about the top 15 right now as they all just try to settle in for the opening laps of this race until rubber starts to build and add a slight bit more grip on this hot, slick racetrack, which is going to be very treacherous as the tires start to give way later in the run. Not sure exactly what's going on with our leaderboard right now, so it's still showing them on the warm-up lap, but currently in this race on lap 3, headed to lap number 4. 0.3 of a second advantage already for Bubba Wallace over Chris Buescher. Half a second off the lead is Brad Keselowski in 3rd. Ross Chastain in 4th, 1.2 seconds back, and Ty Gibbs is 1.6 seconds back in 5th. So that's the intervals between the top 5 positions in the early laps of this race. Coming up on lap 5, Wallace leads them back to the start-finish line.
Right on corner exit.
Bubba Wallace early on in this one has pulled out to 3-4 car length lead. Brad Keselowski running in the 3rd spot. Chastain and Gibbs top 5. Allmendinger up there in 6th. Kyle Busch, Daniel Suarez, Christopher Bell, and Kyle Larson all in the top 10. Steve, fuel-wise, with this first stage 80 laps, they can't make it all the way, or can they on fuel?
Just shy as we see Ryan Blaney in that bright yellow car inside the 41 of Ryan Preece. These cars could go about 67 to 72 laps on fuel. This first one being 80. This tire has pretty good grip and keeps grip, but it does slow down a little bit, so I expect them to try to break this up somewhat near the middle of the stage.
And I think that's when we'll see the cars move up off the bottom of the racetrack. When the pace is lost on the bottom, you can't find grip and speed. It was there in the Xfinity race yesterday after about 20 or 30 laps on the run. But already right here, Tyler Reddick, one of the better cars, one of the better drivers using that second groove or the higher line at all these racetracks, trying to take the spot away from this 48 car. They've been battling for about 2 laps here, and he's finally going to give it up down into turn 1 and allow Bowman to go through.
Tyler Reddick with the Toyota on board, able to get out front and win a year ago at this racetrack.
Just get back in your rhythm, hit your mark here.
And Kim, what's going on with the 78 of BJ McLeod?
Yeah, we talk about the tools drivers have to keep themselves cool in the race car, especially with hot temperatures. Well, for BJ, his cool suit has failed. These drivers have cool suits that pump cold water all around their torso to keep their core temperature down. Well, his has failed, and with talking with drivers, especially playoff drivers, that was their biggest fear here today, is a failure of a cool suit, because it is much worse having a failed cool suit than no cool suit at all, because it ends up pumping what is warm water all around you through the entirety of the race.
Yeah, you can't unplug it. Down on the bottom left, it's plugged into the box, so you could be able to unplug that, but it's still like wearing a triple layer coat underneath your uniform, which is already multiple layers. It is a great invention, one of the best inventions for driver comfort that's come along in some time, if not the history of the sport, to be honest with you. It's multiple multiple degrees cooler for your torso. What we used to have before that, Jeff, were just the helmet fans. We had actual cooler that pushed cold air into the helmet. Now the drivers are asked to choose between one or the other, and just about every one of them's taking that vest because it works so well.
Before the Xfinity race yesterday, Justin Allgaier told me that he thought it would add years to drivers being able to drive in race cars. It makes that big of a difference. The problem is when it fails, it's that much worse because, yes, you can unplug it, but that water is still still in that vest, and we've actually burned race drivers, blistered their skin. That's how hot it gets.
So an issue already for BJ McLeod and his cool suits.
Cool suits have been around the sport for decades, Rick, and they've failed for decades. Even with the technology today, it's never sure whether that thing's going to work for you every time you get in the car. Marty, what are we hearing on the 19 car?
Well, Junior, you brought up an interesting point. You said sometimes the crew chiefs will make you decide, what do you want to do? Do you want to have the AC helmet running, or do you want to wear a cool shirt? Well, Martin Truex Jr. wears a cool shirt for every race. James Small does not let him have an air conditioner normally, but he did for this weekend. First time in a year and a half he has an air conditioner blowing cool air into the helmet. Why is that a decision? Well, Steve, it adds 9 pounds to the race car, but maybe more importantly, it pulls amperage off the car, which could take away a little bit of power. 26 amps to make that cool unit run for the helmet.
You see Kyle Larson moving to the inside of Christopher Bell. Denny Hamlin's going to try to join him. I'm glad you finished that story because you're making my man James Small just seem like he was mean. No air conditioner for Truex, but it does. That weight, 9 pounds, might not seem like a lot on a 3,500-pound stock car, but if it hurts where you put it or it changes the center of gravity, it can make a difference. The amperage, a little less of a concern because these guys now can turn the alternator off on a final restart. That kind of gives you the power back. But defend my man James, it's performance reasons.
And just to clear it up, it's not the normal AC unit that has a belt on it that pulls power away from the engine.
Right, it's a self-contained unit, basically inside the race car. But yeah, it's some crew chiefs fight for that weight, some don't. I think I would give it to you drivers down there. I'm a nice guy, Dale. I always gave you the AC.
Well, it is the hottest race ever at Texas, and right now the hottest driver is
Bubba Wallace out in front of the field. Chris Buescher remains in second. Brad Keselowski third. Ross Chastain fourth. And Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 5. Still working on trying to get that leaderboard up for you guys for the meantime. Unfortunately, NASCAR's website isn't working with us right now. There's a way to get it on NBC.com early in the season when we were having the troubles with this, but for some reason I'm not able to find it, unless it's NBCmotorsports.com. Motor. Yeah, I don't know where to click to go and find it from here. It's NASCAR's website, which we know is not working. It'll end up popping up at some point before the end of this race. It usually pops up. We haven't really had to wait longer than half the race before. I think there was only one time where it actually lasted until the start of stage 3. So again, if you're just tuning in, wondering where the leaderboard's at, if you are a returning viewer of the channel, NASCAR's website is a little behind on trying to get that up for us. It had it up for the pace laps, but it wasn't counting the actual race laps once they got the green flag. And now I can't even pull the original leaderboard that we did have up. On the raw feed. Well, now I can. It wasn't even pulling this up before. But even once the website ends up refreshing, as it just did, it's still showing the pace laps, which is weird because if you see up here where the cursor's at on the screen, it still shows a green flag. But the laps aren't counting, and obviously the time and scoring isn't counting either. So hopefully that'll be up and running here at some point. Hopefully sooner rather than later. We'll wait for that to come on. Here is more of the actual broadcast.
18 laps up front for Bubba Wallace, and as we take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, there's a reason why. Bubba Wallace is continuing to turn fast laps. He's turned the fastest lap that has been run. It was on lap 2, 29.303 seconds around this mile-and-a-half racetrack at an average speed of 184 miles an hour. There's Daniel Suarez in the 9, just in front of the 5 of Kyle Larson.
Larson running just a little bit higher through the middle of 3 and 4. Saw him doing that in practice, just trying to find out whether there's a lot of rubber from the right side tires on the bottom groove. So he puts the left sides in that rubber to see if that actually helps the car find speed, find grip. Watch Denny moving up the racetrack here in 1 and 2. He's able to create any momentum down the back straightaway. Seeing a lot of drivers starting to move around, starting to look for speed off the bottom of the racetrack.
Is this early, 20 laps in?
Hey, I love it. We're hearing drivers talking about cars getting tighter. A tight race car is definitely a car you're going to try to drive up the racetrack and get some rotation. You move up the racetrack because it's too slow and tight on the bottom. A loose race car stays on the bottom, stays turning. A tight car is one that you're going to chase up the racetrack and try to find some rotation in the higher grooves. This car right here, Kyle Busch, I've seen him run some laps as well in the second, third groove down in turn 3 and 4. He's back to the bottom of the racetrack right here, trying to track down A.J. Allmendinger, who's having a great run so far this weekend.
Saw Martin Truex Jr. there make the pass on William Byron, so Truex Jr. moves up to 17th. Again, those two coming into this round, the most points, so the most playoff points that they were able to earn starting this round, which helps them out. The comparison is Bubba Wallace coming in with no playoff points. For him to advance, we've looked at the history, it's going to take about 104 points, which if you break that down into the 3 races, it's 35 points a race, which means he has to finish second in these 3 races to get that many points. For William Byron and Martin Truex Jr., they've got to finish 14th to get the same number of points because of all the playoff points they're starting with.
The big difference maker, though, is you're assuming both 0 in the stages.
Yes.
There are 20 points available, so for Bubba Wallace, who's qualified on the pole, I think that's the pathway. I don't look as much at the finishes as points earned. So for Bubba Wallace, cars like him that are on the outside of the playoff, currently below the cut line, they need stage points. That's Bubba Wallace's goal. Unfortunately, for the other side of the playoff guys, Ryan Blaney is the guy down there in 12th, currently at minus 35, and it's going to take a big mix-up of the field for him to score stage points because he's all the way back in 25th, Jeff.
Yeah, he does not have the pace that he needs to have. His teammate Joey Logano is running in 23rd position. So, yeah, when you're trying to get points and you need stage points and you cannot get yourself up through there, it's going to make your challenge that much more difficult.
Ryan Blaney, again, making his 300th career start.
Well, he's been top 10 of 8 of his last 9 races here, and he won the All-Star race back in 2022, which is even more shocking to see this 12 car struggling like it is.
Yeah, I'm confused. I thought that he'd have a great shot to make the Final Four and even race for his first championship. Now, that still could happen, but this team really needs to find some speed. The Fords struggled all year long, but now we're starting to see Brad Keselowski, Buescher, some of the other Fords compete, win races. Penske has just not moved the needle net. Let's listen to some 12 radio.
My entry into 1 is getting looser. Next is getting looser, but it's getting worse in 3 and 4. Actually, the entry is getting looser both ends. Losing overall grip.
Yeah, I talked to Ryan Blaney this morning, and he just told me that the trouble that they've been having is that yesterday they were just super tight on entry, and he needed to free it up, but he was so loose on exit he couldn't. So he couldn't carry enough speed into the corner because it wouldn't turn. And if he tried to loosen it up so it would turn, then it couldn't, the rear tires did not stick on corner exit. And that is going to be difficult to fix. They're going to have, this team will fight all day long and they'll work hard, but they are challenged today and the conditions are going to make it harder for them.
We just saw Eric Jones make the pass there a minute ago on Tyler Reddick, and no surprise, the 43 team has looked very good to start off these playoffs.
And I'll give it to all of Legacy Motor Club, not just the 43. I think the 43 and the 42. There's Eric Jones right there, and that bright silver with black number paint scheme, a little different look. But Hocevar in the 42, Jones in the 43, I have both, in my opinion, continued to improve. So as Legacy moves to Toyota next year, they're having some really good momentum out of what we've seen in these final few races.
You mentioned that paint scheme. It's a partnership between Versus Everybody, which is a leading apparel company from Detroit, and Legacy Motor Club. And the brand is launching a merchandise line that will be available online at DallasVersusEverybody.com. And what it's to do is celebrate that brand of the deep-rooted spirit and cultural vibrancy that is right here in the state of Texas. And Legacy Motor Club has that available at their merchandise hall. You can get it online as well. The portion of the proceeds from the merchandise sales go to the Eric Jones Foundation. But getting out and seeing different parts of Dallas that some of these drivers might not see every day.
He's looking around the racetrack, and I love what I'm seeing from this 43 car, finding good speed. He's closing in on Denny Hamlin, Larson. Drivers are starting to make passes in 3 and 4 by using a high lane. The grip is developed over there first. Drivers are starting to get up the racetrack. That helps them down the front straightaway. And now that some spotters are seeing other drivers doing it, we're going to start to see it migrate to the front of the pack. That's what always happens. Guys in the back of the pack try it first. They make it work. That information goes to the front. Do not be surprised at all to see what's happening right here with Eric Jones start to happen with everybody in the field. Kyle Busch right there just made a pass on A.J. Allmendinger. He's been working on this pass for probably 15 laps. Finally able to get up to the back bumper of that 16 car, get to the high side of 3 and 4. Closing in on the 54 of Gibbs, who has Keselowski in front of him. Where does the 8 car go down here in 3 and 4? Back to the top of the racetrack? Yes, he does. Trying to create momentum right here. The 54 Gibbs moves up as well. Dave, what are you hearing on the 8 car?
Well, I thought I heard that one of the reasons why that pass took so long was because the car was tight, but it was difficult to understand Kyle on the radio, and I think he was having the same trouble hearing his crew.
60 radios in my helmet. You were talking over the top of them. That's why we couldn't hear them.
And since then, the communication has been fairly clear between the team and the 8 driver. A little bit tight right now for Kyle. You see him working both sides of this. And by the way, guys, crews down here getting loosened up like they're getting ready for the first round of pit stops.
Steve, you mentioned that they'd break maybe this stage up, which we're about 5-6 laps away from the middle of this stage.
That's really going to be the key. I believe we're going to see a big wave of pit stops about 5 or 6 laps from here.
Bubba Wallace still out front. He's led all 33 laps.
Once again, your top 5, Bubba Wallace, followed by Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, Brad Keselowski, and Ty Gibbs rounding out the top 5 as they head to a full-screen commercial break on the USA Network. We'll keep our live commentary coverage rolling here for the time being. Again, a reminder, I have not been able to get NASCAR's website up. Well, I mean, I'm not going to say it's my problem. Well, it's my problem because I'm trying to show you guys the leaderboard, but unfortunately NASCAR's raw feed on their website that they use for the live timing and scoring is not working right now, and therefore I have not been able to actually get that updated. You can see the top 3 at the middle portion of the screen, probably middle third portion of the screen for you guys, maybe closer towards the top. Lap 35 of 267. Probably expecting green flag pit stops next time through. So you'll get to listen into that again. Sorry for playing more of the race broadcasts rather than my commentary, but I don't have any scoring to really go off of to kind of help further the commentary side of things. So just going to have to wait for that to come on. I've been logging out, logging back in. I mean, there's really nothing I can do other than to continue to do that until it pops up at some point. I can get to here, which looks like our normal leaderboard. Unfortunately, though, once it actually refreshes, it still stays as if they're on the pace laps, even though we're under green flag conditions. Wallace has led every lap so far from the start of the race. Kyle Busch was all over Ty Gibbs looking to get into the top 5 right as they were cutting to commercial. And here is our first wave of stops. Christopher Bell's in.
Green flag stops have started here at Texas Motor Speedway. Christopher Bell, the first to take that opportunity. Little chassis adjustment there for Fred fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco Fuel still needs a little bit better balance to do what he wants. And there, a little bit trouble it looks like on that left rear, getting the tire. Slow stop for Christopher Bell as more cars making their way down, including Ross Chastain. He was telling the team the back of the car is loose. He felt like he had no right rear contact with the racetrack. Asked for more rear stability. The crew for fresh Goodyear tires, a chassis adjustment, and Sunoco Fuel. Marty?
Kim talked to Scott Graves, the crew chief for Chris Buescher this morning, and he said a lot of concern about tires here at Texas this weekend, even though it's a new Goodyear tire. And he said, I think everybody's going to play it very conservative, but a problem for Buescher, can't get going out of his stall. Meanwhile, Bubba Wallace is coming down pit road as well, said the car was just a little bit tight. He told Booty Barker, let's keep this track position if we can. That's going to be the name of the game. Can you keep your car up front all day long? For 23-11, it's been a fantastic playoffs in terms of pit road. Bubba's team has been very solid after a shaky regular season. Denny Hamlin on pit road as well. Said he just couldn't go anywhere. He was right behind Kyle Larson for much of that run. Felt like the car felt like it was out of the track. Green flag stops here happening halfway through stage one.
So much importance placed on the pit crews right now, not making mistakes. We saw.
Still waiting to see how everything cycles through pit road. AJ Allmendinger, Austin Dillon, Alex Bowman, Eric Almirola, Justin Haley, Ty Gibbs are all on their way in. This will cycle Bubba Wallace back into the race lead again. And it looks as if he's got about a 5-second advantage or so over... we're still waiting on the leaderboard to cycle out. It should have been 6th on the racetrack, but then looks like there are more cars that have not yet hit pit road to this point. I don't even think NBC's leaderboard is completely accurate right now either. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it showed Bowman on pit road. So Wallace is being scored in 8th. 9th place for Ross Chastain. And Chastain was able to close that gap. Oh, Austin Dillon up against the outside wall, sliding down the racetrack. His right rear tire has come off, and we're under caution for the first time this afternoon. Austin Dillon goes around in turns 3 and 4, backs it into the outside wall after the right rear tire comes off the race car. Right in the middle, a green flag stops, and this is going to trap quite a few drivers a lap down.
That's the whole wheel off the car, Steve.
Yeah, separated from the tire.
Yeah, so a bunch of things can happen. Obviously, the wheel nut
It's like the wheels broke.
had to come off or something.
We'll talk about it, obviously.
Well, there you go. So a couple things. So we see the outside of the wheel. I can't see now at the right rear hub to see if the center of the wheel is still attached to the car. But without a doubt, the majority of the wheel has come off. So it either A, was loose, and what happens when it gets loose is it can fall onto the brake caliper, which will cut the wheel. Like it's in a lathe, like it's in a piece of machinery. It literally cuts right through it. But there's so many things that could go wrong, but it was after the pit stop, so it's got to be pretty clear it had something to do with that. This is entering 3, guys.
Watch the car behind him, Martin Truex Jr. He's going to go up the racetrack. He sees the problem. Tire wheel comes off the car, hard into the outside wall. And that's just such a helpless feeling for the 3 of Dillon. I mean, you can't do anything. I mean, he knew something was going on, but you can't just slow the car down and stop it. You're absolutely flying down the back straightaway. I wasn't sure if Martin got through there clean. Looking at it from a distance from the booth here as it was happening. It's been that kind of year for Austin Dillon and this team. They just...
Well, so the question, I think, is right here. If we freeze it, I see tire, I see wheel, and if you zoom right there, I believe that is the wheel nut. That is the evidence for you. Tight wheels don't come off. Tight wheel nuts do not come off. So very confident that this is an issue post pit stop for the 3 car. So crazy at this speed. You see all the components. You could hear the frustration. We also heard the crew chief said they would talk about it. So obviously a miscue. A good opportunity for 7 cars who had yet to come to pit road. I had mentioned some guys in the back that may try to stay out. Well, Ty Dillon, Chase Elliott. Here comes the wheel nut right there behind the car. You're going to see it come into screen. That's telestration over a moving part, Rick. That's
That's next
advanced
level.
drawing right
Next
there. I
level.
usually mess that up.
And Steve, we talk about the challenges for the drivers in this condition, but it's for everybody. And so the pit crew sits there and they sit and they sit and they wait and they wait. Car comes down pit road, and obviously it's a tough job, and it's made that much tougher with these conditions.
So all of the playoff cars had serviced their vehicle except for Blaney. Now, the good news for all of those cars, they're back on the lead lap just because of how many cars stayed out and where they stayed out from. Now, for Ryan Blaney, who's now running in the third position, it was a disastrous start. Car not driving great, but they were communicating about it. He was all the way back at 25th. Now he's running third. He'll come down and get service. Now, all of these cars are going to lose track position to a bunch of cars that have already pitted. But, Dave, they're going to be able to make adjustments and stay on the lead lap.
Ty Dillon asked, hey, why don't we just stay out and keep everybody down a lap? And crew chief Bonamanyan said, nah, that would be a net negative. So come on down, 4 Goodyear tires and fuel, and the 77 will head back out. Good run for Spire Motorsports staying out there. Kim?
Blaney needing major help on that race car. Still no rear grip. Wrecking loose, he said. 4-wheel drift, but going way more free than it is tight. So air pressure adjustment, 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Marty?
Chase Elliott on pit road said, I'm not completely unhappy with the balance of the car. They get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. He did interestingly say it feels like the right rear has too much air in it. So the handful of cars that did not pit under the green flag cycle pit here under caution.
So the first caution comes out of the day, and it happens here with the 3 of Austin Dillon. Wheel coming off, driver slamming into the wall, caution coming out.
So right rear tire falling off of Austin Dillon's car post green flag pit stop in the middle going of stage 1 is the reason for our first caution of the race this afternoon at Texas. Bubba Wallace would have been the leader if we had cycled through. Ryan Blaney, I believe, as they mentioned on the broadcast, was on pit road when the caution came out, so he is actually going to be the leader. And then the other drivers who were on the lead lap waiting for that caution will cycle to the tail end of the lead lap cars, and everybody who would have been a lap down will be able to take the wave around, but they'll have to line up, obviously, at the tail end of the field to get their lap back. Unaware of exactly who all those drivers would be taking the wave around right now with our leaderboard not working properly up to this point. So again, hopefully NASCAR.com's website will update at some point sometime soon, and we'll get that leaderboard back up and running per usual for you guys that are tuning in. We do have over 250 people watching right now, 84 likes on the stream. I know there's no leaderboard, but I'd appreciate it if you guys hit that like button. I'm sure we'll have it at some point sometime soon. Thanks for tuning in, though. Packers won 18-17. They came back down 17-0, it sounds. Crazy if they actually did. What a comeback. Cannon 37, thanks for tuning in. Like the Blaney hat, me too. AJ Summers, Kim Traverse, also thanks for tuning in. Keep top 10 updated. Yeah, I'll try to. The problem is when they cut the commercial, I can't memorize the exact order off the top of my head, and that could change obviously during like the commercial break. So I'm only really able to broadcast it while the race is going on, but if I'm playing the leaderboard or playing the broadcast for you guys from the USA Network while I'm trying to get the leaderboard up and running here, it's a little harder. Chastity Plum, also welcome into the stream. Denny is doing good. Susan Greenland, welcome back. Leomar Ayala, thanks for tuning in also. And Al May, also welcome to the stream. How about updating the lap? I'm trying. There's nothing I can do. It's all a NASCAR website glitch that is going on right now. Looks like the top 3 in the restart is actually going to be Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, and Kyle Busch. That we can see.
Camera angles, just visit NASCAR.com/drive, or you can download the NASCAR mobile app to watch all the action. And I know there's 12 fans that are watching very closely. The race to 1 million is heating up in the NASCAR Powerball Playoff. 12 fans are locked in for a chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. Follow the playoffs to see who advances and who gets cut. 122 degrees. By the way, the folks at Hunt Brothers Pizza told me that they can bake a pizza at 550 degrees. So thankfully, they're not going to be anywhere near that inside these cars today. But still, it's climbing. 122 now in the cockpit there for Kevin Harvick. Kim, how about the 20? And it seems like rinse and repeats. We've had issues on pit road again.
Yeah, multiple issues during the playoffs for this team, and Dave touched on the switch for the playoffs. This used to be Ty Gibbs' crew. You know, at first glance, we thought maybe it was a tire changer issue. It was actually a jack issue. They did not get the jack all the way up on the left side, so they had to wait for the jackman to re-jack it up before they could get the tires changed on that left side. But again, multiple issues during the playoffs. This was the crew, remember, that won the pit crew challenge back at the All-Star race for Ty Gibbs. They switched this team to Christopher Bell for the playoffs, and again, multiple races with issues on pit road for this pit crew.
Well, the result, the 15.6 second pit stop, 12th to 16th. So it was a lot more time than that on the racetrack, but bunching it up under yellow will make it look a little bit less painful. Ty Gibbs as well, another Joe Gibbs Racing pit crew. The other half of the 20 swap had a 21.5 second pit stop. They were 5th before, and now they're way down the running order, so all the way 28th at this point.
And Chris Buescher, he was 2nd when the whole green flag pit stop cycle started, and then he has this issue, stalling it in pit road.
Yeah, I don't know if he was waiting for that left front tire changer or it just stalled on it, but either way, he went from 2nd to 4th. So Buescher 2nd to 4th, Christopher Bell 12th to 16th, the big loser, Ty Gibbs from inside the top 10 all the way back to 28th, Marty.
On the Ty Gibbs stop, they actually got the air hose caught on the right front side of the car. Had to go back around and unhook that to be able to finish the stop. And Buescher simply said after that stop, my bad. Sometimes that happens, right, Jeff Burton? You can stall it leaving the stall.
Yeah, you can. You don't want to make that mistake. You get by with it early in the race, but late it's going to cost you. Bubba Wallace was leading the race. He chose the inside line.
Wallace on the inside will lead the field to the green. Chastain to the outside of row 1 as we're back to racing at Texas. Wallace going to try to swing up wide, but the 1 is there quickly, and now going to side draft the right rear corner panel of the 23 as they head through turns 1 and 2. Door to door for the race lead off the exit of the corner. Still trouble back of the pack. Alex Bowman, Eric Almirola are around, and the caution flag is out again as they bang against one another in the center of the corner mid-slide. Doesn't look like there is severe damage on either of those cars. Maybe for Almirola on the right front, it appears. Maybe he had made contact with the wall, but we are under caution quickly once again following the early restart.
Inside the top 20 on that restart into 1. And building confidence in the racetrack. When we dropped the green flag on the initial start, everybody kind of tiptoed through there. Now everybody's getting confidence and racing. You see right here, Alex Bowman with the 42 car on the bottom.
Yeah, it looks like we're 3 wide. Hocevar just up the track a little bit. And it kind of squeezes everybody together. I'd like to see that again. I thought Hocevar might have got up a foot or so in a tight situation, but
they're running right around the 15th position there, the 2 of them.
Lucky there's no more cars involved in that than it was, right in the middle of the pack. Here you go, great shot.
Wide 2 rows in front.
yeah, Hocevar's up the track just a little bit, and it just kind of upsets the 48 car, whether there was contact or whatever. You know, if you're going to make that move, it's a good aggressive move. It's a great way to make some ground up. You got to attack on these restarts. But if you're going to dive at the bottom, putting other cars 3 wide, you absolutely have to make sure you stay tight around that apron and don't put those guys in a bad situation.
And there'll be little benefit of doubt given to a rookie driver, right? A rookie driver is going to be, they're going to not like that at all. When a rookie driver pushes the issue, gets up the racetrack a little bit, they're going to put a lot of pressure on Carson. They go, hey, man, we're not going to race like that. We'll see later in the race if they come back to have a friendly conversation.
Steve, you pointed at the screen. Who's maybe the most beneficial here who shouldn't have been there?
Yeah, that bright green 20 car, he got lucky the 48 spun back to the left, or that could have been day ender for Christopher Bell.
So I believe Bubba Wallace and Ross Chastain remain at the front of the field. Kyle Busch still in third as we are under caution for the second time here in Stage 1. We're going to have a little less than 30 laps to go in this first stage when they get back to racing. Saltwater cures everything. Thanks for tuning in. Stunter28, also welcome to the stream. Frank Powers. Kyler Leah. And Monster Segment. Thanks for tuning in. 95 likes. Goal to get to 150. Dolphins scored 70 points today. $70-20. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I just got that alert on my phone. What is that? If I do this the rest of the season, definitely get the subscription. Not annoying. I appreciate if you guys subscribe to the channel anyway. It is free. Appreciate that for you not calling me annoying. We usually have a leaderboard here at the ready for us. Unfortunately, it is not working on NASCAR's website right now. And there's nothing I can do other than just, logging out of the website, logging back in. We've had this issue a handful of times throughout the course of the season, and usually, right around the end of stage 1, midway through the race, it's up and running like normal. We didn't have any issues with it during the Xfinity Series race yesterday. We will be back next weekend for live commentary. The Xfinity Series will have their final off week of the year next week, but the Truck Series will be racing at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Saturday afternoon at Talladega. We'll have coverage for that. And we'll also have Talladega Cup Series coverage next Sunday as well at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on the channel. So for more live commentary coverage for any Truck, Xfinity, or Cup Series races that I don't attend in person, you can listen right here to those races on the channel. So again, we'll be back next week, and we'll also be back 100% guaranteed for the week after that at the Roval as well for the Xfinity and the Cup Series elimination races in the round of 12.
Coverage of NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit Progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank, a credit card company. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Texas. The Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400. And the first car out of this race is Austin Dillon, and he is now out of the infield care center, and Dave is there.
Rick walked here under his own power. You okay, and what happened?
Yeah, we had a loose wheel. Just stinks. It's kind of been the way our year's gone. Coming off of turn 2, it's a little slick there getting up to speed, and I didn't really think it was a loose wheel, but it was really loose, which could have given me a little bit of hint, but got down in there in the 3 and 4, and you see the wheel just come off, and unfortunate, man. We'll go back to work and try and stay positive the rest of the year and try and get a win with the Bass Pro Shop team.
Thanks, Austin. See you next week.
You can hear Austin there dealing with a little bit of a head cold, a little bit concerned about whether he could run the full distance today considering the heat and how uncomfortable it would be in the car. Glad to see he's out talking to us.
Yeah, out and okay. After hitting that driver's side up into the wall. We've talked about how hot it is. You really got to applaud the fans here in Texas that have come out in droves. The sun beating down on them. We've heard the temperature feeling like it's about 108 degrees out there. Ambient temperature over 100 degrees right now. But the fans out here showing their support.
Yeah, it's great to see them here. They're tough. They're tough to sit out here in this heat. Really appreciate them.
So we're going to try this again. Bubba Wallace on the inside. Ross Chastain on the outside. Kyle Busch on the inside of row 2 for Chris Buescher. Prosper, Texas, Chris Buescher on the outside of row 2.
27 laps to go in stage 1. Green flag back in the air once again. Wallace and Chastain on the front row for the second straight restart. See if the field can make it through 1 and 2 this time. Kyle Busch got a great shot from Kyle Larson from behind. Goes 3 wide to the inside for the lead, but then quickly backs out of it as he goes up the racetrack a little bit, now trying to get up in front of Ross Chastain, who almost ends up in the wall off the exit of the corner. 3 wide for Larson. He'll go underneath Busch. Caution further back in the pack again. The 51 car is around this time. It looks like his right rear might have come off. It did. The second right rear tire to come off a race car in this first stage. This time it's from the 51 of Todd Gilliland. And our second straight caution on the first lap following a restart.
These cars at some racetracks, Steve, the
cars actually sit on the racetrack, and it just, you cannot get the car moving, and NASCAR will have to come and either hook up to it or push it back. Todd Gilliland driving this car. Remember, there are few races this year that Todd Gilliland gets out of his normal car that he drives. Zane Smith is in it.
Up. We want Autotrader. I'm filling him up here.
Todd's in this car. Todd is signed full-time for next year, back in his normal car.
So right there is Todd exiting turn 2. Wheel trying to come off the car as he's trying to get down the straightaway. It's on pit road, lap 39. So that one took a little while to come off.
And Steve, a wheel comes off on the racetrack. What's the penalty for this team?
Well, if they were able to continue, it's a 2-lap penalty, but the big thing is he's going to lose a couple crew members under suspension. That's been adjusted, so in pass, as you see the wheel nut bouncing off the pit wall and coming back across. So last year it was kind of a post-event penalty. They've changed it where now there's a during-event part of it as well. If the wheel stays on pit road, the penalty is much less severe. You just tail end of the longest line because they assume you're trying to do the right thing. But if you carry a loose wheel onto the racetrack and it comes off on the racetrack, that's 2 laps, and it's also a couple crew members. What's surprising about these wheels is they're right sides. We normally see left sides, like the jack gets dropped before the tire changer gets the wheel tight, but on the right side, it must be an installation issue.
And Steve, one of the other issues that they're going to have, they say, we just heard Spotter and everyone saying they wanted to be towed back to their pits, but they normally would hook to the wheels, but now when you don't have a wheel in the back, if you hook to the front, does it drag along where that wheel should have been on the back?
Oh yeah, you're going to drag some stuff off. I mean, you don't want to lose a wheel on the racetrack. It's definitely not good. The big question mark is their day over? As you see the driver out of the car, their day is over, right? They lost a wheel, but that caused them to spin out and wreck. This isn't just a flat tire situation. Their car's sitting on the frame rail, so Todd Gilliland wants to be... It's not up to the crew. There was some confusion earlier a race or two ago about Truex, that he got pulled back to the garage when he wanted to come to... This isn't up to the team. NASCAR decides whether you are wrecked and you are out of the event, or if you just have a flat tire because you are avoiding a wreck. They said they would bring you back to your pit road so you could put fresh tires on it, but this isn't a team decision. You don't get to vote and say, oh, no, I still want to be in the race. That's not how this works.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gilliland. The wheel comes off, he goes around, and then is not able to get back to pit road and is out of the race.
So under caution now for the 3rd time, as we have not had a green flag lap ran since the first caution came out right around lap 40 for Austin Dillon's right rear tire coming off of his race car just after his green flag pit stop. We are at lap 56 as we run right now, about 24 laps to go and counting down in stage 1. The end of this first stage will end at the end of lap 80. Bubba Wallace has dominated the race so far as he is out in front of the field still. Was able to stay ahead of Chastain through turns 1 and 2 on each of these last couple race starts. Hasn't been able to clear him yet though, and of course, it's going to be interesting to see if he can clear him eventually for that race lead. Kyle Busch took a quick peek to the inside 3 wide into turn 1 as Kyle Larson gave him a great push. But unfortunately for Busch, he ended up backing out of it, tried to play it safe. In the process of getting out of the gas as much as he did in 1 and 2, it stalled his momentum out. He ended up in the middle of 3 wide, and Chris Buescher on the outside was able to get up to 3rd, which is pretty much where he was in the top 3 for most of that first run. Through the cycle of green flag pit stops, Chastain had leapfrogged from 3rd to 2nd ahead of Buescher, who was a little slow coming out of his pit box, which was the reason why he had lost that position on the racetrack. Waiting to get back to the green flag once again at the Texas Motor Speedway. Silent Al Scribe, thanks for tuning in. Dale, thanks for posting the updates on the running order also while our leaderboard is down for the time being. Dean Batucci, thanks for tuning in also. The Academy, thank you for watching. Throw up a car cam from NASCAR Drive page. I don't want to because I don't want to risk getting copyrighted for that. I feel like I would. Daniel Powers, welcome back into the stream.
to the wheel and how it is supposed to be installed. So we're going to take our wheel gun, spin the nut off, and as the wheel comes off, the nut itself stays in the socket. It actually is held in there with a magnet, which is nice. So then you have two big components. You have these drive pins, which lock the wheel in place, and a locking mechanism, which holds the wheel nut on, assuming the wheel nut is installed correctly and over that locking mechanism far enough. So when the wheel gets put on, it gets turned left or right until it finds one of those pins. Then it gets pressed all the way onto the pin, and then the tire changer comes in, tightens the wheel up. Important that he tightens it all the way over the locking mechanism. In these situations, either the jack is getting dropped on the right side too soon, and the weight is on the wheel not allowing it to be tightened up, or the tire changer just isn't pulling it up far enough. Either way, wheels coming off the cars here in Texas.
Two mistakes.
Green flag is going to be back in the air again. Quick cleanup following the caution. 22 to go now in the first stage. Wallace just not getting good pushes on that inside lane into the first turn. Chastain trying to have a wider arc getting into the corner to try to get a run. But it looks like he's going to go a bit wide off the exit of turn 2, and Wallace will be able to clear off of that corner. Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch side by side for third place. Back straightaway. Big block being made further back in the pack for Brad Keselowski on William Byron, who tried to get underneath him. Larson propels himself now up to fifth, passing Denny Hamlin, who could not keep up on the outside lane. He loses another spot, it looks like, on the front stretch to Tyler Reddick in the 45. Buescher to block the 5 of Kyle Larson, and with that drastic move down to the inside, it could be enough needed for Busch in the top lane to be able to pull clear, but Busch has to get out of the gas as he was too far out of the groove. Almost gets into the outside wall. He's going to wave Kyle Larson by him so he can get back down to the bottom into turn 3. Kyle Busch falls from 3rd to 5th on the restart. Hamlin to the outside as Busch is trying to get his momentum back again, and Denny is going to be able to pull clear of Kyle Busch for 6th place now at the start-finish line. And Kyle's got a hungry pack of cars coming up behind him. Still a lot of side-by-side racing going off into the first turn in the back half of the top 10. Reddick to the outside of the 8 off the exit of turn 2. Kyle Busch is free-falling all of a sudden now as he tries to get back into momentum. Keselowski and Byron still door-to-door for 8th. And Bubba Wallace with a half a second lead over Ross Chastain in 2nd. Chris Buescher is 3rd. Kyle Larson 4th. Denny Hamlin is 5th off the restart. Tyler Reddick 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. William Byron is in 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 10 with 19 laps to go in stage 1. As far as the spotlight drivers go, sleeper picks, Wallace was one of them. He leads. Eric Jones, another one of them, in 10th. And Ty Gibbs is 21st as he has fallen back after starting 4th in this race today. So 2 for 3 on that as of right now in stage 1. The must-have picks all in the top 10, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The Buescher, Larson, then Hamlin. And then the don't-have picks, so I predicted not to get top 10 finishes today. Ryan Blaney is in 20th. Gotta wait for the leaderboard update on the screen real quick here. So Blaney is 20th. Kevin Harvick is 16th, and Chase Elliott is 18th. Chastain seemed to be about a 10th quicker than Wallace that last lap. It looks like our raw feed is now working. So we will have that live leaderboard up and running for the rest of the race now as we are at lap 63 of 80 in this first stage and of 267 total in the race. So there you go, guys. Now you can definitely hit that thumbs up if you haven't done so yet, as we'll be able to keep the leaderboard on the screen for the rest of the race. Much needed playoff point here for Bubba Wallace. Really just the 10 stage points in this round is going to be massive for him after qualifying on the pole, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Out in front of the field, Ross Chastain in 2nd place. Just can't keep up with the 23 car right now. Toyota followed by a Chevy, Ford, another Chevy, and a Toyota in the top 5 for the manufacturer race there. 15 to go, first stage. The only laps Wallace has not led today was the cycling of green flag pit stops, and of course a caution came out in the middle of the green flag stops, which kind of prolonged Ty Dillon being out in the lead at the time. Dominating start. It's going to be interesting if anybody can get in front of the 23, get dirty air on the nose of Wallace's car, and we'll see how his car may handle in traffic, as he hasn't had to deal with that yet. Chastain looked to be a little bit tight off the exit of turn 4 that time. It seemed like he went up towards the wall a little bit quicker off the exit of the corner than what the car in front and all the cars it looked like behind him did. Chris Buescher within a second of the lead as he is slowly closing the gap right now on Chastain for second, but it's going to be difficult to pass him if he can get close enough. Joey Logano has mightily struggled in this race, currently in 29th rather, restarted 34th. Brought the car back onto pit road, it looked like, to tighten up the right front. Making sure that that wasn't loose, especially with the loose lugs that we have already seen, causing multiple wheels to come off from cars in the early going of the race. But problems continuing for Logano in the 2023 playoffs. We'll go through the full field running order now that we do have our leaderboard up and running for the first time today. At lap 68, Bubba Wallace again with a half a second lead over Ross Chastain. Chris Buescher's in 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, Denny Hamlin 5th, Tyler Reddick in 6th, Kyle Busch 7th, William Byron 8th, Brad Keselowski 9th, and Eric Jones is 10th. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th, Christopher Bell 12th, Carson Hocevar in 13th, Michael McDowell 14th, Daniel Suarez 15th, Kevin Harvick 16th, AJ Allmendinger 17th, Chase Elliott 18th, Ty Gibbs 19th, and Harrison Burton is 20th. Chase Briscoe in 21st, Ryan Preece 22nd, Corey LaJoie 23rd, Ryan Blaney 24th, Austin Cindric 25th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Eric Almirola 28th, Joey Logano 29th, and Ty Dillon is 30th. Zane Smith in 31st, Alex Bowman 32nd, J.J. Haley 33rd, B.J. McLeod 2 laps down in 34th, Todd Gilliland out of the race 35th, and Austin Dillon out of the race in 36th. Watching some of the lap times, already about 6 seconds of fall off, at least on Wallace's car that last time versus his fastest lap of the race back on lap 2, which was a 29.303. The last lap he ran was a 29.946. Hamlin and Larson battling for 4th. Larson a little defense, comes a half lane off the wall, blocks Hamlin big time into turn 3. Denny had a run on him. Larson not going to allow Hamlin to make the pass. Hamlin has to back out of the gas as they race each other like that. It's going to allow the top 3 to pull away a little bit more. A little bit of mirror driving going on here as they try to hold on for all the stage points they can with less than 10 to go. Top 10 receive stage points, 1 point per position. Busch out of the groove in turn 2. He went wide, had to lift again, similar to what he did on the restart, and Byron will get through to 7th place. Keselowski to the outside, trying to get a run at Kyle Busch. A little loose in the center of the corner there for Brad. He's digging hard trying to get that extra point, but he can't get to the outside of Busch by the exit of the corner, so he'll sit in line behind him at least going into 1 and 2. Eric Jones closing in on both cars now for position as well, as Busch seems to be struggling with the handling of his car, maybe a little too tight, especially in that flatter 1 and 2. Second time now he's made a big mistake off the exit of that corner just in the last 12 laps or so. McLeod is actually 1 lap down right now, and he's the only car lap down, so he should get the free pass at the stage end. Oh, Busch is sideways again in 1 and 2, and he's going to slam the outside wall pretty hard with the back of his race car. Sliding back down the banking, Kyle Busch has crashed out at Texas. He was battling some off-handling conditions in 1 and 2 a few laps before, and this time he's sideways, loses the back of his race car, slams the outside wall. Severe damage to the back of that car is going to knock him out of the race. And more than likely put him well below the cutoff line going into Talladega next weekend. He's going to try to back the car up all the way to pit road. That's an effective way to try to do it, I guess.
It's killed, by the way.
Backing along the apron, coming up on turn 3. You see the safety vehicle actually chasing him.
And look at the damage. Two things. Heavy damage, but visible damage. A year ago, Alex Bowman, this is where he backed in, said it was one of the hardest hits he's ever taken, yet the car looked brand new and he could drive it off. Changes over the offseason to the car, and not that Kyle Busch wanted to test it, but a good sign that the car did fold up and absorb some of that impact. But because of that, you see with the result. The result is a car that is severely damaged. It'll be shocking if they can keep this car going. They're going to be on the damaged vehicle policy from right now. They've entered the yellow line. 7 minutes is all they have to try to make something out of this. Now, I'm scared to say they're done because I said that about Christopher Bell a couple months ago, and he came back and ran inside like the top 15 just to prove us all wrong. So I'm going to give this 8 crew credit. Let's see what kind of magic they can do, and it would take magic.
He needs to pull forward.
So let's take a look as he enters turn 1. The back of the car, just like it steps out right there really early. Definitely like this car was suffering some sort of an issue. And I know we tried to point to many reasons why the balance would be affected the way it was, why he may be feeling the things that he was feeling. I would absolutely, if I was Kyle Busch, want to know how much of the air is in that right front tire right now.
Hey, stay low. Stay low.
He was adamant that there was an issue. I would certainly want to be checking that out, but such an unfortunate ending to his day. Just as we were getting toward the end of stage 1, going to have an opportunity to come to pit road, make the adjustments on this car to get the handling better.
Yeah, that's a great point, Junior. A few more laps and he finishes the stage and he put tires on it and go on and run the rest of the race. And instead, whatever happened, and now he's in big trouble.
And this brings us to a very interesting situation because with 5 laps to go in the stage, could you stay out and get points? Do you want to come get tires? And you see that reason forces a split decision in the field. Bubba Wallace leads a majority of the field. You see Blaney staying out. He jumps out at the last minute thinking maybe he can score some stage points.
Dave.
Kyle Larson wanted Goodyear tires. He also wanted the car to be tightened up just a little bit, Kim.
And there was debate on whether or not they should bring Ross Chastain down pit road. It was tight to fire up and built loose, especially in turn 1, Marty.
Denny Hamlin, knowing how good their car has been in these playoffs, decides to pit here, give up the stage points. But that was an interesting decision for Bubba Wallace. A long debate on the radio. Steve, we talked about how they desperately need playoff points. Bubba told Goody Barker, I'm in for whatever wins this race. And that's it. And the 11 hit the 54 here on pit road, Rick.
Massive damage to the right side of the 11.
Huge contact. I mean, the whole right side of the 11 from jack post back. Heavy damage, and that was contact with the left front right here. Ty Gibbs, where is Ty going? I mean, Ty's in the middle of the lane. He needs to be up much higher. That is, I mean, the 11 ran into him, but the 54 needed to give him more space.
Heavy impact for Denny Hamlin into Ty Gibbs' race car. Doesn't look like there's as much damage on Gibbs' car as what there is on Hamlin. That's going to affect the side force for sure. Right in the pretty much driver's side door, middle of the number on the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. Following exiting his pit box, again where the contact had taken place on pit road. Under caution for the 4th time today. We should get a restart with a lap or 2 left in the stage. Sputtermouth, thanks for tuning in, and thanks for the $2 super chat. Thanks for streaming as always. Of course, pleasure of mine. And thank you for everybody tuning into this stream and every weekend listening to my commentary for the NASCAR Cup Series, Xfinity and Truck Series races for that matter. Mary Harris, thanks for tuning in also. Pulling for the Legacy Motor Club boys. And yeah, they're having a good run going for themselves again here, both in the top 15. 200 likes, that could be possible. The most likes we've ever had is 260. And I think during the Kansas race a few weeks ago, we were very close to that. It was the 3rd most liked stream on the channel this season, if I remember correctly. Try to get this right up there with that, potentially. Got plenty of people watching right now. The goal is to get to 150 at least. We're at 111 late in stage 1. And again, if I had to guess, we're going to have a couple laps left in this stage before we get back to racing. I'm interested as why a lot of the leaders ended up pitting. I understand they'll stay out here, but a lot of playoff drivers going to sacrifice some opportunity at stage points. Chris Buescher out in front of the field. Tyler Reddick has scored second. William Byron third for the restart. Christopher Bell fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Chase Elliott sixth. Chase Briscoe seventh. Ryan Blaney eighth. Ty Gibbs ninth. And Martin Truex Jr. 10th. I don't believe that is accurate on our leaderboard. I think we have to wait for them to get back to the start-finish line this time by. I don't know that all those names towards the top of the leaderboard are accurate. Ty Gibbs backing onto pit road right now.
As the cars are coming up on the chute, and Steve, here's a really crazy situation. You've got plenty of drivers out there that stayed out. They're choosing right now inside, outside. Martin Truex Jr. is the first car off of pit road with tires. He's 10th.
Yeah, so you have Buescher, Reddick, Byron, Bell, who stayed out completely. Truex, though, he's actually the first car off pit road because he took 2 tires. So he's back there in 9th on 2 tires with a chance to maybe score some points. Blaney in 8th is hoping to just make something of this stage, which has been anything but smooth. But right behind them were all the cars you talked about. Wallace, Chastain, Hamlin, Keselowski, Larson. So we're going to take the green with 1 lap to go. It's about stage points, but also it's about not ending your day. You want to see chaos. Wait to where there's 23, the 11, the 1. These guys are going to be right in the hornet's nest.
Yeah, you're Blaney. That's the worst case scenario. Typically, you are the last car that did not put on tires. Everybody behind you has tires, Marty.
And the damage for Denny Hamlin, he was livid, by the way, on the radio with Ty Gibbs and what happened on pit road. The damage is on the right side. And quote from Chris Gabehart, that door repair is going to be a project for us. Steering wheel is fairly straight, though, for the 11. That is the one piece of good news.
Well, the other side of the accident, not so good news. 54 of Ty Gibbs went behind the wall, some steering issues. I believe he was on the DVP. It should end his day. We'll update you after this sprint to the end of the stage.
Love the car.
1 lap shootout here as we are about to get the green flag. 1 lap green white checker for stage number 1. Chris Buescher, Tyler Reddick on the front row looking for the stage 1 win. We'll see who's going to get it. If it's one of them, maybe it's somebody just behind him. Green flag back in the air. William Byron might have spun his tires on the restart. Buescher couldn't get a good shot into turn 1. Reddick is going to pull clear from the outside of the first row. 3 wide outside the top 10 with those drivers on fresh tires. 3 by 3 now as they work their way off of turn 2. Trying to funnel their way back down. Blaney looked to have gained a spot or two as he stays stagnated with the car underneath him. Chris Buescher, Christopher Bell side by side for second. Buescher clear for second off turn 4. And Tyler Reddick going to steal stage 1 on pit strategy. Second place on the stage is Chris Buescher. Christopher Bell third. William Byron fourth. Michael McDowell fifth. Chase Elliott 6th, Ryan Blaney 7th, Chase Briscoe in 8th, and there's a crash after everybody gets past the start-finish line. Truex is around. So Briscoe 8th in the stage, Hamlin 9th, and Bubba Wallace 10th, but in turn 1, following the caution for the stage end, Martin Truex Jr. has spun out, and he's got a piece dragging on the race car. I wonder if a tire might have come off again, just because we've seen that so many times already. Not sure exactly what happened to Martin Truex Jr. Waiting to see a replay. Stage was over, and it looked like Keselowski just got into the back of the 19. My goodness. Slid up the racetrack. I think the right front was down because he had locked the tire up mid-spin. I don't think Keselowski was aware there was only 1 lap left in the stage, because everybody was slowing up in front of him. And he ended up running into the back of the 19 before getting into turn 1 well after they obviously crossed the start-finish line. That means to tell me that I don't think he was aware that there was only 1 lap left in the stage as he hit the 19 pretty hard there. Spun him out, and now Truex is going to lose all the track position. Well, a wild finish to stage 1 to say the least. And yes, Ty Gibbs is going to the garage. Following that contact with Hamlin on pit road. Rebecca Chatlow, thanks for tuning in. So again, a wild finish to stage 1 in this race. Pit strategy allows for Tyler Reddick to get the stage win. He'll steal some points. Came into this race only 3 points above the cutoff line. He was the last driver in to start this one, and now he gets his 5th stage win of the year, which will actually put him at the 4th most stage wins on the season, or tied for the 4th most, with Keselowski and Chastain. And if he does advance to the round of 8, that will be another playoff point for him. He only has 2 wins on the season, just picked up his 2nd at Kansas a couple weeks ago. So that would be big for him. Obviously, 10 points for this round alone with the stage points as well. So things looking very good for Tyler Reddick as he tries to go for a win on a 1.5 miles for the 2nd straight time on the NASCAR schedule this season. Toyota sweeping the round of 16 with Hamlin winning the 1st and 3rd races of the round. Of course, again, Reddick, I guess Hamlin technically as an owner would have won race 2. 45 car for 2311 Racing. It's our 5th caution of the race already. Had a lot of yellows yesterday, and we went 40 laps caution-free today. 5 cautions in a 40-lap stretch at the end of stage 1 here. It's dropped the average race speed down to 117.150 miles per hour. Chris Buescher, Tyler Reddick staying out of the pits. William Byron, Christopher Bell on their way in. Everybody else going to stay out. These two going to go to the back of the
Reddick
field.
Stay out, which I guess that surprises me because he stayed out to win the stage. And let's go down to Kim.
The 20 of Christopher Bell looking for a smooth stop this time. He said it fired off tight and then got loose in the run. The biggest deal, edgy in 1 and 2. Air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh tires. Sunoco fuel. Marty.
So, Rick, you were a little struck by the cars that didn't pit, and here's why. I think we were expecting Byron to pit and Bell to pit, but Reddick and Buescher, who stayed on the racetrack, they were last on pit road at lap 38, so they can't run a whole lot further in fuel. The whole key is they must feel they can run far enough in this next stage to pit under green and then make it to the end of that stage on a tank of fuel. Road trip, Rick. They're trying to...
So definitely a little bit of pit strategy going on between the end of stage 2, the beginning of stage 3. We're going to have a couple of different alternating strategies. But what we do know is that Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher will be the leaders to begin stage 2, just as they finished in stage 1. Massive stage points there for those 2 playoff drivers. And then we'll just have to wait behind them. The only drivers in the top 10 that pitted were Bell and Byron. And there were 8 cars in total that had actually stayed out of the pits entirely with that late caution with Kyle Busch spinning in the middle of turns 1 and 2, backing it into the wall. Busch is, by the way, done for the day, as well as Ty Gibbs now as well. If he can't return, that will knock 4 drivers out of the race already in the first stage. Truex, who spun under the caution, still in the lead lap as of our timing and scoring, but now he is back in the 32nd place position, the last of which on the lead lap only. Back there with Bell, who obviously pitted. I'm sure Truex might have just pitted during this caution as well with the spin. Brad Keselowski, who made the contact with the back of the 19, he stayed out, so he doesn't seem to feel like he had too much damage to have to pit there. And Denny Hamlin, who had quite a bit of damage to the right side of his car after contact with Gibbs, he stayed out. He got a few stage points, and looks like he's going to try to tough it out here. He's actually the highest running of those that ended up making a 4-tire stop. Truex, when he had hit pit road, took right sides only. Actually got a couple stage points and then ended up getting spun after the fact. After contact with Keselowski, who was 11th at the end of the last stage and didn't get any stage points. I think they were battling for that 10th spot. And we'll get to see how long those top 6 cars are going to be able to stay where they're at in the leaderboard following the restart to begin stage 2. As they will have to pit at some point pretty early into this second stage. 85 laps in length is stage 2. This will run us all the way until 102 to go, which would be lap 165 in this race. Somebody at the very beginning of the stream today before the race started, I remember in the chat, was saying, I hope there isn't as many cautions as we saw yesterday. Well, we could be on our way to that. Anthony Prey, thanks for tuning in as well. John David, welcome into the stream. Truck spun under caution, contact with Keselowski into the first turn. It looked like Brad was kind of going in there as if they were still racing and just got into him. I don't think there was any contact between the two cars on the restart, which led to that. At least that's what it appeared to me. No major damage on the 19 car, but obviously a loss of a lot of track position. Major damage on the 8 of Busch. He's already in the garage. And both RCR Chevys out of the race today after each of the last 2 races in the fall at Texas. Or not in the fall necessarily, but the last couple seasons at Texas, they have gotten wins. Dillon in 2020 winning at Texas, and then Reddick last season winning here. And neither one of those 2 cars are even going to make it to the end of this race here today. Rather yet, they're not even going to make it through the end of stage 1. With all the caution laps ran, I would imagine that Reddick, Buescher, McDowell, Elliott, Blaney, Briscoe, they're probably going to be able to go, if I had to guess, to about lap 85 to 90, which should be enough to make it through the end of the stage. They just have to hope we don't get any cautions middle of the stage that trap them a lap down, because a lot of the field is probably going to stay out a bit longer. Reddick on the inside of row 1 this time. He got the lead from the outside, but the inside has been the preferred lane as he leads the field to the green to begin stage 2. He's getting a great push from Michael McDowell in the 34 from behind. Buescher trying to stay to the outside, but he's not going to be able to in the 45 car, and McDowell stays to the inside of the 17, trying to take over second. Reddick leads down the back straightaway. Hamlin trying to get by Briscoe. Elliott bobbing and weaving on the back stretch to stay in front of Ryan Blaney is going to be able to do so. Briscoe hard charging on the outside lane through 3 and 4 as he tries to get by the 12 car. Still door to door as Blaney side drafts the 14 on the front stretch. Hamlin tucked in line right behind the 12. Looking to get in line and make the pass as Blaney tries to get through. Briscoe holding the 12 car all the way tightly to the white line in the center of 1 and 2 as they nearly were making contact all the way through the corner. As they side draft as heavily as they are, it's giving very little room for error for Ryan Blaney if he were to make a mistake, and obviously slowing these 2 cars down a ton as well as everybody who's stacked up behind him. Hamlin just wants one of these guys to clear so he can get after him, but he's trapped in line, and Texas is even hard on 2 lanes. So there's obviously nowhere for Hamlin to go right now. Hamlin pushing tight off turn 2, and Wallace is now going to get underneath him on the backstretch. Kyle Larson in the mix right there with the 11. The 11 pulls down to the bottom again into 3 and 4 in front of the 23. Larson and Wallace door to door, middle of the corner. Keselowski has to lift on the high side a few car lengths back, and he loses a position or 2 now to Eric Jones and Ross Chastain. Chastain diving to the inside of Bubba Wallace. Headed into the first turn after Larson carried a lot of momentum off the top. I think Wallace might have lifted actually to keep it off Larson because Larson cleared him pretty easily. Chastain passes Wallace through 1 and 2. Remember, this is the first time we've seen the 23 car in traffic today, and his car may not be handling the same. Blaney was able to get by Briscoe about a lap ago. Hamlin now trying to also get by the 14. Briscoe not giving a lot of room to a lot of these drivers that get underneath him, whether they have fresher tires or older tires. Hamlin shoots the gap into the first turn, and Briscoe's just going to duck in line right behind him, and we'll see if he can hang on in front of Larson. Kind of a pick car now between the 2 guys on the freshest tires in the field, that being the 11 and the 5. Following the restart to begin the second stage, Tyler Reddick is still your race leader by 1.1 seconds over Michael McDowell, who took over second from Chris Buescher. Buescher is 1.7 seconds off the lead in third. Chase Elliott 2.7 seconds back in fourth. Ryan Blaney is 3.3 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5. Denny Hamlin 3.6 seconds back in 6th. Kyle Larson now up to 7th place is 4.1 seconds off the lead. Chase Briscoe still in 8th place, 4.3 seconds back. Ross Chastain 4.6 seconds off the lead in 9th. And Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10 at 5 seconds off the race lead. Wallace just got back by Eric Jones after Jones passed him about a couple laps ago, after he lifted to keep it off of Larson when they were running side by side through 3 and 4. McDowell pulling away from Buescher right now, and Reddick pulling away from both of them. As he continues to extend his lead, Reddick was the fastest car on track the last lap, dropped to 29.726. His fastest lap of the day is a 29.498. Fastest lap still total in the race today was Wallace's 29.303 all the way back on lap 2. We are currently at lap 94 at the start-finish line. And all those guys in the top 5 that have not pitted in quite some time will have to pit more than likely, if I had to guess, within about the next 10 to 15 or 20 laps at the furthest. Here's Ty Gibbs after exiting the infield care center.
Collision with his teammate. Ty, what information were you getting and what did you see exiting pit road?
Yeah, we had a really fast monitor energy, or NSA batteries, Toyota Camry. I was very happy of our speed that we gained. Like, this is a place where I struggled. And, just, right out of the room there, my fault, I guess. Very unfortunate. Just got to keep going and keep fighting. I feel like we bring really great cars to the track every week, and we'll keep working hard.
All right, thanks, Ty. Glad he's okay. He did say my fault, and that's sometimes the way it is, guys.
Yeah, unfortunately.
A little hard to hear Gibbs there with the cars flying by on the front stretch, but he was owning his mistake there of not giving the 11 enough room on pit road, as there was about a full car length of width between Gibbs and the car to his outside on the pit lane at the time. And that has knocked him out of the race. He was one of the sleeper picks coming into this one today to get a top 10 finish. Obviously not going to do that. He'll finish 33rd as he's done for the afternoon. The other sleeper picks right now, Wallace in 10th place in the top 10, and then Eric Jones in 11th just outside the top 10. The don't have picks right now, 2 of them in the top 10. Chase Elliott in 4th. Ryan Blaney about to get passed by Hamlin. He'll fall to 6th place. Pit Strategy has gotten them up in the order in which they run right now. The other don't have pick other than those two would have been Kevin Harvick. He is still outside the top 10 at 17th. Must have picks. Denny Hamlin obviously up to 5th after making the pass on Blaney. Larson also going to pass Blaney for 6th place. And my win pick, Chris Buescher in 3rd. So running 3rd, 5th, and 6th are those drivers on the racetrack right now. Much needed stage points for Blaney getting a 7th place finish back in stage 1. 4 points that he would not have gotten if we didn't get that late caution for Busch spinning in turns 1 and 2. If you're just tuning in for the first time today, we have 5 cautions in the first stage, all from laps 40 to lap 80. Tyler Reddick won the first stage on strategy, continues to lead right now until he has to make an early green flag stop at stage 2. That would give the lead to Denny Hamlin. As they run right now, only 4 drivers that have yet to make their second pit stop are ahead of those that have already pitted twice for 4 fresh tires. Eric Jones still staying with that 23 car. Wallace trying to get by Briscoe, who's on older tires in front of him. Here's Kyle Busch also with Dave Burns.
Debris on your tires that you were feeling?
I have no idea. Just it felt really good when we came off the pit road after that green flag stop. The car had good grip in it. And then we had those couple of yellows back to back, and I restarted on the outside, and I felt like I had a flat right front. Was going to come to pit road, and I second guessed it and said, I don't think so, man. It's just something's wrong. Something's not right, but it's not a flat. And just all on its own. Just turned into the bottom of the racetrack in turn 1 and just swapped ends on me. So that's the rear, not the front, not having grip, so I just don't know. But I hate it for everybody on this 3T Chevrolet. I felt like our car was for sure a top 5, top 10 car today, and it seems like every time I try, something happens. I crash or whatever, and right there, I just said it 2 laps before that I got up in the high side and I was like, you know what, I just need to just stop and just run the bottom, just make laps here, finish this stage, and it swaps end on me. So I don't know what to do. Somebody wants to tell me what to do. I'm all ears.
Well, I do know that Kyle Petty and Brad Doherty in the pre-race show thought that Kyle Busch would be out after this round. I don't think they thought he was going to be involved in an accident, but that was almost prophetic, seeing or hearing those 2 guys mention that in the pre-race show today.
And he was you could hear a lot of bewilderment.
Wallace and Jones getting by Briscoe in 1 and 2, and Wallace went a little wide, maybe taking longer to get by the 14, and allows for the 43 to get back underneath them again. And it looks like Eric Jones is going to complete that pass for 9th place. He's looking for 3 top 10s and a 4-race stretch to begin the playoffs. This is very much a carbon copy of what Eric Jones was able to run in the playoffs last year despite not getting in, where he won at Darlington and just ran consistent throughout the postseason despite not qualifying for the playoffs. So they could just qualify for the playoffs, they'd be in good shape to maybe make a deep run based off the tracks and how good they are able to run at those tracks in the final 10 races of the year. But 2 years in a row, though, they've struggled the first 2/3 of the year. They just weren't able to get in. This year, more so than last season, a lot less consistency from both the Legacy Motor Club cars. Going to a commercial break right now. As they take their break, we will take ours once we get through the full field running order real quick. We're at lap 103 in the race so far. A 3-second lead now for Tyler Reddick over Michael McDowell in second. Chris Buescher is third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Kyle Larson in fifth. Chase Elliott in sixth place. Ryan Blaney in seventh. Ross Chastain eighth. Eric Jones ninth. And Bubba Wallace is 10th. Ryan Preece in 11th. Brad Keselowski 12th. AJ Allmendinger 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. Daniel Suarez is 15th. Carson Hocevar in 16th. Kevin Harvick 17th. Alex Bowman 18th. Justin Aley in 19th. And Ty Dillon is 20th. Joey Logano in 21st. Martin Truex Jr. 22nd. Eric Almirola 23rd. William Byron 24th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 25th. Christopher Bell 26th. Corey LaJoie 27th. Harrison Burton 28th. Zane Smith 29th. J.J. Alien 30th. Austin Cindric 31st. B.J. McLeod's the last car on track at 32nd. Ty Gibbs 33rd. 34th place finish today is going to be for Kyle Busch, Todd Gilliland 35th, and Austin Dillon 36th. We'll take our first ad break. You're listening live to the Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400 at Texas. Don't forget to vote for who you think will win. 218 votes have been casted so far. 41% of you think Kyle Larson will still win the race. Other at 37%. Very tight poll. Buescher at 10%. Hamlin at 12% of the votes. It's grown from the last that I've checked that. Again, you have until the end of stage 2 to cast those votes for who you think will win the race today. We have 218 votes in the poll, but we only have 130 likes on the stream. So be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet. Once again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Trying to get to 5,000 subs on the channel here before the end of the NASCAR season. Sooner we do that, the better. Kind of get nervous about it because we're coming down the stretch and we haven't gotten there yet this season. So definitely help me out there. Helps the channel out a lot. You do both of those things. Greatly appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys tuning in for another Sunday afternoon of NASCAR racing. We'll be back here again next weekend for Talladega for the Truck and the Cup Series. Xfinity Series will be off next weekend, so just 2 live commentary streams. Our Saturday edition will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Truck Series race. You can watch that on Fox Sports 1. And on your local NBC affiliate next weekend will be the NASCAR Cup race with our coverage beginning at 1:30 Eastern Time.
TJ Watt and the Steelers face Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders. Coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern with Football Night in America on NBC and Peacock. By the way, it's only about 80 degrees in Vegas right now compared to the over 100-degree temperature that these guys are dealing with out on the racetrack. 57 laps, now 56 to go in stage 2 out front. It's Tyler Reddick. We know he's got to come to pit road a little bit sooner than everybody else. He has stayed out to win stage 1, and now he'll have to come to pit road here for fuel here shortly.
Well, and I don't know if it'll be sooner than everyone else, because when the leader comes and bolts on 4 fresh tires, you have to ask yourself how long you're willing to stay out. Some probably will, Rick, to your point, but I think some are probably going to jump in the canoe with him and come to pit road just afraid to lose too much time to the leader.
Get Tyler Reddick with a 2.
Wow,
Oh, as we see a spin with Corey LaJoie. And the caution will come out here. 55 to go, Steve. They're in their window. Everybody comes?
Yeah, everybody comes. There's a right rear tire down on the 7 car. I don't know if that was the cause of the accident or the result of the accident.
And there went the carcass.
Oh, wow.
Hit the wall, he said.
Well, if you ever want to see what a right rear crush panel looks like on a new next-gen car, you just got to see one.
And a lot more damage being done. That tire ripping away at the body, as well as some of those parts. He mentioned the wheel hub.
Talked all day about 1 and 2 being slicks, like Corey's just out of the groove. Again, don't know if the tire went down and that's why he was there, or if it went down through this slide. You see it popped right there.
That's exactly right, Jeff. I saw the same thing. So it looks up, and then there's the right rear going flat. So that tells me that it wasn't a flat tire that caused him to spin.
There's a second groove that you can find good speed in, but right outside of that, it's almost shiny. the racetrack up in the third, fourth groove, and the drivers tell you that's nowhere you want to be. Zero grip.
Look at this car. It is ripped to the right rear quarter panel. All of Steve, you mentioned all the crush panels ripped out of it. Tires probably wrapped around inside of there. It just does all kinds of damage. That thing's whipping around. That rubber is heavy.
What about like brake lines and things? Is it going to grab that as well?
You name it. You name it. If it's in there, it can grab it.
There was a race here, and they had Elliott Sadler blew a tire, left rear tire, on the front straightaway driving for the Wood brothers, and the tire whipped around and caught him in the shoulder. It was, and I remember him getting out of the car in the garage area. Looked like he was on fire. He was in so much pain from that. So it can do a lot of damage and even get inside the cockpit of the car at times.
And this also is a concern, just making sure that he's not, if they do get it back on track, that he's not exposed to fumes, etc.
Yeah, they mentioned the wheel tub coming out, which is one of the interior parts around that wheel.
This kind of presents an interesting opportunity for the rest of the field. 53 to go. Everybody's going to be coming to pit road, but what you do on pit road is going to be different for each guy. Reddick needs quite a bit of fuel, so it's going to be 4 tires for sure. They might even need to wait on fuel because they're probably going to need 17-ish gallons. Marty, what are you hearing about the 11?
Boy, Steve, you got to give a tip of the cap to Chris Gabehart to leave his driver, Denny Hamlin, on the racetrack with all of that right side damage right there. And even with that, he was turning top 3 lap times out there. The gamble paid off. Hamlin sits in second, and now after these stops, should be on par with everybody else in terms of the stops, Kim.
And on this end of pit road, William Byron making a stop. He actually had a vibration that started at lap 96. They did feel like they got the lugs all tight. He just reporting a tight condition for Christopher Bell. They were calling Burger King. That was going to be their play here. So Burger King for the 20 of Christopher Bell.
Well, Bell's back in 25th after pitting. Remember, at the end of the stage, we saw Reddick stay out, Bell and Byron come to pit road. So here's the situation. Forget tires for a minute. Let's just talk about how much fuel you need. Reddick needs a lot. He was last on pit road at lap 38, so that means he's going to be sitting in his pit stall for quite some time putting fuel in his car. If you're Byron, you pitted, you restarted in the mid-20s, guess what? You're still in the mid-20s. You're going nowhere. I'm sure the car is as good as it was when it was up front. So will they try gas only? Will they try 2 tires? I think you're going to see a real myriad of opportunity up and down pit road. We're going to see long pit stops. It wouldn't shock me if Reddick, McDowell and Buescher lose some track position with slow stops, but that's not the pit crew's fault. That's purely the amount of fuel they need. I say all this because we saw the 11 and 54 already hit each other. You wait until you get gases and 2 tires and 4 tires and get all the timing off. Leaving pit road could be even more of a challenge for the rest of these playoff cars.
And pit road was closed there, Steve, so they're making them go around one more time, which is interesting. Debris on the racetrack, but the 7 had come to pit road, fixed and put the tire on, and then went back out. Looks like at the opening here, maybe some debris.
Yeah, I still some debris on the racetrack, and I think one thing you got to be careful of, there's still a ton of race cars, 31 of them on the lead lap. So you're going to have a full pit road. It's very easy to have. We just saw it. At contact, you've got to be careful getting on and off pit road here.
Well, what I'll add is I agree that the 11, Junior, you and I had the conversation. We heard Marty report they ran that 1 lap to kind of check how their car was. They liked it, so they stayed out. But now the interesting part is I don't think there's a lot of damage, but I think the right side jack post is okay. That would be the only thing, I guess, that we haven't talked about. But, if the right side jack post has an issue, that's really the only thing we don't know about this 11 car. I would probably have a conversation with my jack man just to make sure he takes an extra 1 or 2 tenths of a second to make sure everything he's jacking against is securely fastened to the car.
And they kept pit road closed again as we take a look. Bubba Wallace on pole for the start of this race. We look at the playoff driver issues. 20, a slow stop. They don't get the jack up on the left side.
Well, it starts with a slow pit stop for the 20. That cost him time on the racetrack and then issues on the racetrack. The 8 of Kyle Busch in the middle of 1 and 2 spins out. Really all on his own, heavy damage out of the race.
More problems on pit road. Teammates making contact. 54 coming down pit road. Denny exits. Contact right there. Damage to Denny's car. The 54 of Ty Gibbs is out of the race. So you see that damage right now Denny's dealing with.
Yeah, then the stage end comes. Everybody slows down. Well, not everybody. Some people slowed down and others didn't. Martin Truex got turned around. A little bit of damage to the diffuser. Doesn't seem to be too bad. Still has decent pace.
Now with 51 laps to go, what I've seen is that, there are good and bad cars, but cars that cycle to the front have the opportunity to kind of stay there. So, whenever your plan A, B, C was coming in on pit road, I'm really looking at, okay, minimal time on pit road, best way to kind of manage the fuel. So it looks like pit road is green, the best I can tell the light.
Yep, it's open now.
So here we go. I expect everyone to pit because this is a window to the end of the stage, but it'll be a variety of choices. Dave.
Kyle Larson last pitted on lap 76, so he may have the 2-tire option, although we see 4 waiting there for him. They're going to free him up a little bit. As for Tyler Reddick, they're going to put 4 Goodyear tires on there, give him a little adjustment as well. He's got to watch out for Chase Briscoe running 14th, who'll pit around him.
Dave, speaking of that right side damage for Denny Hamlin, he said the car is definitely hurt, but honestly, no handling complaints, which is just crazy to think with all of that damage right there. A lot of teams making some calls here on pit road. Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and Bubba Wallace among them. 4 tires and fuel, though, for Hamlin, and no changes, incredibly, to that car.
As many cars that were on pit road, it looks as though the chaos wasn't the topic there at that time coming off. Well, heavy hearts this week for all the NASCAR family as we lost Sherry Pollux a week ago. And when you talk about people in the world making a difference, Sherry Pollux did just that. She was a longtime partner of Martin Truex Jr. She helped start the Martin Truex Jr. Foundation as well as Sherry Strong. They raised over $10 million helping childhood cancers and ovarian cancer, always trying to help others is what Sherry Pollux was doing. Sherry was 44 years old.
Sad to hear earlier in the week. I believe I saw the news on Monday morning, as did probably most of the NASCAR fan base. So, well wishes with her and her family, of course, following the passing of Sherry Pollux earlier in the week. A lot of fans of the sport know her as being Martin Truex Jr.'s girlfriend for a long time, was always at the racetrack, but as you heard there from Rick Allen, definitely huge when it came to ovarian cancer research. And it's been a big emphasis, her name always being brought up every October. I know it's more breast cancer awareness month in the month of October, but her battling her ovarian cancer for, I believe, 9 years, they said, before she ended up unfortunately passing away this last weekend. So again, well wishes with her and her family. As for this race here today, we are currently in the middle going of Stage 2, just over 100 laps after the start of the race, and we're roughly 17 laps from the halfway point. Waiting for our leaderboard to update once again. A couple drivers going fuel only with their pit stops. I believe Ryan Blaney won the race off of pit road and will actually be in the lead for the first time today. Which is interesting considering the fact that that team was still out there on older tires earlier in the run. Even fresher tires for a lot of drivers further back in the pack. But instead of roughly 10-lap fresher tires, it's going to be a lot more than that. We're looking at about 40 to 50-lap fresher tires. I would imagine that would make something of a difference. Although this kind of reminds me of the last race, the last couple of races really, with the 550 package here, and how Austin Dillon was able to get a win in 2020 in the summer race with similar conditions where it was very hot. Just like today, there wasn't a lot of tire fall off, and a 2-tire strategy call at the end for both the RCR cars allowed them to get a 1-2 finish despite not running inside the top 10 for most of that day. And Ryan Blaney, who has struggled from a speed standpoint all race weekend, got a 7th place finish in Stage 1 on strategy and now remains up there at the front of the field on that same strategy. So it looks like Bubba Wallace actually won the race out of the pits. Blaney was 2nd. Keselowski 3rd. Then you got Daniel Suarez, Denny Hamlin, Carson Hocevar, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Martin Truex Jr., Chris Buescher scored in our top 10 right now. A lot of racing still to go, though, at Texas.
Right around under yellow.
Yeah, Hunt Brothers giving us that opportunity to see just how hot it is inside of Kevin Harvick's car. Kevin retiring at the end of the year. I'm sure that he won't miss being inside of a 124-degree car when he's up in the booth calling races.
NASCAR's done a really good job. I mean, that would typically be 140, 150-degree temperature day inside the cars, but this next-gen car has had a lot of improvements.
See the variety of tires on the left side of your screen. 38 at Zane Smith was caught speeding, so he'll have to be at the tail of the field.
Bubba Wallace.
Green flag back in the air. Wallace has cycled back to the lead through pit cycling. 2-tire stop for him, Blaney, Keselowski, and Suarez. Like Truex took 2 tires in the middle of the pack, and no tires for Christopher Bell. Penalty for Zane Smith, also on pit road for too fast exiting the pit lane. That was the only penalty heard from. Field rumbles off of turn 2, almost contact further back in the field as they were 3 wide again. Bubba Wallace easily had the lead off the exit of that corner on Blaney and Keselowski. Denny Hamlin battles to the inside of Daniel Suarez for 4th place on the racetrack in turns 3 and 4. Still going to remain side by side on the front stretch. And Suarez actually going to be able to clear the 11 car. Had a pretty decent run off turn 4. Hamlin gets tight getting into 1 and 2. Larson going to get underneath him now and trying to take over position. Forces Hamlin wide. Hamlin does not lift. He stays in the throttle as they drag race into turn 3. In traffic, continuing to battle for position. Hocevar dive bombing underneath. Chase Elliott looking to pick up a spot as well. Hamlin going to let Kyle Larson through off turn 4. Larson was willing to take that position at any given cost. And now Truex diving deep into turn 1. Hocevar going wide. He was too worried about Truex. Had a flat line into the corner. Carried too much speed. The 19 and the 17 going to get by him. Everybody's still trying to get organized back there outside the top 10. Chastain stuck on the top of A.J. Allmendinger. Jones now on the outside of his teammate, Carson Hocevar. He'll get around him off turn 4. Hamlin, Chase Elliott side by side for position. Elliott looking to clear. Down into the first turn, he was not clear. Hamlin stays underneath. And off the exit of turn 2, Hamlin is clear for 6th place on Chase Elliott. Like Chase moved up the track a little bit too much. Definitely lifted, and Hamlin cleared him by a couple car lengths. Jones on the outside of Truex, who has the older left side tires. We're taking the right sides only. And that allows for Jones to propel a little bit forward. Back inside the top 10 to 9th for the 43. Hocevar moving backwards on the restart. He was in 7th. Had that moment a couple laps ago where he lost a few positions in turns 1 and 2. He sits in 12th as Ross Chastain is playing a little defense on the 42 car. A lot of major blocks going on, especially with this track being very difficult to make a pass on. If you could not be side by side into the corner, it's really hard to lose any positions as long as you just stay in the groove on that bottom lane. Don't want to go too far wide, and that's where we see drivers have to get out of the gas, getting up into the marbles just a little bit too far up the track. Kyle Larson underneath Daniel Suarez. On the back straightaway headed into turns 3 and 4. Didn't get completely underneath him to stay side by side into turn 3, so Larson kind of backed up the corner a little bit more. Let Suarez dive back in. And he'll look to try to capitalize here very soon. It's the first time we've seen Suarez in the top 10 today. The right side tire only call there. Keselowski, Blaney, Wallace pulling away from the 99, showing a bit more pace throughout this race than what Daniel has shown. Looking to hang on strong. Deep dive into 3 by Larson. Gets cut off again by Suarez. Hamlin with a little bit more of a run off turn 4. He ran a half lane wider to get a bit more clean air. He's going to look to the inside of Larson on the front stretch. But I guess Larson had still just enough speed to stay in front of the 11. He never threw a major block. Now he'll go to that upper groove in 1 and 2. Getting a little risky with it, just trying to get as much momentum as possible to try to get alongside Suarez into the next turn. Again, he's not able to get down to the bottom. Gonna run a half a lane off that white line. Doesn't really want to go any higher than that. Doesn't feel comfortable that his race car will be able to stick to the track. Larson for another run. Suarez in turns 1 and 2 widens his arc out. Larson gets tight. Hamlin already in the outside lane trying to get a run after Larson. He has to lift as well behind the 5. The air game is being played right now with Daniel Suarez as he tries to hold on for 4th place as long as he possibly can. Denny Hamlin all over the 5 of Larson's back bumper as they work their way off turn 4. Larson again looking for a run on the front stretch. Has to go to that outside lane. Trying to get enough grip off the exit of the corner and carry a slight bit more speed off the banking. It's not high banked here at Texas, especially 1 and 2, so you're not going to carry as much more speed off that corner running that wide. Just a little bit could be the difference. Larson just doing anything he can other than just sitting behind Suarez, but he just can't get close enough to make the move. Tyler Reddick going to get by Justin Haley on the outside lane. Reddick won stage 1. He's further back in the pack after a slow pit stop. He's currently scored in 24th. Your top 10 as of right now scores Bubba Wallace with a 1.9 second lead over Ryan Blaney in second. Brad Keselowski is in third. Daniel Suarez 4th. Kyle Larson 5th. Denny Hamlin 6th. Chase Elliott 7th. Chris Buescher in 8th. Eric Jones 9th. And Mark Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10 with 36 laps to go in stage 2. Cutoff line as of right now shows Brad Keselowski is the last driver in on points ahead of Christopher Bell by 11. Ryan Blaney plus 14 plus 18 for Byron, and Larson plus 19. All the drivers just on the inside looking out, and on the outside looking in. Again, Bell minus 11. Minus 16 points for Ross Chastain and Tyler Reddick. And Kyle Busch out of the race is minus 31 points. That will fluctuate again very shortly as we get to the end of stage 2, where the top 10 will all receive stage points. And obviously throughout the rest of the races, it's 1 point per position in the finishing order as well. Larson has built up just a little bit of a gap on Hamlin, not much. Hamlin's able to stay with Larson because Larson's taken so long to get by Suarez. A much better run off the corner that time, and Daniel Suarez finally going to have to surrender the 4th place position to Kyle Larson. Held on as long as he possibly could there. Larson finally had enough of a run off turn 2, got around him. And now Hamlin's turn to try to get by Daniel Suarez. And if he can't get around him soon enough, Chase Elliott's starting to close in on the 11 close behind as well. Larson has the freshest tires in the field of anybody in front of him. And he really isn't all that far behind where Keselowski and Blaney are. He's within about a second of both those cars. And Larson's lap time, that last lap, was actually the quickest on the track. He was the only driver to run a sub 30-second lap time. Ran a 29.916. Wallace had the second fastest lap in the front of the field. Ran a 30.0, so things going well there. Another 29.9 for Larson to Bubba Wallace's 33, that last lap. So he's definitely quicker. He's just got to get through the traffic. But it takes so long to make a pass. It was almost 10 laps for Kyle Larson to finally get by Daniel Suarez. If it takes him that long to get by the other 3 cars, he will not catch the 23 before the end of the stage. And the field's so tightly bunched together still, even BJ McLeod, who's the last car in the lead lap in 31st, is 15.8 seconds off the race lead. So he's roughly about a half a track still ahead of Wallace, so no dirty air anywhere near the 23. Denny Hamlin going to get by Daniel Suarez into turns 3 and 4 as well, making the pass. Elliott looking to the inside of the 99 on the front stretch. Larson has caught the back of Brad Keselowski, but now he's got to pass him. And Brad is sitting right there behind Blaney as he has been pretty much right there with the 12 car for a while now as well. Larson to the outside lane. That's going to be the quickest way to make the pass if he can get by the outside. Swings wide. Cuts to the bottom of Blaney. Throws a late block on the 5. Larson has to lift. Middle of the corner. The 6 has to lift to keep it off the 5. Larson hangs on to 4th. A late block by Ryan Blaney after Larson tried to slingshot from the outside to the inside after clearing the 6 on the backstretch. Couldn't get both of them in the same corner. That would have been brilliant if he could have done that. And now Hamlin to the back of Keselowski as he tries to keep up with Larson and not allow the 5 car to pull too far away. All this happening is allowing Wallace to pull away from the race lead as he's 2.5 seconds now ahead of Blaney in second. Larson, 2.7 seconds off the lead, was about a 10.5 or so quicker than the race leader the last lap. Full screen commercial break right now with 29 laps to go in stage 2. Currently your top 5 again has Bubba Wallace in the race lead by 2.5 seconds over Blaney, 2.6 seconds over Kyle Larson in third, 2.9 seconds over Brad Keselowski in fourth, and Denny Hamlin is 3 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 5. We'll take our second ad break of the day. You're listening live KRC on the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. So we'll take you through the rest of Stage 2 here shortly. Kathy Smith, thanks for tuning in. Joe C, thanks for tuning in. Hot in Texas. It is hot in Texas. 102 degrees coming into the day, at least. I think during the race, 101. Over 120 degrees inside the race cars. John Jones, thanks for tuning in. Well, Busch is out of the race. Larson is not. He's still going. Belize Bambino, also welcome to the stream. I saw the Danica comments earlier in the week, and I wish I wouldn't have had to see it. I'll say that much. Kyle Lance, thanks for tuning in. I don't want to comment further on that. I'd rather just kind of keep that in the dark, because it's not my business. Not hers either, but apparently she doesn't understand that. That's all I'll say about the about that situation. As Forrest Gump would say, it's all I have to say about that. Denny Hamlin going to get by Brad Keselowski immediately after clearing the 6 and 1 and 2. You could tell the 11 got really tight in the wake of the dirty air behind Blaney, and he went way up the racetrack, had to lift. The 6 lifted to keep it off the 11, and here comes Eric Jones looking to the inside of Keselowski. Somehow Jones got by Elliott a couple laps ago out of nowhere for 6, and now he's looking to get inside the top 5. What a run for one of our sleeper picks today of Eric Jones. Currently in 6th. Bubba Wallace, another sleeper pick leading. The other one was Ty Gibbs, unfortunately damage on pit road. But Denny Hamlin has knocked him out of the race. He'll finish 33rd. It's 2 for 1 there so far. All the must-haves still in the top 10. Chris Buescher in 8th was my pick to win. Denny Hamlin in 4th place. Kyle Larson in 2nd. And then the don't-have picks in the race today. Chase Elliott in 7th. Ryan Blaney in 3rd. So they're both in the top 10 right now. Looking 1 for 2 there. The only one I have right to this point is Kevin Harvick in 17th. Kyle Larson catching up to Bubba Wallace for the race lead.
The 23 of Bubba Wallace. Can he get by him now is the question. He is definitely the fastest car out here right now. Larson has closed the gap to under 0.2 of a second. After restarting in the 7th position, Larson now looking to take the lead away here at Texas. He goes with the high. Move again. This is what we saw before. He's going to pass him on the outside.
Look how much speed and grip that car has. High line of the racetrack. It's really impressive. Denny Hamlin has now gotten into 3rd position around Blaney. It's been a little bit of a slower process for the 11 to get through this this traffic, this top 5 traffic. I'm impressed, I think, more by how quickly the 5 car did that and then chased down the leader. So right now the score is Larson 1, Denny still waiting on his car to come around. I wonder if that balance or that damage is affected by the balance. As you see the 43, we talked about Eric Jones, how good he has been today, and he's now driven up into 4th place around Blaney.
Yep. Blaney has not. He's got a ton of laps on his left side tires. It's a battle of track position, Steve. They don't have the fastest car, but they're just doing whatever they got to do to put this car in clean air.
Whatever the least amount of time on pit road you can get away with. Now, the caveat to that is the driver has to make it happen on restart, because if you're the last guy on either the oldest tires or on whatever the aggressive strategy could be, new tires can kind of get you out of line and you can give it all back at one restart.
All right, let's do a playoff driver through the field brought to you by eBay. We'll start up front with Kyle Larson and Dave Burns.
Rick, you look at all that speed that the 5 car has now. He just passed the pole-sitting car of Bubba Wallace. Remember, Kyle qualified 11th. I asked his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, this morning if he had any concerns about that. He said, none at all. You have to be perfect in qualifying. We weren't, but I don't have any worries about the race. We'll get there, Marty.
So, Dave, on that last stop, when Booty Barker asked Bubba Wallace what he wanted to do, he said, whatever gets me my track position back. He had the car out front, and when he's out front is so different than when he's back in traffic. He said, when I'm in traffic, it just does not handle, can't defend, can't attack. Meanwhile, it's been fun, like Judy was talking about, to watch Kyle Larson Larson and Denny Hamlin try to work their way through the field with those 4 fresher tires. Hamlin saying the car a little bit tight, trying to go around the car that he owns in Bubba Wallace for second, Kim.
Well, Marty, track position is the buzzword here today because for Blaney, that's what he told his team before that last stop. Track position is so big, that's what I need. I do feel like the track is starting to widen out, though. They took 2 tires to get some of that track position. Blaney has 5 straight finishes of 8th or better here, looking to continue that streak right now. Just a little tight, Marty.
Kim, it's crazy to think that Chris Buescher from Texas led his first ever laps in the Cup Series here at the Texas Motor Speedway today. He's led 2, and he's never finished better than 15th here. Scott Graves told me we have the best car we've ever had, but back here in traffic, Buescher singing the same song everybody else is. They are saying they're way too tight, Rick.
Things heating up again up front as we see Bubba Wallace. He slowed the 11 down. That allowed the 43 of Eric Jones to catch up there. And now Eric Jones seems to be one of the faster cars on track.
Is the speed dropping out of this 23 concerning, Steve? I mean, I know they're down on tires just a little bit, but looks like the balance going away on the long run for Bubba.
Well, I do agree.
Front brake to help get into 1.
Getting a little bit of coaching from Booty Barker on top of the pit box. I think some of it is probably the 2 tires, and some of it is what you said earlier, right? You would take Larson and Hamlin as the battle for the win. You saw the speed even when they were back in traffic, so I think that's real because if you look right here at the 24 of William Byron, he took 4 tires. He's up to 18th. Bell on gas only in 21st, so tires are a small advantage, but I do believe that the 23 just doesn't have quite the pace of the front 3 cars.
So it's Larson, Hamlin, Eric Jones, the top 3. As we see Ryan Preece and the 4 of Kevin Harvick fighting, 2 cars out of the Stewart-Haas stables.
Stewart-Haas, not the year they wanted to have, trying to rebuild for next year, bring more speed. See a battle right here, Chase Elliott.
I spent some time with Chase Elliott this morning, and he was trying to be positive, but had nothing positive to say about Texas. Told me that the best run he ever had here was his first Xfinity Series race. He's wrecked on his own. He's got caught up in other people's issues. He's had flat tires, so wasn't super positive on the day. As now we see the 19 trying to be defensive against the 16 of Allmendinger.
Yeah, he tried to get to the inside of the 99 down in turn 3. Suarez shut the door. 19 had to jump way out of the gas, and now it's got him racing side by side here with the 16 car off turn 2.
And A.J. Allmendinger has raced in the top 15 all day today. Just has quietly run in the top 15, and we see him scooting away from the 19 there of Martin Truex Jr. as he closes in on the 99 of Suarez.
No word yet on what Allmendinger's doing next year. He said he would be back with this team, but didn't know if he would be in the Xfinity Series or the Cup Series. It's going to be interesting to see what AJ does do. Big loose right there. Saw the back of the car wiggle big time. Look at all the pace it lost. He had to come completely out of the gas, and that allowed Truex to get a big run.
Michael McDowell right there behind Allmendinger. Again, very strong mid-race. Michael McDowell now has fallen back just a bit. Running in the 13th position.
Oh.
Yes, up the racetrack goes Allmendinger.
Allmendinger is hanging over that race car. We saw how loose he got the lap before, and then right there he drove in the corner and just went straight up the racetrack in front of McDowell.
Fight for second as Jones really right on his back bumper.
I'm telling you, this Legacy Motor Club has really found something. I don't know what it is, but it has been consistent the last few weeks. You look at Eric Jones, it really started at Darlington with a 3rd, or excuse me, Darlington with a 10th, which I don't think any of us were shocked at.
Right.
The guy's won a couple Southern 500s, but then 3rd at Kansas. I know 24th at Bristol isn't what you want, but the last 2 high-speed tracks, they had speed, and drivers, here they are again. This 43 looks really comfortable.
Not only that, but Carson Hosemer's running 13th. You know, his teammate, and he only has a few races under his belt, so good race cars.
Again, stage points available 10 laps from now as we come to the end of this stage, Marty.
And Rick, let's put into context what Legacy Motor Club is going through, who Eric Jones drives for. Remember, they have lost their Chevrolet affiliation because they're moving to Toyota next year. So that information pipeline really got shut off mid-year. Dave Ellens, the crew chief for Eric Jones, told me we've had to kind of reinvent everything. But what we focused on, Stevie said, is the tracks we know Eric is good. That's what we pay a lot of attention to. Darlington, a great example. Texas as well. Eric's always been good here in Texas, so they put a lot of emphasis on this race, and it's showing today.
Chevy might want to turn the pipeline back on to see what spills back their way. Don't get me wrong, Larson's in a Chevrolet, 5 seconds out in front. But
yeah, and I was going to mention that too, because Larson and Hamlin, remember, those two were running nose to tail, and now Larson has a 5-second advantage over Denny Hamlin as we're coming to the close of this stage.
Let's not forget, Kyle Larson's average finish in the first 3 races was 2.3.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
So I know Hamlin won at Bristol, had a chance to win every race, but Kyle Larson, their performance matched the time of the year. It was time to step up. I felt like they did early in the playoffs.
7 to go in stage 2.
Bubba Wallace really battling to try to score as many stage points as possible. Gets a little shot from the 9 car.
They just lost in position to the 12. They kind of ran each other a little wide up in turn 3 and 4, and that cost him some momentum. And now he's struggling to try to hold off the 17. Buscher's been kind of climbing through this top 10 a little bit.
Buscher up to 7th.
Bubba was very hard on himself in the media center about stages. He said, every time I have a chance to run good in the stage, he blamed it on himself, said he chokes. Well, it was pit strategy that took him out of the lead on the first stages. Now he's under attack from Buscher. Now it's 2 tires and a failing race car. Handling looks like it's going away. Now he's trying to score as many points as he can, but continues to come under fire.
Inside of 6 to go. As Larson continues to set a blistering pace, 5.8 seconds now the gap back to Hamlin. Remember, playoff drivers trying to gain as many points as possible, and if Larson can stay up front, as we see once again, Bubba Wallace under attack now from Chase Elliott. But if Larson stays up front, wins the stage, that's another playoff point that is available to him that he can carry on to the next round. As we see Jones has now cleared the 11 of Hamlin.
Then he finally says, man, who is this guy? What is this silver car behind me?
Like the great ghost. I don't know who this is back here.
He's going to get to watch it a few corners.
David Pearson.
We'll work on it, big picture.
So Eric Jones up to 2nd now.
Ooh, he's up the track. They've really moved that groove up in turn 1 and 2. Really impressed by how this track's widened out. As treacherous as it was when we first got here, everybody's spinning off the racetrack and into the wall if they got outside the bottom groove, and now we've really widened the track out.
Under 3 laps to go in stage 2. It's Larson, Jones, Hamlin, Blaney, Buscher. Hamlin, Blaney, Buscher, all playoff drivers, and Chase Elliott running 6th, non-playoff driver. Bubba Wallace, Keselowski, Chastain, all playoff drivers in the top 10, and Suarez rounding out that top 10 spot. There's Chastain looking to the inside now of the 23.
Wow.
Marty.
Bubba Wallace trying to hang on for some stage points here in the car has gotten way too free. And Stevie said especially is in 1 and 2. Remember earlier in the day, it was baked in sunshine. Now it's shaded over in 1 and 2. So I'm wondering if the track is changing here at Texas more than anything.
Well, for sure, I think the track is changing. As Dale pointed out, it's also widening out, which is allowing other guys to attack that corner differently. That wider groove has definitely not matched up with the 23 and what they need.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace has fallen back. He's running 9th right now. He said trying to hang on to it to get to the end of the stage. On the final lap now for Larson, as Keselowski, you saw him running in the 7th spot. Larson with over a 6-second advantage on Eric Jones.
Austin Cindric, who's the last car in the lead lap right in front of Kyle Larson, will remain there, so that will give the free pass to BJ McLeod during this stage break. Kyle Larson works his way off turn 4 and will win stage 2 at the Texas Motor Speedway as he tries to go for his 2nd points-paid win at the racetrack in the last 3 fall races. Coming across 2nd, 6 seconds behind him will end up being Eric Jones in stage 2. Denny Hamlin finishes 3rd in the 2nd stage. 4th place finish in the stage for Ryan Blaney. Chris Buscher 5th. Chase Elliott ends up 6th. Brad Keselowski 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Daniel Suarez will round out the top 10. The stage break will be our 7th caution of the race today. And we will have to wait and see who is going to get the win here in this one as we're down to just over 100 laps to go at the Texas Motor Speedway. We'll take a quick break here. You're listening live, KRC YouTube channel For more daily NASCAR content, subscribe, hit that like button on the stream. We're only 2 likes away from our goal of 150, but we'll see if we can run that up maybe to 200, 250 before the end of the race. Darianne Bradley, thanks for tuning in. Larson is your guys' fan vote to win the race today. 253 of you voted. We will close the poll at the end of stage 2, as we usually do. Pretty close poll, though, between that and other. 43% for Larson, 35% for other, 11% of the votes for Denny Hamlin, and 10% for Chris Buescher, who was my pick to win the race today. As for Kyle Larson, this is going to be his 5th stage win of the year, which will match him with Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain, and Tyler Reddick for the 4th most on the season. Playoff point that will carry over into the next round. Larson very close to winning a race in that first round. Was not able to do it on multiple occasions. We'll see if he can get it done here today. Gonna have to, looks like, beat one of the guys who has dominated in the early playoff races, Denny Hamlin, who won 2 of the first 3. The only one he didn't win at Kansas. He led the most laps in. And we will see if he can be up in contention late. That damage on the right side of the car maybe not helping the 11 out enough. Eric Jones looked to be a little quicker than Hamlin late in that last run. And Bubba Wallace, who obviously has led the most laps in the race today, fell all the way to 9th there at the end, losing the handling of his car. Even the drivers that were on 2 tires, just like him on the strategy, were able to pass him there late in the stage, like Chase Elliott, like Ryan Blaney, and I believe, who else? Was it Chris Buescher? Yeah, Daniel Suarez, and Suarez did not pass him, so I apologize for that. Daniel Suarez actually did hang on to 10th still. So the very fast cars, or the fastest cars in the field, were able to pass the guys on 2 tires, but not like everybody was able to pass them, and really very few drivers were able to get around. The only drivers really that were able to get by all the drivers that took 2 tires was Hamlin, Jones, and Larson, because then Blaney ended up 4th. Buescher got in between some of them, same with Keselowski and Chastain. They just couldn't get by all of them there. And we restarted with roughly 50 to go in the stage, so there was plenty of time to do it. It's just how little fall off we've seen with the tires at Texas, which is not uncommon from what we've seen since the reconfiguration of this track / repave of the track back in 2017. Should be seeing pit stops on the other side. We'll see if there's any other 2-tire stop changes. I would imagine all the fast cars at the very front of the field going to take 4 tires again. That worked out for him, Larson, Jones, Hamlin. But obviously Blaney, I would imagine, as well as Elliott, Wallace, those guys that took 2 will more than likely have to take 4 this time. If you take 2 this time, you probably have to take 4 again, considering there's still 1 more stop the rest of the way. We'll see what they do.
A little coffee, a little golf. Dave.
Yeah. Kyle Larson was about 6 hours ahead at the end of that stage, wins it. He needs a little adjustment for what's going on in 3 and 4, but he loves 1 and 2. 4 tires, Kim.
They told Ryan Blaney, great job on that run. He earned some valuable stage points. Ryan said he's free on entry and exit. He said, I really want to run higher in 3 and 4, but that bump, man, it is so rough for me in this car. 4 tires, air pressure, Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Denny Hamlin hoping to keep up a little better with Kyle Larson on this run and not have him be 6 hours ahead. He said the car migrated free on the exit of turn 2 and all the way through 3 and 4. Hamlin's team with a nice stop, pretty much 4 tires all the way up and down pit road, Rick.
Well, and you look the top
4 spots gained for Alex Bowman, biggest mover on pit road, plus 3 spots for Michael McDowell, plus 2 for Wallace, and plus 1 for Brad Keselowski. Chase Elliott loses 3 positions on pit road. Looked to be the biggest loser of those inside the top 10 there. Under a full screen commercial break once again. We do have a diecast showing to get through here. With this being the stage 2 break, I don't have the diecast on me, so give me 1 second to run and get one. I just grabbed the first one I could see, and, well, it wasn't the first one. It was like the second one underneath from what I could see, and I was like, I haven't showed this one off on the stream in a while. Still waiting to get my 164 scale diecast in because I've gone through all the 124 scale diecast, but this is a classic Terry Labonte scheme. There's a lot of older fans that watch this channel, I know, based off the analytics I see on YouTube during the week, so figured I'd grab one of the older diecasts I own. This is from 1996, I do believe. It is a Kellogg's Terry Labonte Monte Carlo. Of course, Hendrick Motorsports. Labonte winning a championship with this very scheme in the mid-90s. Classic one. Terry Labonte always had some great schemes. As a kid, one of my favorite schemes was his Tony the Tiger race car, Frosted Flakes car. And there you see the classic Kellogg scheme. I actually have 4 Terry Labonte diecasts. He had a lot of diecasts I liked. He had this one, had the, like I mentioned, the Tony the Tiger car. Obviously had to get that one. That's a classic for me. What other ones do I have? I have his Got Milk paint scheme from 2003 also. I think the Tony the Tiger scheme was 2003 that I have. And there's the Cheez-It scheme from 2000. Yeah, a lot of 2003 Terry Labonte diecasts, but this one from 1996. So maybe the coolest one. For childhood nostalgic reasons, I'd prefer the Tony the Tiger car for that reason alone. But this car, right there with it, it is a very close debate. I think there is actually probably more NASCAR fans that would prefer this. It's hard to argue. It's a clean paint scheme. I like the number font of the 5 on the side of it. Pops very well. So that is the diecast showing for the end of Stage 2 for today's race at Texas. So lining up for this next restart, your top few rows, you're going to have Kyle Larson, Eric Jones up at the front of the field, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney right behind them, and then Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, the RFK Fords for row 3. A little less than 100 laps to go as we count down the laps right now. 97 remaining. Once again, BJ McLeod got the free pass there, so we're down to 31 cars on the lead lap again. Not much fall off, and with the chassis being a spec chassis, car's a lot similar. Obviously, with the next gen, we haven't seen many instances of lap traffic today. There's been quite a few cautions, although Stage 2 only had 2 incidental cautions in it. Actually, just 1 incidental caution in the stage end, versus Stage 1 had 4 incidental cautions, and then the stage end giving us 7 total on the race. Larson going to elect the inside lane here for the restart. Green flag back in the air. Eric Jones outside of row 1 trying to stay with him. He's got Ryan Blaney pushing him. Hamlin trying to get underneath the 5. The 5 with a little bit of a block and holds on to that bottom lane. Almost 4 wide. Now down to 3 wide, luckily, in the middle of 1 and 2. That still might not even work. 4 wide definitely wouldn't have. Elliott boxed in the middle. Still a drag race for the lead. Big dive by, I believe it was Carson Hocevar, who had his left sides down on the apron before entering turn 3. Somehow made his way through and didn't make contact with the 48 car to his outside. Larson ends up with the lead off turn 4 at the front of the field on Eric Jones, who remains in second. Hamlin third. And then Ryan Blaney right behind him in fourth. Side by side between Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott. Elliott trying to hold the 17 tightly to that white line. Not giving him a lot of room. Both cars keeping it off one another as they exit the corner. Buescher with the side draft to that left rear corner panel of Elliott. Elliott down with a block as he does pull clear. Buescher swings to the outside groove through 1 and 2. Carries a lot of momentum. He might be able to get back alongside Chase Elliott off the exit of the corner. It does. A slingshot, but not to the inside, to the outside instead. And Chris Buescher clears Elliott before getting into turn 3. What a move by the driver of the 17 car there. Making that look easy. No big deal. Passing former champion. Most popular driver. That's about as easy looking of a pass as you're going to see. Showing Ross Chastain on screen. He has absolutely struggled in this race today. Outside the top 20, and he is only falling backwards on this latest restart. It's currently 15 points to the negative on the cutoff line as we run. Kyle Busch out of the race minus 21 points. Tyler Reddick is only 1 point behind Christopher Bell for that last spot. And then Bubba Wallace minus 8 points on Reddick Brad Keselowski plus 4 points as he is working by, it looks like Christopher Bell right now for position. Ryan Blaney plus 11, and your regular season champion Martin Truex Jr. in 18th place is plus 14 points as we run. 1.1 second lead for Kyle Larson at the front of the field over Eric Jones. Denny Hamlin 1.5 seconds back in third. Ryan Blaney 2.1 seconds off the lead in fourth, and Bubba Wallace in fifth is 2.5 seconds off the lead. So that is your top 5 as of right now. Looked like a slow stop for Chastain, cost him track position. He was outside the top 10 prior to the pit stops as well. He's in the top 10 for stage 1 after qualifying 5th, but things have not gone well for Chastain, both on the track, on pit road here today, and they are suffering as a result. William Byron up inside the top 10 for really one of the first times today as he gets by his teammate Alex Bowman as well as Chase Briscoe. Great run for him. Great run for Michael McDowell, who was eliminated in the first round of the playoffs but sits in 9th right now. Everybody's still going to have to pit one more time in today's race. I would imagine a 4-tire stop for everybody. If we do have to make it under green under caution, though, we may see some split strategy. Drivers taking 2 tires versus 4, as we saw on the last yellow. Back at stage 2, when we had about 50 laps to go following that restart to get to the end of the second stage, and we did go green all the way to the end, which allowed for Larson, Jones, and Hamlin on the 4 fresh tires to actually get through everybody on 2, but nobody else was able to get by all the other cars that stayed out with 2 tires. I believe there was only 4 of them. So it wasn't like there was half the field that did it. Tyler Reddick trying to scramble forward as he battles for 17th place with Martin Truex Jr. Got to clear him going into turn 3 for that position. Kyle Larson still with a 1.3 second lead and growing. Even when Eric Jones got the second late in the stage on Denny Hamlin, I was looking at the lap times, and Larson was about a 1/10 of a second quicker a lap still to the end of the stage. Usually you see drivers with a bigger lead like that, and they're kind of coasting it to the end of the stage those last couple laps. Larson was catching lap traffic. Seemed like he was going to push the issue on Cindric, but was still faster than the 43 car. Those same lap times pretty much showing here. That last lap about 0.11 seconds faster that last lap for Larson than Jones, a little over a 1/10 again. And last lap, almost identical lap time wise in a differential to Jones, so he's just consistently a little over a 1/10 quicker a lap, and he continues to grow that lead out. I was debating on picking Larson earlier in the pre-race. For those of you that have been around that long, remember I was like, I usually take the guy that looks like he's got the fastest car going into the race because that's my smart pick. I ended up going with Chris Buescher instead, and I went against what I usually would do. And Larson out in front of the field right now. Buescher's still having a good day in 7th, but obviously not up there. Doesn't really look quite as fast as the 5, and I think the 11 on speed could have been closer if he didn't have the damage to the right side of his car from Ty Gibbs, but needless to say he has, and really ever since, just hasn't been able to keep up with Larson in that race car. Still pit stop left remaining. Maybe Jones can capitalize on pit strategy and he can get out in front and try to defend and pull off an upset, considering he is not in the playoffs, and get a win despite not being a playoff driver in the playoffs for the 2nd consecutive season. Ross Chastain went a little wide through turns 1 and 2 a little bit ago, and he ended up nearly getting up against the outside wall as well. That was a couple laps ago. Loses more positions. And that has dropped Chastain all the way to 30th place now. Wow, he lost a lot of ground there. I think he was 24th right before that. Lost 6 positions as a result of that drop back. Larson now over 2 seconds ahead of Jones. He was almost 3/10 quicker that last lap. I don't know where he picked up the time. 29.4s back-to-back laps for Larson. He was running 29.6s, so now that Jones has gotten a little quicker back to the 29.6 from the 29.7s he was running before, Larson's gotten even quicker than that. And we'll see if he can continue to keep that pace up. Larson's fastest lap of the race is a 29.119, which was at lap 174, which would have been the restart to begin stage 3 here. Eric Jones and Ryan Blaney also ran their fastest laps since the last restart. So has Chase Elliott in 8th. Very few drivers have been able to do that of those at the front of the field. The only drivers who have not ran their fastest lap of the race since the very beginning of the race was Bubba Wallace, Brad Keselowski at laps 2 and 3, as well as some drivers further back in the field like Christopher Bell, who for some reason, has struggled today compared to the other Toyotas. His fastest lap at lap 4, he's in 21st. And Allmendinger, who also started inside the top 10, his fastest lap was on lap 3. And he is currently in 15th place. We'll go through a full field running order rundown with 81 laps to go. Kyle Larson, 2.6 seconds and growing fastly over Eric Jones in 2nd. Denny Hamlin 3rd. Ryan Blaney is 4th. Bubba Wallace in 5th. Brad Keselowski in 6th place. Chris Buescher 7th. Chase Elliott in 8th. Michael McDowell 9th. And William Byron is in 10th. Chase Briscoe in 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Carson Hocevar 13th. Kevin Harvick 14th. AJ Allmendinger 15th. Daniel Suarez in 16th. 17th place is Tyler Reddick. Martin Truex Jr. in 18th. Eric Almirola 19th, and Ryan Preece is 20th. Christopher Bell in 21st, Joey Logano 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Ty Dillon 24th, Zane Smith 25th, Justin Haley 26th, JJ Haley 27th, 28th place is Harrison Burton, Ross Chastain 29th, Austin Cindric in 30th, BJ McLeod 31st, Corey LaJoie 2 laps down 32nd. Out of the race is everybody from 33rd on back today. Ty Gibbs will finish 33rd, Kyle Busch 34th, Todd Gilliland 35th, and Austin Dillon 36. We'll take a quick ad break, and then you'll get to listen to more of the USA Network broadcast following the commercial break on the USA Network. You're listening live KRC on the YouTube channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Nathan Urich, JBX, 30,001. Thanks for tuning in. Robert Goodrich, welcome to the stream also. Malik Youngblood, thanks for tuning in. Yep, Kyle Busch is out of the race. Chris Ellis, thanks for tuning in. The Cup race is not over. No, we are still racing. Stage 3, Major Kenneth Withrow, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Sarah India, thanks for tuning in. Brad Keselowski on the 2 tires, not Buescher. Brad was on 2 then? Yeah, Buescher was on 4. I think I corrected myself on that. I didn't realize Brad was on 2, though. I was thinking it was just the 4 cars up at the front. Oh, yeah, Brad was on 2. Yeah, you're right.
I would say for Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jeff Jr., we had this
Not
conversation
anymore,
in one of the commercial breaks. You know, I'm not sure the 12 is really a whole lot faster, but they've leapfrogged into the top 5, and Blaney, as you can see, this car doesn't handle great in front of the 6 of Keselowski, but Blaney really digging deep and trying to keep this track position.
Yeah, great job by his team. Gambled a little bit just before the end of stage 1. Went from about 26th and got stage points, and then they gambled again and put 2 tires on it, and they've been able to keep that track position. I'll give Blaney a lot of credit right here. You can see his car doesn't drive well, but he's just making it work.
So, as we ride along with the BuildSubmarines.com 6 of Brad Keselowski, let's take a look at the progressive telemetry for Brad. Slight shift there.
Yeah, we're in 5th gear. All the way through turn 3 and 4. Just kind of working the throttle a little bit as he chases the car up the racetrack and then down the front straightaway and downshift into 4th. A lot of off throttle here. A little bit of brake. Down to 4th gear.
Yeah, watch his head as he rolls through 3 and 4. There's a big bump. It ground the bump down some, but it's still big, right through the middle of the corner. Let's see how much it hits it. Yeah, not too bad, really. We hear a lot of drivers complaining about how bad that bump is, but this car just glides right over it.
Here comes Bubba Wallace working to the outside now of the 7. Corey LaJoie.
It's kind of close.
LaJoie had a lot of damage to the right rear of that car.
Yeah, that disrupted the speed on the 23 just a little bit. Buescher trying to do something with this opportunity now. He's got some momentum on the high side here. Can he do the crossover onto the front straightaway to the inside? Bubba's able to defend that.
Bubba Wallace trying to hold off the 17th, but the momentum here on the high side, it's going to keep the 23 from working all the way up to the wall.
And right behind him, McDowell, he's worked his way back into the top 10. He ran really well at the start of the day. You mentioned it, Rick. Now this car's showing good speed again. As everybody's pretty much even on tires now.
the 23 of Bubba Wallace, after leading 96 laps, is he able to hold on to this track position?
Rick, you can see him trying to run that higher line in 1 and 2 because he sees everybody else doing it. But every time he says the car's just too loose to make it happen. He's experimented with it a few times. But, Junior, how frustrating can that be when you feel like, hey, the only place my car works is on the bottom. I see everybody else doing it. I can't make it happen.
Yeah, when you move up the racetrack, you're going to have more rotation in the car. The car's going to turn better in the center of the corner. So a lot of guys that are too tight, or they fire off really comfortable on the bottom, their car's built tight, they'll move up the racetrack and find rotation and speed. If your car's turning really good and your back's sliding around, you know, it's not going to be comfortable moving up the racetrack. It's going to slide worse. It's going to be looser. And it's going to take you forever to get around that corner. You're making the corner longer, right? And so everybody that's fighting a little bit of a tight build or a tight balance can make that top work and find great speed, hammer the throttle on corner exit, really accelerate down the next straightaway, but the cars that are loose are unable to do that.
You see on the left-hand side in the pylon, final pit window open. I don't expect the cars to come. Probably about 20 more laps, maybe less than. I'll give you about 15 more laps. We probably will see pit stops. But if you did pit now, you have enough fuel to make it to the end. So you're inside the final window.
Shout out to Michael McDowell, that 34 car. You know, they made the playoffs this year. Had a problem at Darlington. And that problem really kept him out of advancing into the next round. Just couldn't overcome it. But here he is, bringing speed to the racetrack again. It's a really strong year for this team. They have a lot to be proud of and a lot to build on for next year.
Yeah, remember last week, it was a 6th place finish at Bristol. So we've seen great speed out of Michael McDowell the second half of this season. Now once again running here in the 8th position, trying to get around the 23, as Larson still with a 4.2-second lead over Eric Jones, Dave.
And Rick, when you're out front leading like that, you start thinking about stuff.
You just broke up big time. Say it again.
Tires have been fine every run, right? I've got no vibration or anything like that. I'm just wondering if the tires have been okay.
The tires have been good, and we went up this run for protection, so you're fine. Just stay smooth with it. Don't overload either end, but we did go up this run.
Yeah, I'm not trying to freak you guys out. I don't have a vibration, but I just want that information. And Dale Jr., you know that's important because now he knows whether he can push, and the up on air pressure gives him some more data.
Absolutely. I think as we get later in the day, the speeds pick up, the loads on the tires pick up. We had a lot of tire issues over the past couple of weekends that have sort of crept back into the series. We had a ton of them here last year, especially late in the race as speeds picked up in these cars. So that's great information to tell the driver, look, no worries. I've actually even done something to make it even safer, put us even on the more conservative side of the air pressure situation. So great job by the 5 team. Great information for the driver. He can run this thing as hard as he wants.
And not great information for his competition. 4.6-second advantage. Kyle Larson out front at Texas.
Kyle Larson continues to shellac the field right now. We'll go through the intervals of those in the top 10. Kyle Larson with a 4.6-second lead, as you heard, over Eric Jones in second. Denny Hamlin is 6.9 seconds back in third. Ryan Blaney in fourth place, 9.8 seconds off the race lead. Looks like 10.5 seconds off the lead for Brad Keselowski in fifth. Chris Buescher in sixth place, 11.5 seconds off the lead. Chris Buescher now, 11.5 seconds. I thought that changed on me there. 12.2 seconds off the lead is Bubba Wallace in seventh. Michael McDowell in eighth, 13.2 seconds off the lead. William Byron is 13.9 seconds off the lead in ninth, and Chase Elliott in 10th place is 14.2 seconds back. Looks like Byron just passed Michael McDowell for 8th place that lap as well, so they'll transfer positions. 63 laps to go at the Texas Motor Speedway to this point in the race. Still expecting the field to make one more pit stop at some point as well. 30 cars, it looks like, on the lead lap right now. Austin Cindric, the last of which on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr. continues to go backwards. He was 17th at one point in this run. Now he's 19th, and Christopher Bell trying to pass him for that 19th place position. Not good runs for Martin Truex Jr. here to begin the playoffs. Right now, of the drivers in the playoffs, if you count Chase Elliott, who's running for the Owners' Championship, 8 of the top 10 are in the postseason. The only ones not would be Reddick at 16th Truex in 19th, Bell in 20th, Chastain 27th. Usually don't see the Toyotas struggle on the intermediate tracks this season, but Reddick, Truex, Bell all outside the top 15. Gibbs is out of the race. The only outliers are Bubba Wallace in 7th and Denny Hamlin in 3rd. We saw Wallace lead a lot of laps after qualifying on the pole. Hamlin hasn't really led it all yet today, but he's been up in the top 5 the whole race. He's been consistent for where he has been for most of this season. Yeah, Denny Hamlin has not led yet. Bubba Wallace still has led the most laps with 96 laps led. Larson has led 61 and counting from the lead right now. Reddick, who won Stage 1 at Strategy, also led the beginning of Stage 2 to lead 36. A lot of drivers leading 1 and 2 laps in this race during green flag pit stops, and that's been about it. Back from the commercial break. I'll continue the live commentary side of things here for the rest of the race today. Almost 2.5 hours into this one. A lot of early yellows. But not as much here in the final 2 stages to this point. Tyler Reddick, the first onto pit road.
He starts the cycle.
And I'm guessing that will bring a few others to pit road here shortly with under 59 laps to go in the race. And around goes the 99 of Suarez. Can he get it going? He's in the grass as he was trying to come to...
Caution's out for the 8th time. Daniel Suarez is stuck in the grass on the front stretch of Texas. And now he's going to get it going again. Where the caution flag is already out. Unfortunately for Tyler Reddick, I think he's going to end up getting trapped a lap down. He's going to be able to take the wave around, but... he's going to be at the tail end of the lead lap following the spin. So Daniel Suarez slides onto pit road. Tried to come down with an early stop. And around he goes. Our first caution of Stage 3 with 58 laps remaining. Doesn't look like any of the tires are down on Suarez from the middle of the slide. But again, we are under caution.
Tire changer. Derek Newsom suffered cramps, had to be sent to the med center for an IV for fluid. So backup tire changer JP Keeley working on that car now. So we talk about the heat and how it affects drivers. Here's how it's affecting crew members.
This heat's no joke, and it's been a long day. Remember, these crew members come, they set up the pit box. They've been out in the heat now for the majority of the day.
And we heard that some of the crew members worked yesterday, which included practice and qualifying for both the Xfinity Series and the Cup Series. And now, if they did work the race yesterday, now working again today.
And we've seen tires not be a huge advantage, so you could maybe with that assume if you're the leader, this might be your last pit stop. So Larson had a 5-second lead. They were going to have a very big advantage for a nice green flag cycle and a calm stop. Now with this yellow, now Larson has Eric Jones only 2 cars behind Hamlin, Blaney, Keselowski. They are right back up to the rear bumper of the 5, so this pit stop's going to be very important. For Tyler Reddick, all the way back at 30th a lap down, I assume he's going to get, the wave around. He'll go back, but he's going to be the last car in the lead lap. He's going to be like 27th, so he has lost at least 10 spots. He was running about 16th when he pitted. He's going to be 26th or 27th after this cycle.
Reddick can take the wave around?
Assuming everyone in the lead lap pits, which they should. Everyone needs fuel. I don't know why somebody would not pit.
Look at the points as they run. Saw that with Kyle Busch, was 21 points below the cut line.
I'm interested to see the 43 car of Eric Jones. That pit crew, can they take on the Giant? Can they take on Hendrick Motorsports and beat Kyle Larson off pit road right here?
On to pit road they come, Dave.
Kyle Larson wants just a little adjustment, just a little free off of turn 2. Bigger question is, will he take 4 tires? Yes, they've got 4 Goodyear tires ready, Kim.
For Ryan Blaney, it was better, but the ride quality still not great. Bounces loose over the bumps and 4. Unpredictable, he said, just so rough. They will make a slight air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Marty.
Denny Hamlin said the car was definitely better that run, but I can tell we have lost some car potential. Not sure we can contend for the win. He said it takes off great, but after that it does fall off, gets 2 free, and Eric Jones, to your point, almost beat Kyle Larson off pit road. Great stop by the 5 and the 43 teams.
Up 2 spots for Brad Keselowski to move to 3rd as well. Wallace up 1. Brad ended up moving ahead of both Blaney and Hamlin in a very, very close race off of pit lane for the lead between Larson and Jones, which Larson narrowly gets Jones at that line. So here we go, setting up for a late restart with a little bit over 50 laps to go. We have just over 300 concurrent viewers, and we have topped out at over 6,500 views on the stream. So appreciate everybody tuning in here this afternoon. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. We're up to 174 likes. We've already hit our goal. Let's try to get that to 200 here in these final 50-plus laps of the race today as we bring you closer to the finish of this one. Our leaderboard will update once I get back to the start-finish line, this time by free pass went to Austin Cindric with that caution flag coming out. I believe BJ McLeod took the wave around, as well as Tyler Reddick took the wave around to get back on the lead lap, but they'll be at the tail end of the field here. And hopefully everybody got their lug nuts on tightly, because that was not the case back in Stage 1. We didn't see that issue pop up at all in Stage 2, though. It was just we saw that off of the 3 team and the 51 team after the first stop of the race today, but haven't seen it since. So we've had pretty much 4 stops for every team since then. Everybody taking 4 tires. No 2-tire stops here. I think a lot of it is because of the long green flag run leading up to that caution. And these teams will be able to go the rest of the way on fuel. If we get a late caution, it'll be interesting to see who all pits and who doesn't. I would imagine most of the playoff drivers probably going to stay out of the pits if we see another caution. I'd be shocked if any of them really hit pit road unless they're well outside the top 10 anyway, like Bell in 18th or Truex in 21st. Reddick now back in 29th, of course.
Thing love to go and check out the area there in Fort Worth, and you see the Texas Longhorns. Everything's bigger in Texas. Even Big Hoss there, the big screen TV on the back stretch, they made that bigger. As we get ready for the choose, inside outside, Eric Jones will be on the outside, Larson on the inside for this restart. 54, it'll be 53 laps remaining when they come to the green.
And a driver you don't see in those front 5 rows who had done a nice job of making something of the day was the 12 of Ryan Blaney. Well, he got a speeding ticket coming onto pit road, too fast entering. So he will start with 54 laps to go, tail end of the field. Running 4th, right? I mean, this is a huge penalty. This is a 15, 20, 25 point penalty, depending on where he ends up finishing.
Ryan Blaney, I believe, was 5th off of pit road. Speeding penalty will put him back in 29th for this restart. Tough break. I think he was 14 points to the good. Now he's minus 10. We'll see how many of those spots he can get back. Pretty much right about where he qualified and started this race earlier today. Kyle Larson on the front row for the restart will be on the inside of row 1. Eric Jones to the outside as we're setting up here in this one. For 53 laps to go to be remaining when they go back to green. You never know if this could be the final restart of the race. I say that because we've had a lot of green flag runs in these last 2 stages. Maybe that's the announcer's curse. We'll have to wait and see. Fans on their feet. Larson gets the push from Keselowski. Hamlin pushing Jones as the green flag's back in the air again. Great job by the 6, really giving that 5 a good launch into the first turn. Larson is clear in the center of the corner now on Eric Jones. He can move up. He's got about a car length and a half distance. 3 wide, a little further back outside the top 10 now. 4 wide now on the back stretch as there was near contact. Truex trying to get a few of his spots back. Bubba Wallace underneath of Chris Buescher side by side for the 5th place position. Both those two have been in the top 10 all day long. Trying to remain there as they battle for every last point they can. Wallace now going to get freight train on the outside as Byron's going to get up there. We'll see if he can make a pass. Willie B's been turning it on a little bit later in this race today, although Buescher slid way up the racetrack at 1 and 2, and he ended up giving that spot right back up to the 23 of Wallace. So Bubba back up to 6, and now trying to get by Brad Keselowski as he moves to the outside immediately into turns 3 and 4. And back in line again. Single file through most of the top 10. Larson, 0.8 of a second already out ahead of Eric Jones. 51 laps to go. Your top 5 following the race start has Kyle Larson with that race lead. And 0.8 of a second ahead of Eric Jones in P2. P3 is Denny Hamlin, 1 second off the lead. Brad Keselowski, 1.5 seconds back in 4th. And Bubba Wallace in 5th place, 1.6 seconds off the lead. Gotta be frustrating for Blaney. It's where he could have been, but it was a driver error there on pit road. Too fast exiting the pit lane is the reason why he dropped back in traffic. I think that's only the second driver to have a pit road speeding penalty today. I think the only other one was J.J. Yaley earlier in the race, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember any other pit road speeding penalties. Zane Smith had one too, I believe. Now, Bubba's been struggling on the very long runs in this race, so we'll see if this goes green to the end, if he can actually hang on to 5th. Splitting the RFK Fords just a little bit. Buescher almost got into the wall off turn 2. He's pushing hard. Gotta be careful. Gotta make it to the end. He's in a good point situation as he continues to keep his consistent runs going. If he finishes in the top 8 again, that would be the 7th time in the last 9 races Buescher will have an 8th place finish or better. 9 positions gained since the race start for Tyler Reddick. Good run going for him. He's already up to 18th. He was right in front of Blaney, I think, in 28th after Blaney's speeding penalty, and Blaney has only gone from about 29th to 25th, gaining 4 spots. Another spot gain for Reddick now as he gets by the 17th place car of Carson Hocevar. I think he passed Truex as well. He might have made a 3-wide move, and Reddick is up to 16th place. What a restart. We haven't seen that many cars being able to pass this deep into a restart, and Reddick is got a rocket ship tied to him. They must have made some massive adjustments to that car. His lap time, that last lap of a 29.686, would have been enough to be, it looks like the 7th fastest car on the track that last lap. He's just mired back in traffic, and we haven't seen him much in the top 10 today. Things are going well for him now. He's going to make another pass on Eric Almirola. Hocevar dropping back. Logano gets around him. Great run by Carson earlier in this race. He was running pretty much 13th. And better for most of the day, he gets into the wall off turn 4. He pushed it too hard on the outside. Joey Logano gave him room. He hits the wall. He's slow into 1 and 2, wiggling the car back and forth just a little bit as he ducks in line behind A.J. Allmendinger, maybe just trying to check and make sure all tires are up on the car. Blaney right behind him, going to look to the inside into turn 3. He'll make the pass after passing, it looked like Ty Dillon on the top lane of the track. Tough break for Hocevar. Had a good run going. Fell back on this restart, then slaps the wall there off turn 4, and now he's starting to drop back a little bit further. I don't think Logano did anything wrong there. He gave him plenty of room. He just ended up in the wall, pushed it a little too hard. We haven't seen many cars really get up too far wide in the outside later in the race compared to what we saw early in the race, similar to the Xfinity race yesterday where the deeper we got into the going, we didn't see many drivers going too far wide. Kind of the case here today, but Hocevar obviously too far wide there. William Byron continues to press forward. He's underneath Buescher, battling for 6th on the front stretch into turn 1. They're side by side, 44 laps to go in the race still. Byron not going to be able to hold on to the bottom this time with Buescher. Well, he does hold on to stay side by side. He just couldn't complete the pass. Buescher going to keep the 24 car down on the racetrack. Byron pushing wide. Buescher continues to stay in the right rear corner panel. Gets a great run off turn 4. Byron not too aggressive with the side draft in the center of the front stretch. Into turns 1 and 2. Buescher widening his groove out again. Continues to run door to door with Byron off turn 2. They've been side by side now for about 2 full laps. Byron again charges hard on the entry into the corner, slides up the racetrack, almost gets into Busher. Busher lifts, lets the 24 in, and Byron's up to 6th. 5.5 seconds off the lead is William Byron. Last lap, William Byron had the 5th fastest lap on the racetrack. Kyle Larson clearly still the fastest, already a 3-second lead, and we just restarted 11 laps ago. 29.2 the last 2 laps for Larson. Second fastest car, Eric Jones in second. 29.5s both laps. So 0.3 of a second quicker a lap. That is ridiculous. Great speed out of that 5 team here today. If you can't beat him on restart, he's going to be tough to beat the rest of the way, especially considering that we may not see another pit stop even if we do get any cautions. Shout out to Kevin Harvick up to 9th. Fast pit stop by his pit crew on that last stop. He remains in 9th. He has been really nowhere near the top 10 all day. Great recovery there. And Tyler Reddick now has cracked the top 15 after restarting 29th. Chase Briscoe, biggest mover from the start of the race to where he is now, up 23 positions, also in the top 10 in 8th place. So 2 SHR Fords are up there after running nowhere near the top 10 for most of the day, although Briscoe, I believe, was on a different tire strategy. I think he was one of the drivers that stayed out, got stage points at the end of stage 1. It was up in the top 10 at that point and then early into stage 2, but then he kind of fell back out of the top 10 in the middle of stage 2 restart, but somehow has found his way right back up there again. So good job, and that puts 4 Fords inside the top 10. Only 2 Toyotas in the top 10 and then 4 Chevys also up there. From the manufacturer side of things, 38 laps to go. This time by at the line, Larson continues to lead. We'll go through the full field running order rundown for the final time today. Kyle Larson leads. 3.7 seconds now, quickly ahead of Eric Jones in second. Denny Hamlin is third. Brad Keselowski 4th. And Bubba Wallace is in 5th. William Byron in 6th place. Chris Buescher 7th. Chase Briscoe 8th. Kevin Harvick 9th. Chase Elliott in 10th. Ross Chastain in 11th. Alex Bowman 12th. Ryan Preece 13th. Christopher Bell 14th. Tyler Reddick 15th. Eric Almirola in 16th. Martin Truex Jr. 17th. Justin Haley 18th. Harrison Burton 19th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 20th. 21st is Joey Logano. AJ Allmendinger 21st. Ryan Blaney 23rd. Joey Logano's 21st. AJ Allmendinger 22nd. Ryan Blaney 23rd. 24th is Michael McDowell. He fell back on that last restart. He was in the top 10. Carson Hocevar 25th. Ty Dillon 26th. JJ Yeley 27th. Zane Smith 28th. Austin Cindric in 29th is the last car in the lead lap. Daniel Suarez is spun, bringing out that last cautions in 30th, the lap down. BJ McLeod also lap down in 31st. 4 laps down is Corey LaJoie in 32nd after having a spin earlier, blowing a right rear tire, shedded some debris for that right rear corner panel, so he's got quite a bit of damage. And 4 cars out of the race today, all in stage 1. Ty Gibbs will finish 33rd. Kyle Busch, last running playoff driver in 34th. Ty Gillen 35th, and Austin Dillon with the early accident in lap 40. He'll finish last in 36th. That's your full field running order rundown. And as far as the spotlight drivers coming into the race today, all 3 must-haves in the top 10 as predicted. Buescher in 7th, Hamlin 3rd, Larson leading. Buescher was my pick to win. Sleeper picks right now in the top 10 would include Bubba Wallace in 5th. Ty Gibbs obviously out of the race after contact on pit road with Denny Hamlin, so he'll finish 33rd. And then the other sleeper pick would have been Eric Jones, who was in 2nd. Great run for him. So 2 for 3 there, 3 for 3 on the other picks. And the don't have picks to finish outside the top 10. Blaney with the speeding penalty now is further back, although he had been impressing to this point from a strategy standpoint, got in the track position, but had enough speed to stay up there. Unfortunately, now he is back to 23rd, and more than likely will not get a top 10 finish. Chase Elliott hanging on for 10th right now, and Harvick in 9th. So we'll see if they end up falling back a couple spots here late. Chastain is driven all the way up to 11th place. From where he restarted. I think he was back in 30th before that caution came out with Suarez spinning, so he has somehow flipped the field up to 11th on a similar strategy as everybody else. Great job on pit road by that Trackhouse team, and a great job by Chastain on this last restart, continuing to pick up positions. He may steal a top 10 late in the stage. We'll take our final ad break of the race here. You're listening live, KRC, on the YouTube channel. 180 likes on the stream. Let's get that to 200 here before the end. I know our goal was 150, but let's try to get to 200. Got well more than enough people watching as we get to the end of this race. Obviously, subscribe as well if you haven't already. I believe we only needed like 8 subscribers to get to 4.7 thousand today. I haven't checked it during the course of the race. I'd like to hope that we're there. Yeah, we are, yeah. We passed that. Not sure when, but we did. So we are less than 300 away from 5,000. And we've got 6 more weekends after this to try to get it done. So we'll keep the grind on. Tell your family, tell your friends if you're into NASCAR, check out this redheaded guy that talks about cars going in circles every Sunday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for that matter. And during the week virtually as well. 5-second lead now for Larson post-commercial break. About to put Corey LaJoie another lap down. Tail end of the field. Pace he's running, he'll probably end up catching more lap cars if we stay green to the end as well. Has to be careful when on the outside lane passing cars, although that groove has widened out quite a bit from where we were earlier in the race. Still can be treacherous, pushing too hard. He's got a big enough lead. He doesn't have to push extremely hard. He's got the car to the end. Just got to keep the tires underneath him because there is still 30 to go at the same time too. It's about a half a fuel run yet to make it to the end. These guys are projected to go probably 10 to 12 laps to the good on fuel from when we restarted, so even if we see a couple overtime restarts for whatever reason, they should still be good on fuel to the end. It would just be interesting from a tire strategy standpoint of who potentially pits, who doesn't. But that is if we see a caution. Larson on the outside through 3 and 4, going to make a pass on the 78. BJ McLeod. Liftfast Motorsports sold their charter earlier in the week to Spire Motorsports, who has picked up a 3rd charter for next year. I don't think that necessarily means that Liftfast is shutting down. They'll just be a non-chartered organization. They sold it for $40 million earlier in the week, so, you know, potentially they could use that $40 million, help that single-car organization. Maybe they'll show more speed next year. They just won't be locked into the starting spot for every race. There are select races where they may have to worry about having to qualify in on time. I think there's only been like 2 or 3 races this year where drivers in the Cup Series have had that. Of course, the Daytona 500 is the biggest one. I think there was a lot of entries at Indy and the Chicago Street Race too, if I'm not mistaken. So there will be a couple races they'll have to try to qualify in on time. McLeod runs the majority of the races, usually the ovals, and has a road course ringer typically run the road races as well in that car. Sometimes on the short tracks, I think Josh Bilicki has ran that car at times this season as well. So interested to see who they have in that car throughout the course of next season, and hopefully they'll still be around in the sport next year, which I would imagine they would. He also owns an Xfinity Series team. Anthony Alfredo runs full-time there. So I'm sure they'll stay in the Xfinity Series full-time next year. A little bit better as far as competitiveness on that side of things. I'd like to see them take a big step forward next season there as well. I'm sure the $40 million might be dispersed between both the Cup and the Xfinity program. 25 laps to go this time by. Still a 5-second lead for Larson over Jones. Lap time still about a 10th quicker that last lap for Larson. Panning back. Chase Elliott's still holding on to 10th for now. Chastain in 11th. Caution, trouble off turn 2. The 15 of J.J. Haley has backed it into the wall. A lot of damage to his car. This is our 9th caution of the race. And we will have at least one more restart. Again, 25 laps remaining. We have a late caution. Not sure if anybody else might have been involved. And what will this do from a pit strategy standpoint? Will this bring more drivers onto pit road, or will it not? In the middle of turns 1 and 2, Yaley goes around, backs it hard into the wall. Actually, more towards the exit of turn 2. Nobody else was collected. Car just slipped out from underneath him. Even though these drivers have been racing in these conditions all day and the track is gaining a bit more grip, it's still hot and slick nonetheless. Of course, from a mental side of things, you get this deep into the race in this kind of heat. Some blistering hot race cars, I'm sure that tends to be a little worse. Also, talk about BJ McLeod a little bit ago. His cool suit failed before the start of the race, so he has been toughening out from the get-go. And he's definitely been a trooper in this one. trying to run all the laps as he continues in this race. He's got another driver to pass position-wise with Yaley dropping out. Got teams on the pit wall. How many of them will pit? Who will take 2? Who will take 4? I'm sure there's going to be some drivers taking 2. We might not even see everybody hit pit road. Pit road is open this time, I do believe. Larson is the leader. Will he make his way to pit road? To the commitment line. He stays out. Jones, Hamlin, Keselowski pit. Wallace stays out. A lot of drivers staying out. Very few pitting.
He comes onto pit road. Dave.
So Brad Keselowski was one that wanted to come to pit road. Looks like he'll get 2 right side tires, and then he'll leave.
Denny Hamlin coming down pit road. He left the call up to Chris Gabehart. He gave him 2 options in code, and Hamlin said, you do what you want to do here. Right side tires for Denny Hamlin, and right side tires for Chris Buescher as well. We'll see if these tires make a difference.
Challenge is going to be...
Taking 2 tires, I don't think is going to be enough to get them through the field. Even 4 is going to be tough with as many drivers that ended up staying out. Hamlin, Keselowski, Buescher, Jones. Jones lost 3 spots on pit road. I think he took 4, though. There were some drivers that took 4, but there was a lot of cars that stayed out. We'll have to wait to get our leaderboard organized right here on screen. So get back to the start-finish line next time by. You'll see the actual leaderboard for the upcoming restart, which will be with right around 20 laps to go, give or take, to the finish of this race. Oh, we got 1 late race yellow. Yeah, a lot stayed out. GT Brew, thanks for tuning in. That's what Larson needed with him staying out. More cars that stayed out, that helped him, and I think that definitely helped him. We'll see how quickly those other drivers can cut through the field. I don't think they're going to be able to cut through much. Chiefs are up 41-0. I looked behind. I saw they were up 31-0 at halftime. It was not a close game. I was expecting them to beat the Bears pretty badly. I wasn't expecting that kind of badly that quick. I don't think it's as bad as that Dolphins-Broncos game earlier. So 70-20. You don't see that in the NFL. That's like college football. If you had like a top 10 team playing like just like this small school, like that's what that would be. That's not like a professional football team. Give up 70 points. Poor Broncos fans. So close last week. They had a Hail Mary for a touchdown only to miss the 2-point conversion, and then they get blown out by 50 the next week to the Dolphins. Crazy stuff. So Hamlin has scored in 16th. He won the race out of the pit, so the top 15 cars stayed out. Top 15 stayed out. Hamlin, Keselowski, Buescher took right sides only. Jones took 4. I think there were a couple drivers that also took 2 behind Jones. He was just the first out of those that took 4. I think Logano right behind him might have taken 2. I mean, taking 2 tires, I think they only did it at that point to ensure that they were going to win the race off of the pits. But, you know, giving up 2nd, 3rd, 4th place for 2 tires, just it doesn't look like the right call. And that's hindsight. Maybe they were expecting more cars to pit. I was probably expecting more cars at the back of the field to pit, to be completely honest. I'm surprised that many cars outside the top 15 didn't come down. Considering that there weren't too many cars in front of them that did pit. But I understand it as well because we haven't seen that much passing. I mean, there were only 3 cars that were able in 50 laps to get past drivers that had 40-lap older tires back at stage 2. But now we're only going to have 20 laps for them to get by, and there's more than 4 cars that stayed out on 2 tires. Or that stayed out in general. This time you have 15 that stayed out. Looks like 14, actually. 14 of them stayed out, because Hamlin will be 15th from the restart now. Not sure if somebody had a speeding penalty there or what the case was. We'll see if this is the final restart. Again, 20 laps to go this time by. Everybody that did pit has exactly 33 lap pressure tires. Some, again, only right sides. Some 4. Logano did take 2. Justin Haley also took 2. So Eric Jones in 18th will be the first driver of 4 tires. He has a fast car, but I don't know that anybody's fast enough to come from that far back in the field to the front at Texas. I mean, at Kansas, maybe. You know, Darlington, even though that track's not very wide, there's more tire wear, maybe. But Texas, not a lot of tire wear. Not a lot of ways to pass cars. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see. On the front row, it's going to be Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Larson on the inside lane, which has been the preferred lane on the front row for pretty much the entire race weekend. Wallace got a great launch on the outside. He didn't get a great push, but he got through the gearing pretty well. Larson's still going to beat him with the front bumper into turn 1. 3 wide on the outside. I couldn't tell who that was getting by Bubba Wallace, but somebody making some daring moves up there. And still a drag race down the backstretch for the lead between Larson and Wallace. Spot for the round of 8 on the line for the winner of this one. Byron to third as he gets by Briscoe. Larson wiggled just a little bit on the bottom. He keeps it off the 23. Side by side of the line, Wallace leads that lap. Larson getting the charge on the bottom. Byron probably going to go with his teammate if he gets a chance. Larson loses his car. He's going to slide into the wall hard. And around goes Larson, spinning like a top on the top of the racetrack. And Bubba Wallace is going to get to the lead. Larson overdrove it. He overdrove it going into turn 1 and loses the race car. I don't know how he didn't hit the 23 car as they were very close to making contact. But Larson's day is done. And what it looked like he had this race locked up before the caution is obviously not the case anymore. And this is going to set up another late race restart. And those guys on those fresher tires, this will help them as well to create more passing opportunities to have a chance. Going into the first turn, I didn't think there was any contact. No, I mean, Larson had a slight bobble. I'm going to assume he probably overdrove it because it looked like the front of the car kind of went up and then the back came around. Like he may have overcorrected it. He could have also done that just trying to keep it off the 23 car as well. Because it did look like he didn't make contact with him. And there was plenty of room on the bottom for Larson to turn down to the white line, and he never got down to the white line. He was about a full lane above it the whole time. I think he just carried too much speed going into the corner, trying to stay on the bottom. Larson overdriving it and into the wall pretty hard too. Even harder than what Busch hit earlier, it looked like, or very similar to it. Maybe 2 tires was the right call. We'll see. I mean, they get an extra caution. The problem is this is a lot of cleanup down in 1 and 2 from that Larson incident, so they're going to have less laps to be able to do it, but at least it bunches the field back together again. That is unbelievable. Yeah, Larson's day is going to be done. Even if he can continue somehow, there are going to be multiple laps down. There are already 2 laps down on pit road as we run, as he is scored at 29th. That's going to knock Larson below the cutoff line. He was so close to just getting the win, locking himself into the next round. He wasn't going to have to worry about Dega or the Roval. And as we run now, he is only 2 points below, but he is still below the cutoff line going into Talladega next week, which is not his style of racetrack. And a big break for obviously Bubba Wallace, who's going to be the leader, but also William Byron, who was right there in 3rd place, who missed Larson. He is going to be more than likely in the front row now in the restart. So there is still a chance Hendrick Motorsport could get a car to victory lane. Chase Elliott's in 4th. He's also right there. I'd imagine he's going to try to pick the same lane Byron does, and they're going to try to team up to get one of those 2 cars to victory lane, which would more than likely be the 24 because he's out in front of him. But we'll see how great that's going to work. It's going to be a few more laps here before we get a restart. I don't even know if they've opened pit road yet. I would imagine that nobody's going to end up hitting the pits unless they're at the very tail end of the field. So Larson is done. McLeod has surpassed Larson in the running order, so Larson now 3 laps down. Still on pit road, and they only have 6 minutes on the damaged vehicle policy clock just to get it back on the track as well. Once that exceeds, he'll have to pull to the garage, assuming they can't get the car fixed up. NASCAR Vintage 17, Willie Bowen, JT Brew, Wade Selinsky, Easy E Network, Shizoid for Jesus, thanks for tuning in. Larson goes around, overdriving the car, battling for the lead on a late restart with 20 to go with Bubba Wallace. Larson just overdrove it going into turn 1. He never got all the way down to the white line, and you can tell the car just went straight up the track. And the back end started coming around as he made a second-hand adjustment trying to keep it off the 23 car from what it looked like. And luckily, he didn't take anybody else with him. Both Wallace, who was outside, and then also William Byron, who was right behind both cars. They both got by unscathed. There was no contact prior to the slide. And the pole sitter back out in front again today. Both Wallace and Larson had led the most laps in this race. Although for stage 3, because of how far back Wallace fell at the end of stage 2, he was kind of more, I think, he was 5th before that last caution came out, but 3 cars in front of him pitted. He was able to get back to 2nd. Great job on that restart, timing it out well enough to stay with Larson, and stayed with him for a full lap. Larson made the mistake, and now it's Wallace's turn to try to get the job done here, get the win, lock himself into the round of 8, and get his 3rd consecutive season with a win. And all 3 of those wins would come in playoff races. It's just the first time he's eligible for the championship in the playoffs. It's our 10th caution of the day with Larson going around. Larson led 99 laps. Wallace has now led 102 and counting out in front of the field under the 60-mile-an-hour caution speed. Tyler Reddick, great rebound for him, up to 9th. He was 29th 2 restarts ago. He's up to 9th now. I think he stayed out of the pits during that last caution. Of those that did pit, Denny Hamlin, highest running of which in 12th. So he only gained 3 positions in 1 lap on that restart. And like I mentioned already, it bunches the field back again for him to make multiple passes on restart. The problem, though, on the downside of that is the caution came out with 19 to go. We're down to 15 to go. And it looks like they have gotten the 1 to go signal. So we will be going green this time by. We're going to try it again. I mean, from a speed standpoint of those drivers that are at the front of the field right now, I would like to think Wallace is probably... I mean, Byron has really gotten quicker throughout the course of the race. So I guess if anybody, like, in the top 5 to really the top 8, I'd say Byron is the one driver that could keep up with Bubba on speed. Outside of that, I mean, Hamlin, Buescher, Keselowski, those guys, they're just too far back. They're not even in the top 10 yet. Unless they get more cars knocked out ahead of them. I mean, that's the thing with this caution. There was only 1 car that got taken out, so they only gained 1 position out of that. So really, I mean, Denny Hamlin only gained 2 spots on the restart if you take out, of course, Larson having that incident. 13 to go, upcoming. Wallace is the only Toyota in the top 8 looking to hang on for just his 3rd career NASCAR Cup Series victory. Gets a great push by Chase Briscoe on the outside as he got the launch, and he's clear by full car length. Briscoe rather, just smacked the back of the 23 car, and that helped out Wallace a ton. Byron goes up the track. He overdrives turn 1. He's going to lose 2 positions. Chase Elliott and Chase Briscoe going to get by. 3 and 4 wide at the back of the pack. 2 more cars went wide off the exit of turn 2. Byron back to the inside of Elliott for 3rd place as he looks to get that position. That was exactly what Wallace needed. Not only had a great push from Briscoe to get the launch into turn 1 and clear, and we've got a caution, big wreck on the front stretch at Texas. Blaney's in it. Cindric's in it. Looked like the 38 of Zane Smith's got severe damage on his car. Somebody's parked up against the wall with even more damage than Smith. Truex might have gotten a piece of it. His splitter's up off the ground. Blaney's right rear tire's on the rim. Not sure how that started, but we saw about 5 or 6 cars or more sliding on the front stretch. Another accident. This one the biggest of the day. It's our 11th caution with 12 to go. Not something Wallace needed to see there as another restart. And unfortunately, it was Eric Jones who had the severe damage on the outside of the racetrack. And that is tough because he had such a great car today. AJ Allmendinger also with severe damage to his race car. It's going to cause a lengthy cleanup. Allmendinger limping out of his car. Hopefully he's okay. Must have took a big hit somewhere in there. The entire left front of his car is tore up. Waiting to see a replay of exactly how this might have started. Unfortunately, Eric Jones, feel for him. He was up there in the top 3 for a large part of the second half of this one. So Reddick got into the wall. When he made contact with the wall, there was like 3 or 4 cars behind them that also ended up in the wall right behind Reddick. I don't know if they were trying to check up or what the case was. Blaney ends up spinning in the middle of the front stretch, and that really collected about 4 or 5 other cars that were trying to miss him, and then they would hit each other and vice versa. So, I don't know how much damage Reddick has. It looked like he hit the wall pretty hard. Reddick was the first car to hit the wall, and there were a few others behind him that hit it. Reddick never spun out or anything. And it didn't look like he got ran into the back of either. It was just following the car in front of you. Everybody obviously probably getting aero tight. Quite a few cars in that outside lane. Up as wide out of the groove as they were. That is not something Reddick needed because he did a great job rallying to the top 10. Denny Hamlin, who was ahead of the incident, is now up to 7th, but he's still got 3 rows of cars on older tires in front of him, and we're going to have well less than 10 to go in the restart because this is going to be probably the lengthiest cleanup of the day. Curious to see if we get a red flag at all to allow for the cleanup to take place perhaps a little bit quicker. Guess it depends on how much debris was laid down by cars trying to get back to pit road, because there were quite a few that still circled back around the track. Still got some cars on the front stretch. A lot of carnage here. And again, all those drivers pretty much that were in it were already behind where top drivers on fresh tires were, except for Eric Jones, of course, who would have been the first driver on 4 tires, and he was in it. Well, that helps Larson out a little bit because now he's even with the cutoff line where, as of his accident, he was minus 2 points. It's also good for Kyle Busch. It was minus 33 at one point today, but now that there's been other drivers getting accidents here late, he's only minus 17. And again, I mentioned in the pre-race how good Busch has been on super speedways and road courses this season. He won at Dega earlier this year, a couple of other top 5 finishes on super speedways and road courses. He has had 4 finishes in the top 5 of the 5. The only one he didn't was Indy, where he had a valve spring break middle of the race while running in the 4th place position at the time. Keselowski also even with the cutoff line with Larson. Chastain plus 7, Bell plus 13, Truex plus 15. I do know Truex had quite a bit of damage from that incident. He's going to try to keep his car on the track, keep rolling. '26 cars still being scored on the lead lap. Tough break for Blaney being back in that. The only reason is because he had the speeding penalty earlier in the stage, which had dropped him from 5th back to outside the top 20. And in the eye of the storm in that incident. Tim Irvin / Super B-Man 1. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the $4.99 super chat as well. Haven't been here in a while. Hope everything is all good. Keep doing what you're doing, King Dog. And let's see how the end of the race plays out. Yeah, for sure. Thank you a lot for just coming back, and one of the original subscribers to the channel. Appreciate any time I see any one of those older usernames back in the chat and watching some racing here. YouTuber Holtz, thanks for tuning in. Willy Wonka, thanks for tuning in as well. Almost 200 likes on the stream. Definitely run that like counter up. We're up to 195. And we've got just over 350 concurrent viewers live. Yeah, Blaney's done. I mean, the toe link's broken on that car. He's driving it sideways down the back straightaway of the racetrack. And it looks like he's going to miss pit road. I don't know if he's thinking to keep that car on the track or not. Ain't no way he is going to be able to finish the race driving like that. He ain't going to meet minimum speed. That's about as fast as that car is probably able to go, if I had to guess. He's trying, though. He's giving him an A. Going to give him an A for effort. Yeah, next closest guy behind Hamlin of those that pitted under the, not the last caution, obviously, with this one, but the yellow flag before that, before the Larson incident, it would have been Chris Buescher in 11th. So he's 4 positions behind where Hamlin's at. 1 to go this time by, so we'll have 6 laps left on the restart. 6 to go. Wallace and Chase Briscoe on the front row. Who has really not been in contention to win any races this season. Briscoe trying to steal one from the playoff boys at the front of the field. And then you got the Hendrick duo of Elliott and Byron in row 2. Elliott on the outside behind Wallace here. Kevin Harvick in row 3. Struggling on race pace all day long. Outlasting some of these late race yellows in the war of attrition laden. He might have a shot at a top 5. And of course, again, Hamlin in row 4. Freshest right side tires, but again, his left sides are just as old as all the cars in front of him. From a speed standpoint, though, was quicker than Bubba, really everybody in front of him. The only cars that were quicker than him are both out of the race of Eric Jones and Kyle Larson. So of the cars still in this thing, Hamlin probably has the fastest car, but he's in 7th inside of row 4 for this restart. It'll be Wallace and Briscoe in the front row. Byron behind Briscoe on the inside and Elliott behind Wallace on the outside. 6-lap shootout here at Texas. We'll see if this will be the final restart. If they get to the white flag, next flag ends the race. Get a caution well before that, and the laps leading up will have at least another restart. Green flag back in the air. Wallace has been masterful in the restart so far. He gets another great launch, and he's doing it from the outside, which is kind of surprising. Usually the bottom has been the preferred lane today. Briscoe got a great push into the first turn, though, from William Byron. Wallace staying on the door of the 14. Off the exit of the corner, Briscoe nearly making contact with Wallace. I think he did. Byron to the inside. 3 wide. He's not going to be able to enter the corner as deep as he could, although he stays under Wallace, and he's going to get to the lead anyway. What a move by William Byron. 3 wide on the backstretch to the lead in the middle of 1 and 2, and Byron's trying to steal one late. I thought he was going to enter the corner too flat, and that wasn't the case. Now Bubba's in the dirty air in 1 and 2. He gets tight. He's going to go up the racetrack, and Ross Chastain's up to 2nd on the backstretch. Does Chastain have anything down for William Byron? Elliott to the outside of Bubba Wallace for 3rd. Chastain trying to run just a different lane from the 24 car in front of him. Car scrambling for positions just outside the top 5. Something happened to Elliott. I think he overdrove it trying to pass Wallace on the inside, and he loses a few positions. Harvick going to get by him for 6th. Bell's inside the top 5 to 4th. Denny Hamlin hasn't really gone anywhere in the restart on his fresher right side tires. He's still side by side with Harvick for, it looks like, 6th place. They did get by Elliott. Hamlin driving it in deep into 3 and 4. He's going to clear Harvick for 6th. He only gains 1 spot in the first 2 laps after the race start. Make that 3 laps now as we're down to 3 laps to go. William Byron leading 0.8 of a second ahead of Chastain. Chastain's actually getting ran down by the 23 and the 20 behind him. He has nothing for the 24 of William Byron. Wallace trying to go for second. Almost got into the back of Chastain, getting into the corner, and almost gets into Bell as Bell charges up the inside after the 23 lost a lot of momentum, having to lift to keep from getting into the back of the 1. Great recovery by Bell, who has been right around 20th for most of the second half of this race, outlasting a lot of other cars in front of him. And now side by side for third with Bubba Wallace. Denny Hamlin to fifth as he gets by, it looks like Brad Keselowski. Harvick also going to get by the 6 for 6th place. Coming up on 2 laps to go at the line. Make that actually 1 to go. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. William Byron stealing a win on a late race restart. It'll be his 6th win of 2023. First of the playoffs. His first since winning at Watkins Glen in the middle of August. A little over a month later, he's back in victory lane another time. Incredible season continues. Byron is a winner. Ross Chastain will hang on for second. Bubba Wallace in third. Christopher Bell fourth. And Denny Hamlin going to round out the top 5. We figured a Hendrick car was going to go to victory lane the way that final stage was playing out for the longest time. We thought it would be the 5 instead of the 24, but it is the 24 of William Byron who's going to get it done. Kevin Harvick finishes 6th. Brad Keselowski 7th. Daniel Suarez comes back to finish 8th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 9th. And Chase Briscoe, that last restart was on the inside of row 1, fell back to 10th. Chase Elliott fell to 11th place. Alex Bowman 12th. Justin Haley 13th. Chris Buescher 14th. Michael McDowell with a 15th place finish. Carson Hocevar 16th. Martin Truex Jr. 17th. Eric Almirola 18th. Ty Dillon 19th. Harrison Burton 20th. Joey Logano 21st. BJ McLeod 22nd. Ryan Preece 23rd. Zane Smith 24th. 25th. Tyler Reddick. He was the last car on the lead lap. Definitely had damage from getting into the wall, you would have to imagine, because he was 10 seconds behind Smith for the next position ahead of him. And Smith had spun in that incident as well at the very end of the race. Corey LaJoie, 5 laps down, finishes 26th. Austin Cindric out of the race, 27th. Ryan Blaney out, 28th. AJ Allmendinger, 29th. Eric Jones, 30th. Kyle Larson, 31st. JJ Gilly, 32nd. Ty Gibbs, 33rd. 34th place finish for Kyle Busch. Ty Gillen, 35th. And Austin Dillon rounds out the 36-car field today. Had 10 cars DNF in the race. 125.090 miles per hour average race speed. We did finish under the 400-mile, 267-lap regulation. 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds total time on today's Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400. Texas Motor Speedway. William Byron with the win will lock himself into the round of 8 of the playoffs. Once again, his 6th win of the year. He led only the final 6 laps of the race. And here is your winner, William Byron.
Back in Charlotte, Rick would not miss the opportunity to be here, see his car go to victory lane. Decades and decades of hard work put into every single one of those victories. I was part of those, yes, Steve was part of those as well. I was part of them too, but on the other side of it.
Hey, for somebody to win, somebody has to come in second. Marty.
Win number 6 of the year for William Byron. And the most important win of the year, no doubt about it. The Texas fans stayed through the heat today, and they get to celebrate William Byron advancing to the round of 8. That young man's trying to show him that he autographed his shirt earlier today. Win number 300 for Hendrick Motorsports. Welcome to the round of 8, William Byron. How did you steal that one on that final restart?
Man, that's badass. I finally got a good restart at the end. It was hot today. I think it's finally hit me, but number 300 for Hendrick Motorsports. Kyle really deserved this one. Gotta say, those guys were really fast all day, and hated for them at the end. But man, it was awesome to get our car to the front. It loved clean air. So we just fought through traffic all day, and our Liberty University Chevy was just tight back in traffic, but had good pace. And this was one of those hot days. It felt like when I played football and going through 2 days, just wanted to quit. But it was a grinded out day, and our team was there at the end. I'm really proud of this one, as hot as it was, as tough as it was. So we'll take it and go on to the next round.
Rick Hendrick gave you a shot as a young driver. What does bringing him win number 300 mean for Hendrick Motorsports?
I don't know if I can even put it into words. I was such a Hendrick Motorsports fan growing up as a kid, watching Jimmy Johnson, and became really fond of Jeff Gordon as I got to know him, and just thankful for all the people and men and women back at Hendrick Motorsports and Mr. Hendrick for his investment in me and telling me at 17 years old that he was going to take me to Cup racing. So just appreciate everything he's done for me, and this is awesome. We're definitely going to enjoy this one.
And now you and the 24 team are one step from a championship potential run. Now you don't have to worry about Talladega in the road. Well, how cool is that?
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we've just been kind of steady Eddie through the first 3-4 races, and we haven't shown any flashes. But today, I thought we had a good car. If we could have just gotten to the front, and at the end there, we were really fast.
By the way, I know it's hot in the car today, but how about these Texas fans who stood out here in 100-degree heat this afternoon?
Yeah, they're better than I would be. So appreciate all you guys coming out. It was a really good crowd for as hot as it was. So got some of the best fans in Texas. I love it here. So look forward to coming back next year.
Rick, you mentioned he didn't lead until that final restart. That doesn't matter. They've advanced now to the round of 8. William Byron in the 24 team.
Talking about how hot it was.
If we get any other interviews from any other drivers here before we end this live stream, you guys will get to listen into that. Margin of victory, 1.8 seconds for William Byron over Ross Chastain. We went through the full field finishing order, some other race stats. Again, Byron only led 6 laps in the race, but gets the win. Most laps led today was by Bubba Wallace, who started on the pole, led 5 different times for 111 laps total. Kyle Larson leads 99 laps with the second most laps led. Larson did get a playoff point for winning stage 2. He's right about on the cutoff line to begin the Talladega race next weekend for race 2 of the round of 12. Stage 1 was won by Tyler Reddick on pit strategy. He got in the wall late, also didn't have that good of a finish. He led 36 laps. Outside of those 3 drivers of Wallace, Reddick, and Larson, obviously Byron led 6 there at the end. The only time we ever saw anybody else lead any laps was during green flag pit stops, when Jones led 3, Cindric led 1, Allmendinger led 1, Ty Dillon led 3, Chris Buescher led 2, Alex Bowman had 1 lap led, and Elliott and Chastain both led a lap there as well in the late going. 11 cautions in this one. And we did have quite a bit of lead changes with the cycling of pit stops mostly, because we had obviously only really 3 primary leaders of the race, than your race winner, William Byron. I gotta recount here. I lost count. Looks like 13 lead changes, 13 different leaders in the race today, and 23 lead changes total in this one. Spotlight drivers and where they finished in this race. We'll actually go look at that after we take a look at the playoff standings going into Dega next week. So again, Byron with the win locks himself into the round of 8. Denny Hamlin scored the most points today of anybody who did not win, so he is 37 points above the cutoff line. Chris Buescher had the most stage points of anybody today. That came in handy, despite not getting a top 10 finish there on pit strategy late. He is 3rd in the standings overall, plus 22 points. Christopher Bell plus 20 points at 4th. Martin Truex Jr., regular season champ, falls down to 5th, but he is plus 19. Plus 12 points for Chastain, who ended up 2nd. No stage points today for Ross, but a good finish. Brad Keselowski, a lot of stage points, and still got a good finish. He came in below the cutoff line. He's plus 8. Kyle Larson, plus 2, despite getting in that late wreck, largely due to the stage 2 win, and of course getting stage points in stage 1 as well. Bubba Wallace, minus 2 points, had a huge points day today, finishes 3rd, had a shot to win late, which could have locked him into the next round, but solid day nonetheless there for Bubba. Tyler Reddick, minus 3 points. He is 10th overall in the standings. Minus 11 points for Ryan Blaney. Got in that wreck late, but also had a pit road speeding penalty, which dropped him from 5th back to I think 30th for one of those late race restarts, and then got into the wreck. And Kyle Busch, despite getting out early, no stage points today, finishes last, gets 1 point total for today's race. He's only minus 17 points with the late drama that we saw with other drivers getting into incidents like Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney. So that has kept him in contention still to point his way through the next couple of races. He's been good at road courses and super speedways all season, so these next two tracks could help him quite a bit. I didn't mean to exit off of the leaderboard. I got to go back into that. Wait for that to update real quick. Maybe. Probably not. Just have to go off of this. So point standing wise, or prediction wise, that's what we have to look off of now. Sleeper picks coming into the race today. Now that ain't the finishing order, by the way. That is the qualifying order. Race. There we go. So predictions coming into the race today. We'll just start off with the sleeper picks. Beans, I see Bubba Wallace finishing third. He was one of them. Top 10 finish there. Also had a top 10 for Eric Jones, who unfortunately got in a wreck late. And then also would have ended up finishing back in 30th. The other sleeper driver, Ty Gibbs, had severe contact with Denny Hamlin on pit road in stage 1. He'll finish 33rd. So 1 for 2 in the sleeper picks. The must-have predictions for guaranteed top 10s. I think I only went 1 for 3, despite all of them running top 5 most of the day. Denny Hamlin finishes 5th still. Larson got in the wreck late, unfortunately, and as a result of that, ends up finishing in the 31st place position. And then also Chris Buescher, who was my pick to win, finishes 14th. Late pit strategy took him out of a top 10 finish as well. So 1 for 2 on both of those. Don't have picks. Ryan Blaney got in a wreck late, finishes 28th, so is right there. Chase Elliott finishes 11th. Very close. He had more speed than what I thought he was going to have today. A lot of that he jumped on pit strategy, very similar to that of Blaney from a speed standpoint today. Kevin Harvick finishes 6th, though. Flips the field. He was the worst of those 3 of the drivers who I picked not to get top 10 finishes, and he was the only one that did get one, based off of those late race cautions. So that is that, and here are some interviews from some other drivers. A little bit delayed because I paused the live feed so I wouldn't miss any interviews. Here's Bubba Wallace with Kim Kuhn.
Last restart didn't go your way. Walk me through what happened.
Third time I fooled myself starting on top. These guys gave me the right information. 14's tight, and he sent it off in there. Wasn't going to stick, but that's what he's got to do. We're racing for a win, and just hate it. I should have just kept my line into 3 and forced William to get tight, but you're so vulnerable in these cars, right? But just upset with self. Really needed a win there, and it's a good showing. I don't know where that puts us. Don't really care, but you know, I know what I did, and I choked. That's restart. Go ahead. You're good.
As you look to the next 2 races, can you learn anything from this?
Yeah, you just got to process things slower. I feel like I've made massive improvements in that, processing things a little bit better. But when it comes down to crunch time, you have to keep it all in check. You know, so the best restarter in the game gives it up on a restart. So funny how that works. So appreciate everybody. McDonald's Toyota Camry was good out front. Struggled in traffic a little bit, but we grinded, come out with a good solid points today. So appreciate everybody's support and efforts. We'll go on to Talladega.
Well, for 99 laps out front today, Kyle Larson was the show. Tell us about that hard racing with Bubba in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, he did a good job to stay with me on the restart through 3 and 4 and all that. And I tried to open up. I was trying to have my shape into 1. And with these cars compared to the old ones, you don't really get sucked around like that. So I wasn't really expecting it, and thought that I would be fine. And yeah, we just went in there side by side, and I lost it really quickly and crashed. So pretty bummed, but you're happy for William. Happy for Mr. H. 300 Cup Series wins is incredible. So, great night overall for our organization, and congrats to William, and congrats to my team too. I mean, we had a super fast car today, and we've had a fast car at every playoff race so far to this start. So go to Talladega, try to have a good day and get some good fortune, and then have a good race at the Roval.
And the big hat comes out. Drivers, what do you think about the big hat?
Well, it's just surprising.
Alrighty. Going into the fantasy league stats, again, the Fantasy Live is on the top of the quick links section on NASCAR.com. You can go on the NASCAR mobile app as well. Search for KRC League. Join our league. Got a chance to win a couple NASCAR tickets for Cup Series races, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win either the regular season or playoff championship. You can't win either one of those at this point in the year, but you can be automatically qualified to be in the league at the start of next season if you join before the end of this year. So, with that being said, I'll put that in the chat real quick. You'll want to search for KRC League to join our league. See KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. And there we go. So that's the league you'll want to join. As far as my team today, I did not put Wallace in my starting lineup. He was in my garage at the start of the race. Wish I would have done that. As far as the other finishers, though, not bad, other than Kyle Larson, who got in that wreck late. Buescher ended up finishing 14th, but had the most stage points. Keselowski had a top 10. Chastain finished second. Hamlin had a top 5 still, so not bad there. As far as the bonus points go, it looks like they ended up getting 20 of the 40 possible bonus points. So 2 for 4 there. And as far as the league this week, I finished in 6th. Your Texas playoff race winner for the Fantasy League is Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan with 197 points. Getting the win, Dale 30 with 197. Actually got a tie for the win with Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan. So we got co-winners today. EC23 with 194 points finishes in 3rd. Monster Jam X10 with a 4th place finish with 193 points. Also tying him for 4th was Nathan Powers at 193 points. As far as Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan, he had Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace also in the lineup, Chastain, Hamlin. The only difference is he had Reddick and I had Keselowski. But he had more bonus points because I would have scored more points there. He would have had to have gotten more bonus points. Probably 30. No, he had 20. Where did he beat me at? I mean, obviously, if I had Wallace... Oh, it's because Wallace was in my garage. He had him in his actual lineup. That was the difference. Yeah, I was going to say, I only lost by 9 points. Yeah, he also had 20 bonus points. Let's see who Dale 30 had, because he tied for the win this week. He actually had a better starting lineup. Busch in the garage early. Had Byron, who won, so that was different. Allowed him to get some extra points there. He had Blaney, kind of struggled. And then got track position, got some stage points, but ended up not getting a good finish. Buescher 14th, not a great finish. Keselowski and Chastain there. So he didn't have as good of a team as me and the Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan team. But bonus points obviously is where he picked up. And no, he only gets 20 bonus points too. Where am I missing? I don't know how he tied for the win. 16th highest score to 18th. I think it's just because he had Byron, who won the race at 47. I think the difference was he had the winner on his team. He was able to score more points as a result of that versus pretty much any other person up at the top of the league. So, credit to both of you guys for winning. At a 4-point lead going in, I think I'll still have the lead because the people that beat me didn't beat me by enough. So, there we go. Got a couple more interviews to get out from some other drivers before we end this stream. Here's Ross Chastain after a 2nd place run.
Do the right things. Those races, they give out the same amount of points as this one, and we'll go and race them the same way.
Well, a good race this team had. 2nd position here at Texas. Thanks, Ross.
Ryan Blaney never led today, but he did spend 21 laps in 2nd place, which was a surprise to some because your day didn't seem like it started so well, and then it didn't end well. I mean, it was up and down all day.
Yeah, up and down, definitely, and ended with a down. So,
proud of the group for getting a little better all day. Had good strategy, took rights, kind of got track position, and then car was okay. We were just kind of hanging on, but we got better, and then I sped, and it really took us out of it. Took us out of having a good finish, and then you put yourself back there, and then you get in a wreck. So just a slight sliver of hope and proud work all day of like getting better and getting stage points, and then just driver mistake and puts us back in the stuff and get wrecked. So not a very good job by me today, but proud of everyone on this Menards, Dutch Boy, Ford Mustang group. They did the best they could, and we're still not out of it. We go to Talladega, still not too many points out, so hopefully we can run good there.
Talladega, not a bad track for you.
Yeah, pretty decent. You just hope to compete and make it to the end, and collect stage points when you can, and just try to have a shot at the end. So hopefully we can do that. You never know really what can happen, but the best thing you can do is just try to control the race and try to run up front and control the first couple lanes, and we'll see if we can do that.
Braddock can maybe make Ryan Blaney feel a little bit better. He's one of the few drivers who's won at Talladega and the Roval, and he will go to Talladega next week minus 11 below the cut line. But it's William Byron.
That is going to wrap up today's live commentary stream of the Autotrader EchoPark Automotive 400 at the Texas Motor Speedway. We'll be back again next weekend for a couple of live commentary streams at Talladega. It should be a fun one. Truck Series race on Saturday afternoon will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Time and at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on Sunday for our NASCAR Cup Series live commentary coverage. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this one. Again, hit the like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't yet. The hope is to get another NASCAR Thunder 2004 Career Mode episode out. It's been about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, since we've been able to do that, so hopefully we can get that working properly tomorrow and get back on the regular streaming schedule. Appreciate everybody that tuned in here this afternoon. Have a good rest of your Sunday night, and see you tomorrow.